Battle of the Scandinavians. Once again, GamerLegion, they've just been gifted this fountain control, and to be honest, I like this setup from Dignitas. They're not getting too aggressive. They're not taking too many chances early on. They don't want to risk going for these fountain peaks and losing a man at the start of every round. But HONORIS playing very, very defensive does kind of just tailor towards losing masses of control on this A site and potentially getting overwhelmed and heavily relying on a solid defense actually on the bomb site itself to hold it up. Some flashes pop over the top. It's all about trying to draw some rotations here. GamerLegion making some noise on A. They've drawn a rotation to the side. It means they've got a 3-man setup now. And as 0 entries onto B, they've only got 1 player to contend with. They can bombard through, try and overwhelm this one. In the meantime, forZe comes out on top in toilets once again. But Rusty deals the damage onto B. That allows this C4 to go down. They just need to hold for a couple of seconds longer. Harry peeks from lower. Only finds the 1. I thought he was on for 2 there. And Rusty going huge. 3 kills to his name here in the 7th. And forZe stuck between a rock and a hard place. Snappy headshot to bring it back into a 2-on-1. But I don't think he's got a lot of opportunity here. Flashes popping over the top. Does actually connect one. Tons of damage through the wall. Gets the kill with the USP. Only needs to get it 1 more bullet. forZe, what are you doing? 4 kills to keep Dignitas in this one, and he's got time on the bomb despite not having the kit. That is unbelievable, and that is why Dignitas are just 2 or 3 levels higher than GamerLegion here in this matchup. Look at this on the replay. Rusty, massive 3K to keep him in this, and then forZe somehow coming through with the clutch. It's an unfortunate miss from Error. The initiative to just switch to the USP, take matters into your own hands, not go for the save, not today. Keep Dignitas applying this pressure. They do have to face up against another full investment here, and actually, it's much better than their own, despite the fact that they won the round. That CT economy, so much harder to maintain control of. But they've still got that AWP on HONORIS. That's really what counts right now. That's what keeps that A-site defense solid. Slow stuff once again from GamerLegion. They take control towards Fountain, Toilets. They know that it's inherently theirs pretty much every single round, but this time HONORIS getting aggressive towards Long, into the tunnels. Rusty seems to have an idea of it, but HONORIS posted on the angle. It's a free kill for him. No one can go for this trade right now, but he's going to have the information. He needs to call for the rotations quickly. Here they come. No one on the site, but they can contend from Long. They can contend from the dumpster. The smokes are in play, but they need to keep this one at bay. The rotation flashes need to pop over the top. There's an incendiary from HONORIS, but it's not going to stop this C4 from going down. A 5v4 retake for Dignitas. And this is going to be tricky. GamerLegion, they've all fallen back to toilets. They're going to play this 1 by 1. Just delay this bomb defuse as long as they can. That's their real chance in this one. The smoke on the C4. Another one posted. And forZe's just going to try and hold this. Spamming away through the smoke. They need to just land a lucky shot onto him. And it's not going to happen. Harry finds 2. And the C4 diffuses in the very end. A couple of kills come through at the end there from Error. Keeps this AWP floating. But once again, a round going Dignitas' way. Oh, another timeout comes through. I like it. I like the fact that they keep utilizing these timeouts. Make sure that they maintain control of this. They don't just let it slip away so easily can. And Dignitas, they're really in the driver's seat right now. Despite the fact that so many of these rounds have come super close. In fact, originally, I was saying the rounds are super one-sided. Dignitas have just been completely steamrolling. It's kind of been this last 3 that have actually come down to the wire. But when the rounds do come so close and you still come out on top, it just beats down the confidence, the morale of your opponents. GamerLegion right now, they've still got money to work with. That's the one saving grace. Their economy management on this T side has actually been pretty fantastic, but the firepower is just not there. Beautiful boost from forZe. Dobbo completely unsuspecting. The door's been blown off, and he's got his back the wrong way, despite the fact that there's 2 players in short to help, to support him if anyone actually gets aggressive. They just weren't watching for the boost whatsoever. GamerLegion, once again, a one-man deficit with a minute on this clock. I actually thought the Dignitas' default with the single anchor on the A site was going to cause them problems, and so far it just hasn't at all. It's been fantastic. HONORIS, such a talented AWPer that he is able to find 1 or 2 kills on the entry pretty much every single time, and it means that off of the back of it, he can call for the rotations, and they're always snappy. This is kind of just what comes with a roster that's been together for such a long time. The communication, the coordination is just perfect. And as soon as a call's made, everybody jumps off the back of it. HONORIS this time around hasn't got his favorite gun in hand. He's only got this M4, and he's playing a much more passive setup. This is a retake configuration towards this A site. They're allowing GamerLegion to take this bomb site, and with demand advantage, they want to try and come in for the retake. M4s and AKs at hand. Freiburg with another. Snappy headshot, looking for more. There's a second. And this, pretty much all said and done right now. 4v2, there's nothing left that GamerLegion have in the tank. Zero takes a headshot, and Dignitas, once again, will be able to snatch away another round. Error just has to fall away and save here, realistically. He has still got a sightline on the bomb, but as the smoke gets posted, there's no way he can connect for all 4. Nice shot through the smoke. The bomb actually beeping faster and faster. There's another flick. Can't quite connect on the no-scope. And forZe does finally eliminate him. That will be that AWP that they're hoping for, that they can actually drop over to HONORIS. But my goodness, Error made that one expensive, and I really wasn't expecting him to do so. Unbelievable couple of shots there. And once again, despite the and this is on their opponent's map pick too. I think the GamerLegion have got their work cut out for them if they want to try and pull their way back into this one. And it's looking like this pause is of a technical nature, so hopefully this one gets sorted out momentarily. But in the meantime, we can talk about our partners over at Gamdom. With plenty of different games like slots and Crash to keep you entertained, there is so much to offer. But if you prefer watching the action, Gamdom also offers match betting to earn cash on your favorite teams. With great rewards, cashback, rakeback, periodical free coins with Gamdom's rain feature, King of the Hill events, Gamdom is the place to be. Sign up with code TEB on gamdom.com or go to gamdom.com/r/TEB. Please, please, please be over 18 and make sure you gamble responsibly, folks. And look at that. The timing's absolutely perfect. You've even got the little Gamdom banner on the screen right there, and the timeout's ended. We're right back into the game. It's almost as if it was planned, but it wasn't, I promise. I think just one of the players was having tech issues. Either way, as we jump right back into this one. Another full investment here from GamerLegion. Not a lot of contingencies. Dobbo missing a flashbang here or there, I suppose. Zero could have done with a Molotov. That's about it. Everybody else with everything to work with. Rusty drops down to that Galil. That won't cause him too many problems, I don't think. And they take the B short control. I like this. A little bit more decisive from GamerLegion. They don't just float around on a slow default. They say, we're going to take this short control early. We're going to go for a nade stat towards Monster. Doesn't pay any dividends this time around, but I wouldn't mind seeing it again another time. gives them a little bit of leg room to work with as they do try and push on to this B-bomb site. The issue is there's still a stack in place, and it's looking like forZe is going to boost over the top. Doesn't spot anything just yet. Maybe could have had a sightline on the connector man had Dobbo stuck around, and just about misses out the head on the jump. So that's actually going to bait him into a false sense of security here by not spotting anybody out. He's going to rotate to A. Little does he know there's 5 attackers ready and waiting to pounce. In the meantime, Freiburg and Harry, though, they're winning all the engagements, and forZe isn't even needed. Heavily hot on his heels, getting back towards this site to provide support. But his teammates, they do it all on their lonesome. Error, the last man alive. That is a lightning-fast, wrist-breaking flick. But the round not in contention, and with 30 seconds left and 8 points of health to his name, he has to fall away and save this one.
Counter-terrorists win.
Dignitas, they're winning 9-0 right now. Error manages to save that AWP, does give them something to work with in this one, but this time they don't have the economy to go for a full investment. This is almost certainly going to be a comfortable 10th here for Dignitas, unless some of these players pull out a masterclass. We have seen GamerLegion hit some crazy 1-digs, especially Rusty. He's kind of a player that sticks in my mind that seriously is just a cracked aim. But if they can't do so, I don't know what the answer is for them. Eagles push on to the site, do some early damage, but forZe's there. Trades 1 for 1. Zero able to pick up the pieces of that one. There's another headshot coming through. This is going incredibly well here for GamerLegion, but error with that AWP. In fact, it's Dobbo that's managed to pick it up. Can't quite connect the shot. His teammate drops, he follows suit, and Dignitas put themselves on to 10. Remember, that was a 3v3 just a few seconds ago, and it all slipped away very, very quickly. AK's in hand here for GamerLegion as they push into connector. forZe there with the M4. Goes for the wide swing. He actually converts. No trade potentials. Finally, Adam actually connects the headshot. forZe, I think, got a little bit greedy there. Actually lands another dink, though. And that's the sort of impact that he has, okay? Goes for that early swing. Finds the first man, spots out 2. Not only has he got the information, he's got the first kill. He has an option there to just fall back, take the man advantage. Instead goes for a second and gets the dink. HONORIS with another onto the toilets area. And this is pretty much said and done. Again, massive HP advantage, man advantage to work with. Stacked towards the B site, GamerLegion bursting through. Harry does get caught off guard with the man darting through the smoke. But right now, GamerLegion in a full buy round, praying to get this C4 planted. Just about able to do so, but it's no round. Does give them a little bit of cash to work with, and with the loss bonus, they will have enough to actually go for a buy here. I don't think there'll be an AWP. Unless Adam goes glass cannon, but I think that's very, very unlikely. And GamerLegion, they are going to call a timeout. Maybe a little bit overdue here. I'm really not sure what you say at this point. I'd hate to be in Adam's shoes right now, where you're trying to motivate a team that are just getting completely wrecked by a side that are just of another caliber. Frankly, though, Dignitas are just playing out of their minds today. Yeah, this is like a seriously strong performance. We saw Dignitas as one of the invite teams, admittedly slightly different roster, but we saw Dignitas as one of the invite teams coming into those 9-5 cups in the later portion of last year, and they were not playing like this. They were not playing like this at all. Right now, these guys are looking like a top-level team. If they can keep this up, if this is just down to some practice that they've done over Christmas, then I am very, very excited for the future of this roster, because these guys are looking like their old selves again. And HONORIS, quick peek towards Connector. Despite the fact that he's walked into 3 players, he's able to just get a one and done. Bosh 2-man advantage. 20 seconds gone in the round, and they've already got that 2-man advantage on a full buy round. GamerLegion, this is a full investment. They've got AKs, they've got util. And before they even get to the starting line, before the get-go, they're pretty much out of it. Major advantage here for Dignitas to take this 1-12. We're shaping up to see a full team 1-half right now, and Heap, he is just on fire, straight through the wood. The headshot connects. I think he might have just seen the slither of the barrel, and there we go. A secondary for him. Leaves it all down to 0, a 1-on-4. Realistically, any other time he'd go for a save right now, but there's no point in saving. There just isn't. You might as well see what damage he can do. Get this map over and done with. See if you can mentally reset moving into the next. They are just being absolutely wrecked right now. And I think what's a really good indicator as well is the fact that Dignitas have very few deaths on some of these players. Freiburg setting 16-4 right here. I mean, it's just unreal. Absolutely unreal. 12-1. I often talk about in Counter-Strike that break-even point. Or not really the break. It's not the break-even point. This more applies to the point where it's too far gone. Yeah, in a half, you always see a 10-5, and you think, oh, it's super one-sided, but it's recoverable. Yeah, the teams will be able to bring it back on the next side. Or you see an 11-4, and sometimes they'll come back. But the 12-3 scoreline always seems to be where it's just a little bit too far gone. There isn't enough rounds to play with on that CT side. Even for a side like GamerLegion, who massively favor their defensive turf, for them to come back into it. The Tech9 are able to find the first onto the AWP, but Freiburg with 2 keeps it honest. Tech9 still spamming through for more damage, but forZe finds another. Error gets this C4 planted, but with a slither of health left to play with, has to try and poke his arms out to grab one of these guns that are on the floor. Somehow still alive, but finally drops. And Dignitas, considering they were just against the Tech9s, it was a little bit too close for comfort. I think HONORIS was definitely caught off guard by the mobility and the speed that came in from GamerLegion there. What's been working out for nicely for them is when he is playing this.
Забирает двоих, ну и 2 в 2 ситуация, правда тут проблема на проблеме, Эро дико красный, 8% здоровья, но это не мешает ему, не помешает, нет, помешает ему все-таки забрать соперника. Ох, это раунд, 13-1 для команды Dignitas.
To make it 14-1 as GamerLegion pull out the bottom of the barrel, everything that they can. They went for the eco in the last, so they've got money here to work with. And Rusty, once again, he's normally a massively impactful player, and every single round he just seems to get punched in the face, just beaten down. Straight off the bat on the cross, the leg connects onto him, and he's just down and out of this one already. Nice opener from Adam there, but instantly traded by Heap. He is just on another level right here on this B bomb site today. A 4 versus 4. GamerLegion take this C4 back towards the B bomb site. There's still 2 defenders ready and waiting. Heap with his rifle in hand. The AK dancing around the Molotov's range. He's on fire right now and he's burning, but as he stands in the flames, oh, he runs back through it. That's a huge mistake, and it does cost him his life. But in the meantime, his teammates have rotated to support. Rusty has taken this A site, though, so they've got something to work with here. GamerLegion in a prime position to actually take this round. Rusty's been on 17 points of health throughout the entirety of this one. The issue is that Rusty's taken the control, but the bomb hasn't rotated. It has plenty of time to do so, but if it pushes through short and holZerk's watching, they are going to be punished. Posted on the angle, there's the 1D. Can't connect with the second. But a major advantage right now, and as Rusty's been taken out from the back lines on the rotation, Dignitas 2v1, Dobbo, C4 in hand, is going to head towards this B site. He's making a lot of noise, but I don't think Harry's close enough to hear it, so the footsteps won't be relayed. That's why we don't see Freiburg rotating yet, despite the fact there's 15 seconds on this clock. The rotation will only come through once this C4 goes down, but Dobbo planting in the open. Oh, this could cost him. Not going to quite cost him for now, but as he's right out in the open, makes the step. That's definitely going to have been heard from Harry. They now know his position. They know he's in water beneath the site, and they can just play this one together. Dobbo has a feeling that one's heaven or one's short, and he's completely wrong. Flash rings over the top, now knows they're graffiti, but it's too late. They're too close, and there's two of them to contend with. Freiburg puts the final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be a full team 1/2 from Dignitas. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. A perfect showcase of Counter-Strike. I mean, we could have been on for a 16-0 right here. GamerLegion, they are being crushed right now. And as I say, I just don't know how you mentally reset going into map number 2 if this is how you're being treated on one of your strongest maps in the pool. Second half pistol. This is where Dignitas could just deal that final fatal blow to finish this one off. GamerLegion going for a really funky strat right now. Fully stacked up in B short and connector, hoping they can get this one done, and it's been completely read by Dignitas. Oh, this has been perfectly read. This is a complete counter strat. They've actually Molotoved short. They've locked GamerLegion into the water position. Now they can just walk straight onto the site, get the bomb planted, and take the gunfights as they come. Close range with the Glocks. holZerk doing the damage. Heap still here to do more. And Freiburg. Oh, this is just unbelievable. This is perfect from Dignitas. They've been doing their homework, and they are just having fun right now on the server. What a ridiculous pistol round. GamerLegion, they go for something funky. To be honest, considering the scoreline, I thought it was an on-the-fly strat, but it obviously wasn't. It's something that they do on their CT pistol rounds, and Dignitas have said, do you know what? We don't have a lot of success on our pistol rounds here on Overpass. Let's see what they do, and let's try and counter-strat it. And they do so absolutely flawlessly. They literally have a set-up Molotov to lock the CTs in short so that they can't come out. Awesome, awesome stuff. I'm not even sure who's coaching right now for Dignitas, but whoever is, kudos to that man. Let's have a look. Let's have a real quick look before this game's over and done with and it's too late. Vendetta. Okay, nobody other. Vendetta's coaching. I should have known, to be fair. Adam right now with this MP9 does find the first opener. Freiburg does drop. But with these rifles in hand, he's just completely isolated right now. He needs some support, and the best he can do is just swing out and try and do as much damage as he can. 1-for-1 trade goes the way of forZe, as Era is able to take one more down to the grave with him. So a 3 versus 3, fairly successful round from GamerLegion, but as they come in the back, they think that they've got this flank on fleek, and forZe is ready and waiting for it. That's something that Dignitas have been doing brilliantly as well here. Even when GamerLegion think they've got the upper hand, they've taken some control, they've got a flank in play, they think there's an opportunity for them to cause an upset, there's always a man watching the back lines to punish it. Absolutely perfect. Rusty with this Deagle looking to land a headshot. Can't quite do so. All comes down to Gobbo from behind. And he spams a wait for one. But as he takes the tickler damage, they know exactly where he is. And they're not even going to entertain the idea of going to the site. They want to finish him off and finish this one in a 16-1 fashion. One of the more one-sided games, or one of the most one-sided games I've seen in quite a while. But Dignitas, they snatch it away, and they snatch it away with style. We're going to be going to a quick break, and we'll be right back with you with map number 2. So don't go too far, folks. And welcome back, folks. Here we go. Map number 2, GamerLegion. Starting off on this CT side of Nuke. This is Dignitas' pick, and if last map was anything to go by, I think we might be in for a bit of a ride here. Heat getting aggressive towards ramp, and look at this. It's just an absolute bloodbath. No respect, no time taken to set up, just bursting right through and using all of the firepower that they carry. This side is on fire right now, and there's no stopping them. 5 versus 2. The C4 will go down quite comfortably. 0 only good for 1, and quite frankly, that might be the only kill of the round. Error can't even connect onto the low HP player, and he will get flanked from behind. Does actually find himself one more. Brings this into a 3-on-1. It's doable, especially with the kit in hand. Certainly not probable, and Dignitas, they've taken a step back. They're going to stop pushing right into him. They're going to play this one a little bit slower and allow forZe to do the heavy lifting. 1 round on the board here for Dignitas, a very, very convincing one to kick things off here on Nuke. And frankly, if Dignitas get off to a really good start here on their T side, I think there's really a lot to be said for it. Remember, this is their own map pick. The T side of Nuke, very, very undesirable. CT side's heavily favored here on this map. GamerLegion, they've had like a 5-minute break between getting wrecked 16-1 on their own map pick to then going into their opponent's pick of Nuke. It's one that GamerLegion historically have been doing quite well on, actually, in recent matches and things like that. They've been doing decently well. They've taken some maps off of some pretty good teams. Yeah, Sangal, the Dice, really close game against Winstrike the other day. Nothing close to the caliber of Dignitas, though. Right now, trying to get a little bit aggressive. Dignitas giving a little bit more respect in this one. No crazy Glock rushes towards ramp. Instead, much slower stuff. PACT 10 trades out to the Galil. Very, very nice early 1D from Dota to put things off. But 0, he gets eliminated. The advanced position in the hut doesn't pay any dividends, and it comes right back into a 4-on-4. Minute left on this clock, and they're continuing to fire through with these Galils. Another shot converts. Error and Rusty doing some serious damage, but as it's traded right back out, Freiburg can deploy the Molotov. That eliminates the threat towards Heaven. They can get this C4 planted, and GamerLegion, they have to wrap all the way back around. Error waits out for the Molotov. Scout available. And Dobbo actually going to wrap back around. They're going to go for this double-pronged attack. Push right in from Heaven, see what they can do. Head pokes over. That confirms the position of Freiburg right now, but they still have to find the frag onto him. Dobbo converts the headshot, but with not enough time on this C4, he's got no kit. He needs to speed this one up, needs to find the kill, and Harry knows it. He's low HP, but he's just going to stick around, wait for the bomb to tap, then he can make his way around towards the squeaky door. He knows there's no way Dobbo's holding it, and despite the fact that he doesn't win the engagement, there's no time to defuse. Dobbo has to fall away. He does save the Galil, he does find himself 3 kills. They are going to be some feel-good frags that maybe moving forward, GamerLegion will have a little bit more confidence. Remember, they kind of just got wrecked in the early rounds of Overpass, so to keep that second round so close does mean that they have a little bit to work with, but they do still lose the round. Dignitas get off to a good start, 2-0, a little bit close for comfort, but they'll be glad they came out on top. And GamerLegion effectively hitting a full eco around this Galil that was saved. A couple of Deagles come out. Other than that, no Kevlar, no util. It should be a potentially sweet hit from Dignitas. A flawless round is what they're looking for, and a flawless round is what they might find. PACT 10 flies right out. He finds the first, and realistically, it's about damage control here from GamerLegion. They don't want to just be mowed down by PACT 10s. There's so many SMGs in play here for Dignitas, and remember, they get $600 a pop for every single kill they find with it. Ozark with a P90 in hand. One of the first times I've seen that weapon in a very long time. I'm surprised that he's come for that investment. Maybe he just likes it. Maybe it shows a little bit of BM, a little bit of confidence here on the Dignitas side. I'd certainly have some if I just won my opponent's map pick 16-1, and there we go. There's the P90 firing through. And GamerLegion, as I said before, they want to try and hold on to this Galil and Kevlar, bring that one into the next at the very least. But realistically, these Deagles, despite the fact that they've got no Kevlar, there's not really a lot to save here. They don't want to just be mowed down by the PACT 10s. They want to try and do some exit damage, and there we go, Rusty. 2 1Ds, potentially a third to be found. forZe does fall right away, but look at that. AK picked up right at the end there from Rusty. Nice little prize for him. Get 2 1Ds, you win yourself a prize. That should be a fair ground ride. Dignitas, though, get off to a very, very good start indeed. 3-0. They are going to go for a bit of a bonus here. Doesn't look like holZe or Heap are actually going to reinvest into the rifles, so we are going to see 3 rifles come out. freiburg down to that Galil. 2 SMGs in play for the others, as GamerLegion have all the tools to work with. Rifles all round. Rusty with the AK, sorry. Very, very dangerous man to have that one-hit headshot potential. An error with his favorite AWP. Oh, look at that start. Just straight into the head. Rusty on the ladder. No one's expecting that one. He catches holZe with his pants down. Knife out, not suspecting. That's a pretty big play. You're super inaccurate on that ladder, but if players are just going to run at you close range with their knives out, then I suppose it doesn't make any difference. It's interesting. It works out nicely. GamerLegion with a man advantage for what seems like the first time in quite a while. Good opportunity to take this fourth. Bit of a swing round. Opportunity to flip this one on its head. Close this initial gap that Dignitas have established. Major firepower advantage right now. Loads of util to work with. And Dignitas are a little bit out of options. They reconvene. Try and hit onto this big bomb site. They've got no control of it whatsoever, though. And as Adam swings out from the hollow vent, there's the shot that he needed. Follows up with one through the smoke. Finally traded, but he's done his job. In fact, he's exceeded what was required of him. And forZe left in a 1-on-3. Nade does go down, does a tickle of damage. In fact, I don't actually think that connected for anything. Molotov will keep Rusty at bay, but with 24 seconds on this clock, despite the fact that he's got this C4 on his back, I don't think there's any opportunity to get it planted. By the looks of things, he is actually still going to try and press onto this A site. If he finds a kill onto Error, there's an opportunity, but no. The window, the door, it's closed, and Error's the one to do so. GamerLegion put their first on the board. We did see something similar on Overpass. I think it was round number 5 where GamerLegion pulled one back, and that was the only round that we saw them win throughout the entire map. However, that one just seemed a little bit more convincing. They carried across these weapons. They've got that AWP, plenty of rifles to work with. Rusty still with that AK. And Dignitas, despite the fact that they went for a bonus, here in the 5th, they actually don't have a lot of cash to work with. 3 AKs come out. 2 players demoted down to those pistols. No helmets on freiburg and Harry either, so they're actually very, very vulnerable right now. I think Harry spotted out someone outside. I think that's Zero. The AWP not actually playing there. Oh, no, it is. It is. Okay, it's Error on that AWP. Posted towards Garage. The smokes are going to eliminate his sightline, though, so he has to wrap around towards the container. And that does give Dignitas a lot of leg room to work with. They can take this outside control. They can work their way down secret. The issue is that GamerLegion are fully wise to this. They've already started these rotations. Rusty just jump spotting with this nade. As soon as he sees a man, he's going to deploy it, and it will do some serious damage. Especially considering they're all clumped up. Just needs to make sure that he can release it. There we go. Spots out the first head. Not actually going to deploy the nade. Instead, pulls out the rifle. Knows that he needs to take some gunfights. And he only trades 1-for-1. Then 4 and Bravo needs to do some heavy lifting. And he only does the same. Adam with another in the meantime does give them a man advantage to work with. But now it's the 2 rifles still floating. freiburg and Heap looking to try and pick up the pieces of this fallen round. 35 seconds left on the clock. Error made his way down to ramp with that AWP, and Adam, I'm not sure if he spotted out a man there, whether his spidey senses are just tingling that maybe they're pushing this way. He's absolutely right. And as they creep around this corner, they need to make sure they hard clear it. There we go. They do so. freiburg with the headshot. It's perfect. Brings the numbers level pegging once again, but time pressure's a massive factor. And Error's crispy with the AWP today. Hits the cross shot. Can't quite connect onto the second. It gives Heap an open door of opportunity to grab this C4, get it planted, but as he's being flanked from Zero, has to pull out the AK, fight from both angles. And despite the masses of damage dealt, he can't convert the round. freiburg with a 3K, but it's just not enough for Dignitas and GamerLegion. They've already exceeded their round count from Overpass as they take 2. And more than likely 3 here as well. They'll be allowed a bit of a freebie. Dignitas have to drop down to an eco here. They really can't afford to buy anything. Maybe a couple of pistols come out. I think that would be the absolute most, especially with no loss bonus racked up. So a much better start here from GamerLegion. Of course, I wasn't expecting this to just be another complete whitewash. Very unlikely, or very, very rarely do you actually see back-to-back games in a series just go so heavily one-sided. But GamerLegion, they do look like they've reset. That little break did them some favors. I'm not sure what was said, but I'd like to know, because They're just looking like a different team here on Nuke. Finding that opening pick. Looking like they should quite comfortably be able to make this 1-3. And if they can keep some players alive here as well, try not to take too many casualties, it'll work wonders for their economy. Right now, it's a little bit down in the dumps. Era's really the only man with some money. But if they can take a round and not require any reinvestments in the next, then it means that every single player's got that $3,000, $4,000 cushion sitting behind them that they can fall back on if they lose the next buy up from Dignitas. And that's exactly what it's shaping up to play out like. It's HONORIS all on his lonesome. They've not found any kills so far. A lot of damage dealt. This Deagle deadly on 2. In fact, Dobbo just outside of that threshold. If he takes a Deagle hit, he'll be sitting on single digits. But HONORIS knows he's got no opportunity in this round whatsoever, and it is just about trying to find a couple of kills. Slowly but surely making his way around to ramp. There's a headshot. That's what he's looking for. Hungry for more as well, as he doesn't take too much damage from that first engagement, but can't quite convert it. Dobbo finds that final finishing blow, and GamerLegion will be able to take it 3-3. So HONORIS, I mean, he does a good job at taking out one rifle, will force a reinvestment there from Adam, and it's not actually going to come out of his bank account. Someone's going to have to drop him, more than likely Error. There we go. M4 comes out. It's actually Dobbo that drops it to him. Unbalances that economy on that GamerLegion side just a little bit, but they'll be pretty comfortable right now. And Dignitas, they are going to take a timeout, and I like this. This is something that both teams were utilizing last game. As soon as they lose a couple of rounds back-to-back, they just take a break of pace. They say, right, we're either going to take a break of pace to fix what's going wrong, or actually last game, Dignitas, in the early portions, took a timeout just to kind of cool down a little bit. They were like, right, we're on fire right now. Let's not get too overconfident. Let's just maintain this composure. Make sure that we're not going for like stupid ill-advised peaks and things like that. And that's what really just allowed them to steamroll right the way through. Even towards the end, seemed like they were having a little bit of fun with it. GamerLegion right now, looking to try and make this 1-4. Break the bank of Dignitas once again. AKs to work with on every man. No AWP available here for HONORIS. Rusty needs to be careful. Gone for this vent position once again. It was spotted out last time. I'm not sure if it will work 2 in a row. Adam right now with the M4. Does find the first position now, no. Instantly traded. 0. A little bit of a whip on the site. Does convert for the 1. And we are just seeing these 1-for-1 trades coming through. But Rusty with the headshot onto HONORIS brings it all down to forZe in a 1-on-3. He's looking the complete wrong way. And Error finishes it off. Much better round once again from GamerLegion. Even with the hard hit towards the A site, with all of the util from Dignitas, they just deal with it very, very nicely. They've got all of the players in position, and they just shut it down. Just the pistols to work with here now then for Dignitas. GamerLegion could put themselves onto 5 here early on. Remember, this is the CT side of Nuke, so it's not like it's some crazy scoreline, but it's definitely much better than what we saw last time around. And even against the pistols, they just seem to be maintaining their composure quite nicely. Tech 9 fires through for one more headshot. HONORIS around to find it, but as his teammate drops, he actually finds another headshot right through the smoke. Gets the dink onto Dobbo. Oh, that one came incredibly close. Error even going for the confidence to try and swing him from above with 8 points of health on his back. Had he have fallen there, that could have gone horribly wrong for GamerLegion, but luckily they just grasp on. And Dignitas, I actually like the fact that they dropped down to an eco there too. With that loss bonus, they could have maybe gone for something a little bit more substantial, but no, they keep the cash floating, and now they've got everything to work with. The AWP, the AKs, the full utility on every man besides Harry. He's the one going for this outside control. Throw that Molotov, make sure the smoke lands in position and nice and fast. Means they can get down secret without wasting any time whatsoever. I think that smoke might have missed ever so slightly. Maybe not. Maybe I'm completely wrong. In the meantime, though, Error does hit that AWP shot. Harry's able to dart his way down. Rusty there to try and contend it, though. We've seen him previously. He's that quick rotation. He's that player that's just kind of lingering towards the vents. And he's already just straight down to the vents, down to the B site. As soon as they lose secret control, gets a nade in hand, deploys it. Only deals a tickle of damage. They've got a two-man advantage right now, though, so in a prime position to take this one. Harry once again with this AK. And Rusty's there, posted on the angle. AUG. Adam there to swing off of his contact, and he finds the second one quite comfortably. And it leaves Heap all on his lonesome. A 1-on-5. This is about to be a flawless buy round here from GamerLegion against a full investment from Dignitas. That has got to boost your confidence. That is a feel-good round at its finest. And Dignitas, I think they'll be a little bit shaken up off of this one. They win 16-1. They go into the second map. They take a 3-0 lead. We even saw a P90 come out on HONORIS in that round. He was kind of just like, I don't want to use the word trolling. I think the P90 somewhat viable, but seems a little bit funky. He seems like one of those kind of confidence pull buys that you go for. He's how I'm going to buy a P90. Right now, GamerLegion, they're pulling it off, 6-3. I saw some people in the chat. I don't check it during the game, but after the game, I kind of watched it back, and some people were being very mean to GamerLegion, and others, they had confidence in them. They said, no, GamerLegion, they'll come back into Nuke stronger, and they absolutely have. Molotov goes down, not quite in time, but nonetheless, Rusty's able to find two. Does take a dink, so he has to take a step back. But as he gets back onto the site, can't quite survive for too much longer. But staying alive for a few extra seconds does allow those rotations to come into fruition and Adam to do further damage. Dobbo there to find the final kill, and it puts GamerLegion on to 7. Really nice start from Rusty, and then it's recovered incredibly well from his teammates. Dignitas go for another timeout right now. Again, I'm going to commend it. Try to plug the hole before you lose too much. Couple more rounds and this could definitely spiral out of control. They're 7-3 down at the moment. Very, very recoverable at this point. If they turn it around here, they could definitely still take it. 8-7 in their favor. I think they'd even be happy with a 9-6 at this point. They lose a couple more, that's where it starts to become problematic. Then you've got to play flawless Counter-Strike just to meet the minimum benchmark. They've been shaken up and they just need a few seconds to regain composure. GamerLegion right now, they're on fire and they've got tons of cash too. Even if Dignitas bounce back right now and win a round, GamerLegion have got all of the money to work with that they can just whip out whatever they want. Early nades deployed. Dignitas looking to try and take some control. Not towards outside, though. This round, they opt against it. Adam, on top of this smoke, holding the squeaky door. It's blown off at the start of every single round, so it gives him a nice sight line into it. Does mean that they have to smoke it, though. Of course, it's blown off by the T side, not the CTs. Not in their interest to essentially put a hole in their defense. Dobbo right now on the ramp with the smoke in hand, deploys it at the right moment, and with a minute left on this clock, Dignitas haven't been able to take any control, and they're just being pushed further and further back. The coordinated aggression towards Squeaky Door allows Adam to just push right through. You'd think that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and it absolutely isn't. He converts for the double. And right now, Dignitas, once again, stuck between a rock and a hard place. 5 versus 3. As they've got the outside control, but you can't plant the bomb there. You need to get on one of the sites, and they're just struggling to do so. Harry drops to the AWP. Freiburg's still lingering, but very, very soon he'll be spotted by Rusty. As long as he doesn't get caught out by timing. And instead, Error's there to hit the AWP shot. Leaves it all down to forZe. Only saving grace is the fact that he's got the C4 on his back, but a 5 versus 1 does hit a crispy one-tap. It gives him something to work with. The Molotov deployed perfectly too. Should push the AWP back. Error instead runs right through it. Wants to try and take the shot. Very lucky to be alive. Down to 4 points of health. But with 10 seconds left to work with, forZe has no option but to burst onto the safe site. Try and get this C4 planted. And he's unable to cross. 0 towards the squeaky door. Spams through the smoke. Denies the cross. And GamerLegion put themselves on to 8. Dignitas, it's another timeout. This is not looking good for them at all. They don't have enough money to invest into this round. We are going to see the pistols come out again. And if they don't work out... Now, remember, last time they did go for the pistol buy, they did do a lot of damage. It very, very nearly worked out for them. But if this doesn't work out, it goes 9 to GamerLegion. You're looking at a best-case scenario 9-6 half here for Dignitas. And that's if they can take 3 in a row. Here we go. Pistols come out. Timeout cancelled. GamerLegion, they're just looking so much better here on Nuke. And that's just, it's really bizarre because it's not their map pick. Remember, they picked into Overpass. Nuke is Dignitas's map pick. And they don't actually mind this T side either. They actually have a much stronger T side. If you look at Dignitas historically on this map, they have a 63% win percentage here on this T side. So to be getting off to such a rocky start doesn't fill me with confidence. GamerLegion holding up this A site like a rock. It's an absolutely solid defense. 0 for 2, switches out to the Tech 9. HONORIS does some serious lifting as he finds himself 3. But it's just not enough. Error's there to trade it. Leaves it all down to Freiburg. 12 points of health. Minute 20 on this block. And he gives away his position. The AWP spotted out. And Error gets aggressive. Plays it like a shotgun. And GamerLegion are on to 9. Unbelievable. They take quite a few casualties there. But they're not going to care whatsoever. Error's already on the max cash. He's sitting at $16,000. So he's going to be wanting to drop people right now. You can't take that money to the grave with you. As soon as you move over to the second half, your bank account's back down to $800, so better get spending. 2 AKs in play here for GamerLegion too. He actually picks up an AK at the end of that round and rebuys an AWP. Just so they have that one-hit headshot potential on one of these guys. They fancy having an AK in hand, and they've got so much money they can afford to do it. Dignitas this time back towards the outside control. Didn't really work out too well for them last time around. And they can't seem to nail this smoke either. They miss it like every round. Every single time they go for it, they leave a massive gap, and it just costs them. It's a one-way game. They can spot out the feet, and it means that they can't justify going down secret. They have to instead funnel into the A main area, and they just get completely railed. Rusty there for 1, and then the rest of his teammates are just able to pick up the pieces. forZe all on his lonesome. This is going to be GamerLegion on to 10. And Dignitas with no bomb plant once again. They're not going to have any money to work with in the next. We'll probably see pistols come out again. And this is just a complete turnaround. GamerLegion really giving Dignitas a taste of their own medicine right now. I don't ever check chat while I'm casting, but I actually want to see what people are saying about this game, because this has just been a really, really awesome turnaround from GamerLegion, and not something you see very often at all. forZe has been allowed to get that bomb plant. That's a big mistake from Adam to drop. 2 versus 1 now. This is very, very doable for forZe if he can take down this AWP on Error. But no, Error's just been on fire so far on this map. He wasn't doing a lot of work over on Overpass. He seemed to be missing a lot of these crucial shots. He wasn't able to pull out that AWP in many of the rounds as well. And to be honest, he didn't get an opportunity to shine on that CT side. That's where the AWP's best utilized. On that T half, yeah, he just had a lack of opportunity. Right now, AWP on the CT side, they're not even opting for this double AWP. It's very, very viable to go for 2 AWPs here on Nuke. Despite the fact they've got the money for it, they've not gone for it at all. Error is doing all of the work with the sniper. He's putting up some serious numbers, and he's getting those impact frags, especially towards the end of the rounds, just to close it out. Dignitas, with that bomb plant and the extra kill at the end, they do actually have enough to go for an investment here. So we are going to see the rifles come out. The Galil on Harry. No AWP available, and as they funnel into ramp, this is what worked out for them on the pistol, but now they've got to face up against some fired up rifles. And Dobbo with the first headshot falls right away, untraded, unscathed, not even taking a single point of damage. Dignitas, this hasn't worked out as nicely as it did for them earlier. As they continue to press in, Dobbo, not only has he got a prime position, but he's got support from his teammates. Nades come through. He can relay all of this information. He knows that there's at least 2 players here. Little does he know there's 3, that he'd expect it. And there's the second headshot. He's more than exceeded his expectations here in this round. Adam caught off guard from the back lines from Harry, brings it back into a 3-on-3. So somewhat in contention, but GamerLegion are in the prime positions. They've outmaneuvered their opponents, and on this B site, they've got full control. Finally, forZe is able to take it back, but as Harry gets dinked, GamerLegion, a HP advantage. And they were already hot on their heels on this retake. Smoke gets posted. forZe locked on the site. Flash comes through. That's Zero's cue to open the door and try and spam through it. I don't think he realizes that forZe is actually hugging this silo. Can't connect any of the shots through the smoke. And as the AWP peaks, Error not going to miss those ones. Hits the shot beautifully. Zero holding this defuse. And as the doors open, Zero spins around, spams away. Can't quite connect the final bullet. Only hits the one and gets harried down to 3 points of health. Error posted on the angle, swaps out to the rifle, hits the shot through the corner of the door, and gets back on that C4 just in the nick of time. Dignitas, they kept it incredibly close, but overall, GamerLegion, they were pretty much in control the entirety of that one. They had the man advantage right up until that final 2v2 situation, and even then, the HP in their favor and the clutch going their way. 11-3. Dignitas, once again off the back of the bomb plant, they will go for a full investment. No AWP here on HONORIS, just the rifles come out, heap down to the Galil once again. And this is for 4. Yeah, they are playing right now for 4 rounds. If they lose it, it goes 12-3. I said on Overpass, 12-3. Often that point where it's just a little bit too far gone. And considering they lost the pistol and they lost the first 3 rounds, it's been flawless from then on out. We've seen 11 in a row here from GamerLegion, and it's just been absolutely sensational. The Observer seems to be having a little bit of a fun time. There we go. We're back to a player. Harry made his way down secret, but once again, Rusty's here to contend with it. Another B execute. Rusty trades 1 for 1. He's been so consistent with that. Plays that position, gets the information, finds the first kill. Brings it into a 4-on-4 retake situation. GamerLegion, they've been pretty consistent with these. Nade comes over, deals a little bit of damage onto HONORIS. AWP trying to fire through, hit a lucky shot through the garage doors. Remember, they're paper thin. You can do some serious damage through them. But the 1-for-1 trade continuing to go Dignitas' way, and Freiburg steps it up. Finally wakes up, converts the 3. Adam throws it back out, brings it into a 2-on-1 situation. Taps the bomb, but takes a bullet to the head. So Dignitas put themselves onto 4. By no means is that a successful half. That has been rough. Very, very rough indeed for them. GamerLegion, they have looked incredible here on their CT side, but they have to make sure that they carry across this momentum when they get onto the attack. Losing that last round does make it somewhat doable here for Dignitas. It's 11-4. Off the back of a pistol, they could certainly make this one work. Luckily for GamerLegion, they've got a pretty solid win rate on both sides. 58% on the CT side, 54% on that T side. So it's not like they're a team that just hate playing the T side. They, yeah, they quite like it. People that watched last map as well, a couple of people in the chat were asking what I spilled. It was actually Coke. So it's like everything is sticky as hell. And as soon as I'm finished, everything's being washed. And I'm not sure how you wash electronics, but we're just baby wipes, I suppose. We're just going to give it my best shot. But everything right now is untouchable. It's really sad, to be honest. Nonetheless, probably not as sad as what Dignitas are going through right now. 16-1 win on their opponent's map pick. They come into Nuke. I think they were probably just a little bit overconfident. They're being wrecked right now. They come onto this CT side, desperately looking to try and win this pistol. If they don't do so, I think that's probably all over for them. I really don't see how they can come back into it without the pistol round. It's really one of their win conditions right now. Not sure what they have left in the tank. We'll have to wait and see, though. Nice configuration towards this A site. Nice opening pick from Error, though. And a second as well. The P250 firing through for 2. And as they push into this A site, this is crumbling from Dignitas. This is such fantastic Counter-Strike from GamerLegion. Heap, the USP, can't quite connect. Spammed away for a second, can't do so. The C4 goes down the B site. Nade comes in, does quite a lot of damage. USP trying to do some work, but they're just not connecting. Couple of body shots, no heads, and 0. There's one. 4v2, he's going to drop, HONORIS on his lonesome, and Rusty's in from behind. Absolutely nothing that Dignitas can do as GamerLegion snatch away the pistol, snatch away that win condition. It's very much looking like we're going to a third and final map. And what's interesting about this third and final map is that it's actually Inferno, which, statistically speaking, is GamerLegion's best map, or joint best map, I suppose, with Train. And it's, besides their permaban of Mirage, is Dignitas' worst. Now, as I say, caliber context is important here. Dignitas have lost matches in this, in CS Summit and Flashpoint and things like that. Some really high-tier teams. But they did lose it against Sinners just a couple of weeks ago. They're a team that you'd expect Dignitas to be beating. And, yeah, GamerLegion have been pretty on fire with it, taking some good wins there too. So that's going to be a really interesting third if it comes to it, and one that GamerLegion could definitely win, especially with the momentum that they can carry across from this map. forZe doing a lot of damage outside, no kills though, despite the fact that he's tagged up 3 players incredibly low. HONORIS converting a little bit of damage with that scout as well, but no kills found. GamerLegion have to be very careful right now, especially considering they're up against a force buy. 3 of these players are, well, 1-hit potential to all of these deagles, to the scout. And as the trade comes through, comes back into a 4-on-4. This is that caution I was talking about that they need to take. With 50 seconds left on this clock, I think they're going to hit this A site. With the automatic weapons and the range advantage, they should be able to come out on top. And there we go. Headshot comes through for 0. Can't convert onto the second into Freiburg. Freiburg drops down. Lots of damage dealt, but only the 1-for-1 trade. HONORIS with another shot converting. It leaves it all down to Rusty. This round's gone incredibly well for Dignitas, but it's a very durable clutch for Rusty, especially considering HONORIS being caught with his pants down. The issue is Rusty not expecting the man coming in from heaven. Bit of a whiff there from Heap as he spams the deagle shots, only connects to 1. Rusty down to 18 points of health, deals damage of his own, and he's managed to retrieve this C4 and head down to B. Both players low HP now. Rusty, 1 bullet away from death, but Heap, he's only got Deagle to work with. 43 HP. Rusty deploys the smoke. The flashbang comes over, connects perfectly. The Molotov isolates Heap's position, and Rusty can dance around the top of the smoke and find the kill. It's beautifully played. A perfect 2 versus 1 played to the T, and GamerLegion, they put themselves on to 13. They eliminate any lifeline that Dignitas might have been able to pull their way. And despite the fact that this would almost always be an eco round, Dignitas are actually going to go for the force. Off of the back of the fact that they found a lot of damage, so they did manage to get 4 kills. They know that GamerLegion's investment isn't going to be great here, and they have a little bit of extra cash to work with off of the frags that they found. And also the fact that it's just a little bit too far gone. If they eat an eco right now, it goes 14-4. There's no opportunity to come back into it. They need to turn this around right here, right now. Unfortunate nade there from HONORIS. Doesn't quite go where we wanted it to land. And had it have landed there, probably would have done a fair amount of damage. Nonetheless, outside control gained here from GamerLegion. Scout not connecting. Oh, not even connecting the second shot as the smoke dissipated. Freiburg with this MP9, able to do some damage, but only a tickle of it onto 0. And they press right through, and they find all the kills needed. A secondary headshot. 0's been on fire with these entries. And Dobbo snatching away a pistol before the retake comes through. They are able to level out these numbers, bring it back into a 3-on-3. And they're actually onto this B bomb site in time, that they've prevented this C4 from going down initially. It's tapped by Rusty, but he can't hold it. He needs to be very careful right now. They have no smoke grenades to provide them some cover. Rusty desperate to get behind the silo, just about able to do so as they trade evenly. All comes down to HONORIS. This scout's deadly, essentially becomes a more mobile AWP in this situation as he connects onto Rusty. It's the headshot as he swaps out to the MP9. Dobbo low, there's a second, and HONORIS. Oh, it's a very important clutch for him to pick up, and he manages to find it. 3 kills in the round to tip it over the top, and an AK found at the end. I think he's just trying to find some utility, maybe a fallen kit. Won't be able to do so, but here's the replay. You see both players are low HP, and HONORIS, yeah, with that scout, basically becomes an AWP with more mobility. Beautifully played, and it's unfortunate that GamerLegion can't do anything about that one. That could have been the final nail in the coffin, the beginning of the end for them to close out Nuke right now. And now they've got a little bit of a task on their hands. They're still massively in the lead. They've still got a major advantage. But Dignitas now have money to work with. GamerLegion are going to step back and eat an eco. There's definitely an opportunity here. There's a lifeline back here for Dignitas if they take it. They were fantastic on overpass. You could see they'd done their homework. The coordination, it was on par. It was absolutely insane. And that's exactly what they need. A flawless round. They don't take a single point of damage. That was an eco from GamerLegion. Very little invested in that one. And Eren needs to make sure that he actually continues firing on all cylinders. He's 24-7 right now. He's leading the charge on the server by a mile. But that does come down to that AWP on the CT side. Something that we didn't get to see at all on Overpass. Remember, it was 16-1. He had no opportunity to buy an AWP on the CT side. Now, as he moves over to this T half, where he certainly didn't have as much success on Overpass, he needs to be careful. He needs to make sure that he does continue hitting these shots and having the same impact. And there we go, right through the smoke. Harry eliminates him. AWP comes through. Goes down, I should say. Nade goes through. Deals a little bit of further damage. Not a lot, but add him down to 70. Man advantage here for Dignitas to work with. And yeah, that major threat of the AWP eliminated once again. Dignitas, opportunity to put themselves onto 7 here. This would be a hell of a comeback if they pull it off. And would really showcase, perhaps at a higher level, a major issue with GamerLegion's T side. It can't be said for the level that they're playing at. The recent teams that they've been playing against at that kind of tier 3 scene, in the regional matchups here in the Snow Sweet Snow, in other leagues that they're participating in, they've been fantastic. But as soon as they get put against a better team, their T side just seems to be quite a bit weaker. Still the man advantage, no longer as Rusty finds the headshot. Brings it back into a 3-on-3. Wants to try and take this C4 down to the B site. Zero's got it on his back, and as he opens the door, he wants to try and get this bomb planted. Little does he know that Heap's actually here to try and prevent it, though. And with 20 seconds on this clock, they don't have time to waste. Freiburg cuts off the rotation. Adam can't provide any support. He leaves it all down to Zero, and his goal right now is just to get that C4 planted. The clutch very, very unlikely at this point with 20 points of health, 3 players to contend with, and Heap's not even going to go for the swing right now. He's actually waiting for the support from his teammates. Deploys a flash, takes a little bit of damage in the meantime, but it's all just about buying some time for Harry and Freiburg to come in from the left-hand side and finish off the job, and that's exactly what they do. Fantastic round there from Dignitas. They're able to find themselves a couple of AKs. Harry even finds that AWP. I was wondering why he was filtering through Boars when there was an AK on the floor, but no, he's looking for the orb, and he's managed to grab it. So that's going to be dropped over to Holzerk. Should actually be another eco round here from GamerLegion. We'll probably see a few pistols come out. They're all at this sort of $3,500 mark. So we will actually see a half buy. We'll see some pistols. We'll see some Kevlar. Maybe even a little bit of util. Round definitely somewhat in contention. There is a real opportunity for GamerLegion to at least do some serious damage here in the 21st. You see Error though. Not investing anything more than the P250 and the smoke. Needs to make sure that he has that extra cash to go for that AWP in the next. And all of the team going towards outside. Adam, the only man, feeling around towards that ramp control. And Eren needed to buy that smoke to go for this wall outside. Gives them safe passageway across the Secret. forZe could spam through right now and do some serious damage. Instead, opts against it. Freiburg's already down by Secret, ready to contend with this as they come through. They've got all the rifles to work with. They've got plenty of util to contend here too. And as he's got a nade in hand, as soon as he spots a player out, he can deploy it and do some serious damage. Boost over the top. Rusty spots it. Freiburg deploys the nade, goes towards the other doors, ready with the AK to spam away, but he gets a deagle bullet straight to the head. GamerLegion, at the very least, can actually get a bomb plant here. And with a man advantage and a retrievable rifle, they could take this one over the top. Adam, especially, finding him 2 more. This is very doable for GamerLegion right now. They just need to make sure they hold on to this. Retake coming through, a lot of damage dealt, and only 1 rifle retrieved. And Harry with another headshot brings it back into a 2-on-2. This is looking increasingly unlikely here for GamerLegion, but with Dobbo firing on with the AK, it comes all down to Harry. Despite the fact that Rusty's only got a deagle, they've got a perfect crossfire in place. And in order to find Rusty, he's got to swing into Dobbo's crosshair. This is so dangerous, but he finds the first, and there we go. The crossfire just flawless. There's no way he can win that situation unless Dobbo whiffs. And, well, Dobbo doesn't whiff those. Big headshot from the youngster, and it puts GamerLegion back on the board here and cuts off that little comeback that Dignitas was starting to pull. They do still have money to go for another full investment here. Everybody can buy except forZe. He'll probably drop down to that. Well, we'll either see him on a FAMAS. Maybe we see him pull out an MP9. Either way, GamerLegion's still very, very close to closing this one out. And I never want to name and shame, but Heap, he's not having a big impact on this game at all. 5 to 16 right now. Really, really struggling here on Nuke. And when you've got a player just putting up a really weak performance like that, it does really cost you. Timeout cancelled. We're right back into the action. This is really the last chance here for Dignitas. Right bottom of the barrel investment. If they lose this round, they'll have no money to work with in the next. They won't even have a loss bonus, considering they've won 3 in a row. So they will quite literally be down to $1,500 in the bank. GamerLegion will almost certainly be able to close. So this could be the final blow dealt if GamerLegion can come out on top. This is really the last hurdle. They just have to leap it. And they will have pulled off what I think many, many people would have considered as maybe not impossible, but very, very improbable. Dignitas, sturdy defense towards this A site. HONORIS not actually opting to play outside, instead getting aggressive in hut, trying to take the jewel with the counter sniper on Error, and there we go. First kill. Doesn't go onto Error, does actually find Dobbo instead, but it gives them a man advantage to work with. As they decide to press on towards ramp, Error, the entry fragger with the sniper in hand. Zero there to provide the support. They need to clear this hard left angle, but there's Heat firing through. 2 quick headshots. I talked about the lack of impact that he was having. It's almost as if he heard me. 2 big kills swing the round in his team's favor, and all of a sudden GamerLegion looking like they are in a tricky situation. That AWP shot actually connected onto Adam through the wall. That is unreal from forZe. Only did a tiny bit of damage. But what a weird shot. Through a metal wall that's completely unwallbangable. That is very, very odd. Either way, swiftly moving on. It just comes down to Adam right now. In a 1v4, realistically looking to just try and get the C4 down, I suppose. Give his team a little bit of extra cash to work with. And next, just have some money. And they want to try and take away some rifles here from Dignitas too. He's only able to find 1, but considering the situation he was in, that's not too bad. Dignitas, they stay alive. As I said, that was a must-win round for them. One of those win conditions. Lifeline rounds that they needed to win, and they do so quite nicely. It is actually going to force GamerLegion right down to a full eco. So Dignitas, they're not back in this one yet. I don't think this game is really in contention at this point. But if they win the next buy round, it certainly will be. Remember, it's 14-8 right now. They should be able to just clean up this eco. That goes 14-9. If they win the next buy round, it goes 14-10. But then they'll be allowed another freebie, so it goes 14-11. And all of a sudden, that's a pretty close scoreline that they could certainly come back from. Nice opening headshot from Adam right there. Maybe I counted them out a little bit too soon with these deagles. As the flash goes across, HONORIS can't connect the shot, and he takes a dink in the meantime. Has to take a step back, and it's looking like GamerLegion might actually be able to get this C4 planted. As he's spamming through the wall, can't quite connect. He's missing by a millimeter on every single man. In GamerLegion, they've taken quite a lot of control, and they've dealt a lot of damage. Admittedly, they've taken a lot in the meantime, but at least they've got something to work with in a round that realistically they had no equity in. Adam, the only man on full HP, is the man that goes and retrieves that fallen rifle. And as he does some damage onto Harry, does take an MP9 blow to the head. No Kevlar, no helmet, remember? So it is a deadly blow. Man advantage here for Dignitas. Two players incredibly low on health though. They need to be very, very careful here. And as forZe goes for the swing towards ramp, it looks like he is able to pick up the pieces quite nicely. Dobbo can't convert onto the body of Harry. So despite all of the damage taken, and you can see from Dignitas, there are 3 players on a slither of health there. They actually keep 4 guys alive. So that's a really successful round from them. Definitely a little bit too close for comfort. Could have gone horribly wrong. But I think they're quite happy that it didn't. GamerLegion now, full investment. Besides the fact that they don't have that AWP, and Error and Zero lacking on the util side a little. Early aggression here from Dignitas 2, outside forZe, advanced position. We've seen him get aggressive and outside a few times. Not as close as this, and Rusty anticipates it nicely. Not sure whether he heard the steps or whether he just thought, let's close util right now. He has to be getting aggressive. Either way, beautiful read. Nice spam through the smoke from Freiburg. Does get Zero down to 2 points of health, but unable to trade out the frag. And he won't know how much damage he's dealt either. So they're not going to know that Zero's on two points of health. It's just something that they have to work with. And a little bit of overkill there from HONORIS. Headshot with the AWP. Dealing about 400 points of damage more than he needed to. To a 4v4 on this B site. And this could be the finisher from GamerLegion. AKs to work with. Flashbangs, Molotovs. No smokes, but those Molotovs can clear out these hard to clear positions. If they drop one behind the box in the corner, makes it very tricky to contend with. And Heap, I'm not sure how he'd be able to fight his way out of that one. He'd be heavily relying on Harry to provide some support on the crossfire. The issue is this clock. It's ticking down lower and lower. Keep an eye on it. 30 seconds left to play with, and GamerLegion need to speed this one up. They need to make a decision. Do they want to hit this B site that realistically they have very little control of, and they don't know how many players are posted? Or do they want to try and take a new approach, head over round to A? Similar situation, but maybe a fresh opportunity, and there we go. Molotov comes in. Oh my goodness, he actually finds 2 before he drops. That shouldn't have been allowed. The flashbang, I think, prevented the visuals there to take him out. And it does come back into a 2-on-2, but with Rusty dealing the headshot, they've not got time on the C4. HONORIS gone for the swing and denied the plant. I didn't even see it happen. Rusty, he's found 4 kills in the round, but it's not enough. Unbelievable. Literally comes down to the wire. And Dignitas somehow come out on top. That's such a ridiculous round. GamerLegion left that one far too late. I understand it. I understand they were just holding, hoping that someone from Dignitas would peek. But they had control of those comms areas on the B site for ages. And they just sat there, sitting like ducks for a good 30 seconds. They didn't get anything. Then they pushed through too late, and they got timed out by the clock. Going for the force by rush doesn't work out whatsoever for them there in the 26th. They just get completely mown down, and there we go. That's that aforementioned comeback from Dignitas. Remember, this was an 11-4 half, followed through by a pistol round and a follow-up, so it was 13-4. Now 14-11. Buy round should come out here. In fact, the buy round will almost certainly come out here from GamerLegion. They won't have enough money to go for that AWP unless Dobbo drops it. But that means he'll have no util to work with and no helmet. So I think we might actually see a 5 AK configuration. Error hasn't been having massive impact with that AWP on this T side anyway, so no real surprise he drops down to the rifle. But if they lose this gun round, that's Dignitas onto 12, GamerLegion back down to no money, and we could be looking at 14-13 scoreline very, very easily. GamerLegion need to be very careful right now. They've had a couple of incredibly close rounds. That last one almost certainly should have gone their way. This could be 15-10 right now, and instead, they're playing a very, very dangerous game. Walking the plank. Walking a tightrope, in fact. They just need to get to the other side, and there we go. Big opening pick. holZe over-aggressing a little bit, and the support unable to trade for now. Keep with his AK posted on the angle. They know that there should be someone else in an advanced position, because the AWP would never just get that aggressive on his own. And whilst he's able to find one, there's no way he's falling back from that one alive. He will get traded by 0, and it does come into a 4-on-3, favoring GamerLegion right now. Minute 10 on this clock, and well, they've got full control of ramp right now, so why they're re-aggressing towards Squeaky? It's a dangerous game, and Harry's got the angle. Does find the first, instantly traded though. Dobbo's hit a couple of nice shots this round, but it's gone right back the other way. forZe and Freiburg one apiece, and it leaves it all down to Dobbo. He's found 2, he's looking for 4 to finish this one off, and the smoke provides him a little bit of cover, creeps through it onto Freiburg, who's looking the wrong way. Very easily could catch him off guard here, just needs to walk right through, and we see it from the top angle. As this smoke starts to dissipate, this becomes increasingly unlikely, but it's a smart play that might work out for him. But no, Freiburg, as soon as the smoke dissipates, he looks to his left, and he's able to clear it out. Dobbo, no opportunity there. He was out of options. And with 30 seconds on the clock, didn't have a lot of time to work with either. We are actually going to see another buy come out here from GamerLegion. This is a dangerous game to be playing. They didn't get a C4 planted, so it means that they actually don't have that extra bonus cash. We see Adam down to this Mac 10, Rusty on the Galil, Rifles on the rest, not a lot of util, and the issue is there's not a lot of offensive utility. We see 2 Molotovs, a single HE. They're really relying on firepower. The smokes and the flashes right now, and as they burst right into the A site, initial 1-for-1 engagement. holZe here to support, drops right down, gets into the action, gets his hands dirty, and connects for 2. forZe there to pick up the pieces with 2 of his own. And Dignitas, they are right back in this one. 6-round streak. Once again, no bomb plant for GamerLegion, despite the fast A play. This is such an unbelievable comeback, and this is crushing for GamerLegion. They don't want to invest once again. They don't want to make the same mistake that they did in the last, but by dropping down to these pistols, unless they make it work, this scoreline evens out 14-14. At this point, I anticipate overtime, but Dignitas could even pull this one off in regulation. GamerLegion, they've had so many opportunities, and they've just been unable to put themselves onto map point. Many people predicted a 2-0. I don't think anyone predicted it like this. Flashes come through. Freiburg on top of the heart. Finds one. A lot of damage onto the others. And Harry's there to spam away. The Molotov perfect. And Rusty just with the Tech 9. Can't do anything from behind. forZe puts the final blow in his head. And that is a near flawless round from Dignitas. They take 1 casualty. And GamerLegion, no surprise here, they're going to call a timeout. This half has gone horrendous for them. What a turnaround. This has quite frankly been insane. And there's the odds from our partners over at Gamdom. Heavily favoring Dignitas once again. We saw it at the first map. The last time we saw those odds, they were heavily favoring Dignitas. We've seen an absolute roller coaster since then. But now we're back to where we started. GamerLegion, a must-win round. If they lose it, they'll have very little money to work with in the next. They do have this max loss bonus, so it's not like they're going to be sitting on $1,500 or anything ridiculous like that. They will have cash to work with, but realistically, they want all the tools. They want the AWP. They want those AKs to work with. Eric, it's the first time he's actually pulled it out. Often use the door frame to make sure that your head doesn't stay showing for too long. Boost coming over the top, but the Molotov, oh, it's absolutely perfect. The incendiary deployed right at the right moment. Forces GamerLegion back a little bit, gives them a few extra seconds to get some rotations in. Flash deployed. This is being played perfectly from Harry right now. They do know that he's on this position, though, and if the boost comes over, does a tickle of damage, but Harry will be more than happy. And he breaks the door. They're not expecting him to be here. Rusty still hits the headshot nonetheless. The snappy response, an error with the AWP converts. This retake, it's going horribly wrong for Dignitas right now. This is starting to fall apart with 45 seconds left. What can they do here? They don't have a lot of money to work with either. I think this is just going to be the save call. It absolutely will be. They're playing for overtime. Wouldn't this be crazy right now if GamerLegion can flip this on its head and take it 16-14 after this crazy turn of events? This was much better. Not getting overzealous towards B. Playing together, hitting the shots, error, converting a very, very snappy flick with that AWP. And finally, GamerLegion onto map point. I think that's going to be a lot of weight off of their shoulders. They're not in the clear yet, but at least they know that even if they lose this next round, they've still got a few more to play with. Whereas had they have lost this round, the pressure starts to mount. The heart rate gets racing. It's overtime or bust here for Dignitas. This could be the final round we see here on Nuke. Or it could go Dignitas' way, and we get to see more. AWP on both sides. HONORIS and error. It's been a battle of the Titans throughout this entire series. Mainly here on Nuke, though. And Adam trying to get aggressive outside the door. Actually sitting in the smoke. Harry posted on, making sure none of them get through the fence. And the flash actually hits him. It means that Adam knows exactly where he is. He goes for the free fire, but he can't convert. Harry's still doing further damage. Boars there to support. And 2 headshots come through. Harry with another. And this is all falling apart for GamerLegion. It comes down to Error's shoulders. He connects the first, flicks onto the second, but can't quite hit the shot. And here's the replay. Absolute bloodbath. A really messy round from GamerLegion. Considering how much success they had playing it slower towards B last round, I'm surprised that they burst into another fast A play that hasn't worked out for them at all so far this map. It's unfortunate it doesn't go their way, and we're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Opportunity for Dignitas to take this in a 2-0 fashion, but an opportunity for GamerLegion to pull it right back. They've had a rocky ride on this T side so far. And the way that overtime works, of course, they'll be starting off on this T side for the next 3. So, realistically, if they can take 1 round here on this T side, I think they'll be pretty happy. But remember, it's overtime. Both sides are going to have all of the weapons, all of the utility. Definitely favors the CT side. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out. Here we go, first round of overtime, folks. Dignitas on this CT side once again. They have been on fire. They managed to pull back a 13-4 comeback. And they look to extend it further. HONORIS, we haven't seen that from him at all so far this map. And as he gets aggressive, pushes right through the outside, smokes, cuts off the first man. It's only 1 man lurking too. Heat with another headshot. This is looking like a breath of fresh air from Dignitas. They've not been going for this same configuration. They try and mix it up in the overtime, and it works out quite nicely for them. Man advantage, 0 onto 4 points of health too. And HONORIS still alive and kicking towards this B site. As the Molotovs rain in, GamerLegion do get this C4 planted. No one will be there to deny it, but HONORIS already there. So whilst he can't deny the plant, sorry, this retake is going to be hot and heavy. 2 players posted to try and shut this one down. Flashed right through though. Bobo looking the wrong way, has to turn it. Not a lot he can do. Error, they lined up for the collapse, but Harry's too quick to the trigger, and he finds himself the final as well. 0 drops, and Dignitas keep 4 players alive and have an awesome round in the 31st. Frankly, not a lot to fault there. That's brilliant. GamerLegion. Of course, on this team side as well, plenty of cash to reinvest here. This is 16k overtime, so no issue buying up right now. But Dignitas already dealing that early preliminary damage. GamerLegion looking like they want to go for some kind of A hit right now. Adam and Rusty already at that 65 HP mark. They've taken a little bit of control. They've got some leg room to work with. This smoke, oh, it's perfectly timed. Freiburg deploys it, able to spam away. There's the first damage onto the second. And oh my, Dobbo's going to walk straight into the Molotov. Rusty does claw one back, but with a minute left on this clock, 2-man disadvantage and the C4 in no man's land. I just don't see any way back in. Rusty bursting right through the vents, takes a flashbang to the face, and it leaves it all down to Error. AWP pops out the barrel, does convert the first, can't connect the second flick, and Freiburg deals the final fatal blow. 17-15 here for Dignitas, and as I say, GamerLegion realistically are just looking for one round on this T side. They have had an absolute mare on this attack. Actually, both teams have hated the T side here on Nuke, which is interesting because both teams historically don't do too bad on the T side of Nuke. So I mean, this isn't a showcase of, oh, Nuke super CT-sided, because it's not this CT-sided. It just seems to be these two teams just heavily favoring this defense right now. They're playing it flawlessly, and GamerLegion really, really struggling on the attack. Nade comes over. There was a fair amount of damage outside. Error already down to 68 points of health. And it's looking like GamerLegion once again want to try and take some ramp control, but they've had no success with it whatsoever. Heap's been so consistent at just finding that first man and dropping off the box, finding safe passage back. holZe there to try and support, takes an AWP bullet to the face. They do manage to trade out Rusty and Freiburg on the rotation. This door's open. They need to try and close it. Instead, the smoke will do the job, and Freiburg needs to be careful. Turn around, my friend. Adam's behind you, and he's lurking. Timing. Oh, it's impeccable. But Adam might be a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately, one peeks through the vent, but he's still able to fire through for both. They can't quite get the third. Harry trades it out, and GamerLegion, this could be their opportunity to take that one T-sided round I was talking about. Harry pulls out his gun just in the nick of time, but the jiggle peek doesn't work out at all. Zero's too close, and he will finish him off. GamerLegion, there we go. The one T-sided round they were looking for. Dignitas need to make sure that they do the same or better to stay alive in this one. Dignitas look to try and make this one work. Of course, full buy versus full buy. holZe and Error still with those AWPs, and Error was actually insane. 24 kills at half time with that AWP on that CT side. If he can have that same kind of impact, he might just be able to put this one to bed. GamerLegion have an opportunity, if they win all 3 in a row, to finish off the job right now. And as I said before, both teams had a atrocious T side, both only taking 3 rounds each. Oh, what a start though. Beautiful headshot from holZe. Gives them an opportunity to get down ramp. An Error right now kept at bay by this Molotov. The nade raining through, a further Molotov to push him back. That's the thing. You deploy that first Molotov, it baits you into a false sense of security. You try and get down ramp, and you realize that they've actually just got that deeper angle. But the second Molotov, the grenade, could potentially be deadly. This time it's not, but it forces him right away. Harry, in the meantime, was waiting. So, from Rusty, they stuck the error. It's a freebie. Freiburg, what on earth are you doing? You must have had false information there. That could have been the second overtime secured so comfortably if he was just looking the right way. Maybe even just tucked his way around the other side of the silo. Big mistake. As I say, I think he must have had false information. There's no way you commit yourself to a 50-50 angle like that. Without it, Dignitas, they're going to call a timeout. That was a bit of a rough one. Timeout, of course, expired. Everybody's starting to step up to the plate. He still trailing a little bit. Dobbo on that CT side, falling into that bracket too. But everybody else, mid-20s. Error exceeding that 30 frag mark. As I said so many times this game, he has really stepped up when called upon. 17-17, and Dignitas. The minimum benchmark here is just to take one. The magic number to close it out here is 19. Both teams take one apiece. It goes to a double overtime. Aggression towards outside. Harry dancing around this red container. Dobbo in the meantime. He's actually got a secondary sniper. This is the first time we've seen it this match so far, and it kicks off nicely. Dobbo hits the shot onto Holzerk. If Dignitas lose this round, they'll be playing with their backs against the wall in the next. It'll be a must-win for them to convert it. Dobbo still posted on the angle. He hasn't even fallen away. He's just got himself a new position. One that he hopes Dignitas won't pre-fire as they continue to press forward towards ramp. They haven't committed to it just yet as the flash is there, ready to be deployed. But with 30 seconds on this clock, Dignitas are waiting this one incredibly long. They are ticking down this time very low. And this is a dangerous game to be playing. They need to get an execute going, and they need to get it going now. 20 seconds left. Keep an eye on that timer. They need to hurry this one up. It's just going to be the final resort. Burst into A. See what you can do with it. 15 seconds left to play with. An error. He finds that final shot with the AWP. Zero can single-handedly shut this one down just with a single kill, delaying the bomb plant. And there we go. Does so beautifully. forZe just about taps in the digits in time. The error's going to be there to finish him off. And GamerLegion get themselves onto 18. Dignitas left that one far too late. They took the initial casualty on ramp, and then they just stuck around. I don't know what they were waiting for. I don't know if they were waiting for a secondary peek from Dobbo. There had to be a point where they either step away and they try and take control elsewhere, or they just flash through and they try and take that ramp control. Instead, they were relying everything on Harry wrapping around the back in mid and getting something to work on a flank towards the A main, where there's always a player waiting. That time around, it was Rusty. GamerLegion just weren't able to, in fact, Dignitas just weren't able to do anything. Right now, they respond with pace outside. Just a must-win round, otherwise it's going to go GamerLegion's way. Map point here in the first overtime of Nuke. And once again, Dignitas on the back foot. It's double OT or bust for them. They're taking this secret control, but if they push on to B, there's going to be 3 angry CTs waiting for them. ready to shut it down. In fact, there's two. The third's on a fast rotation. But they're in prime positions. They've got this crossfire set up. We've seen this crossfire essentially impenetrable in many of these rounds. With a minute left to tick, Dignitas have expended quite a lot of their utility. Still 3 players towards the A site. That's where the bomb is too. So maybe this is a bit of a fake play. Maybe they try and cut off the rotates. If they execute onto the A site, as long as they don't just get completely wrecked, they can cut off the rotations coming in from B. Freiburg coming up the vent. This is deadly. Harry coming in from behind. Zero finds one. Fobo with another. Adam doing the work. And this is looking all said and done. It all comes down to HONORIS. He's being spammed away while flashed. And Adam even with the BM to finish it off with the knife. GamerLegion take it 19-17. What a roller coaster of a map. But it goes their way. That is unreal. That is unreal. 13-4. Dignitas pull it right the way back, take it to overtime, and then they're just not able to finish it off. We're going to the third and final. It's going to be Inferno, and it's definitely one you don't want to miss, folks. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with you after this 5-minute break. Welcome back, folks. It's map number 3. It's been an absolute roller coaster so far, but we are here and we're in this third map. I mean, I don't even know how we've got here, to be honest. This is kind of ridiculous, but it's gone the distance. It's Inferno, and it's one that GamerLegion quite fancy. They're starting off on this CT side after winning that knife, so they're going to have all the Kevlar to work with. Not a single man going for any Kevlar or, a kit or utility. And they are just going for this mid-rush. There's the first headshot onto Heap. What a play here from GamerLegion. Crazy initiative and crazy balls to go for something like this, given the situation. And they're coming out on top quite nicely with it, hitting all the headshots. And it leaves it all down to Freiberg. A 1-on-3 situation. He's already been tagged down quite low. Saving grace, he has got the C4 on his back. As soon as he peeks out, takes another hit, down to 13. Single bullet from any weapon right now could take him out. He does swap out to that P250. Looking to try and get this C4 planted. I think that gives him enough extra money. If he can find this kill onto Rusty, then he'll be able to do so. But no. Rusty swings out. Freiberg's caught with his pants down and a smoke in his hand. And GamerLegion, quite comfortably, take that pistol round. And with a nice funky play as well. I mean, look at this. Heavy stack towards mid, push right down. Error kicking things off with 2 headshots. Maybe a little bit overzealous to peek for the third after he had the bomb down, but who cares? Bags of confidence, and it pays off nicely. Dignitas, they force up, but with no bomb plant, just means the Deagles. Almost would have liked to have seen them just go for an eco in this one. I suppose they didn't really get enough kills to justify it. Only 2 kills. Force buy makes sense. These players very, very powerful with these Desert Eagles as well. That one hit headshot potential. Something that all of these players seem to thrive with. And forZe bursting through Boiler wants to try and find that frag on the player that he knows is lingering around short. An error up close and personal. MP9 in hand. Here's the sound cues of forZe falling back. I think he knows that this is going to be a B hit at this point. And actually through the gap at the edge of the smoke, spots out the players. Lands a headshot through the smoke onto one. And that's going to be the rotation from GamerLegion right back round to this B site. All the men in place to deal with this one. Flash comes over the top, just slowing down Dignitas further. Very little utility for them to work with as well. Freiberg, he's the man with all of it on his belt. And as they push right in, smokes and mollies rain over. Harry finds that opening pick. Adam unable to do much damage there. But as Dobbo finds the kill that's required, the incendiary goes onto the site. That should prevent the plant, at least for a few seconds. It absolutely does. And there we go. MP9 boosts over the top. That's absolutely perfect from Dobbo. And absolutely perfect precision from Error too. That's 3 for him in that round. And Dobbo in that scenario, it's drilled. Yeah, you can see that they've practiced that. You say, okay, in that scenario, if Adam dies, they've got the 2 UK players on the B site. The coordination, the communication is going to be there, and it's going to be on point. And you say, okay, if Adam dies in that situation, I'm not going to try and go for something ridiculous where I flash through the smoke and I try and push through or something like that and risk my life. Instead, I'm going to throw this setup incendiary that I know that will land on default on the coffins. It will delay the plant. I then boost up the rotating man, and we deal with the round. And we try and prevent the C4 from going down. Because once that C4 goes down, their chances of winning the round decrease massively. Here in the third, only really against an eco, just the pistols come out for Dignitas, no Kevlar to accompany them, and the aggression, well, it just doesn't stop here from GamerLegion. Heap does punish it for now. Error, no longer able to wreak havoc with that MP9, but he's actually already paid it off. 3 kills in the last at $600 a pop. That's $1,800. It's also quick maths for you. GamerLegion with this man advantage. They've done a fair amount of damage early on too. Dignitas all sponged up, all with the pistols in hand. Heap has found himself an MP9. Of course, that was Errors that was dropped on the floor. And they do press on to this A site. But at range, as they push into long, I was expecting that from us from Zero to be deadly. Instead, Harry's 1 dig. It's even deadlier. Dobbo, once again, the anchor man trying to hold this one up. Finds the first, there's the second headshot. And he's just buying time for his teammate. Desperately trying to stay alive there for the rotations to come through. Does so, but as Adam comes across, there's no way for him to do the damage. Rusty just going to fall away and save this for Mass. That's a really, really tough pill to swallow. That is a difficult round to lose. GamerLegion, they were against a full eco. And Heap's just gone massive. The P250 finding him that opening kill. Then the MP9 following through for another 2. Harry with a beautiful 1D to open up proceedings on long. If he doesn't hit that shot, Zero almost certainly just mops the floor with that FAMAS from range. But this kind of caliber, anything's possible. In rounds like this, when you've got those deagles, anything is possible. And there we go, Dignitas, first round on the board in one that you just wouldn't expect whatsoever. I can already tell that this third and final map is going to be a back and forth affair. Anyone that's just joining us, we saw a 16-1 go Dignitas' way on GamerLegion's map pick of Overpass. That's how one-sided this was looking. 16-1 on GamerLegion's pick. And at that point, you just say, right, this is over. This is going to be a 2-0. Then GamerLegion go 13-4 up on Dignitas' pick of Nuke. Dignitas pull it back, we go to overtime, and then GamerLegion very narrowly come out on top. And now we're in the third and final. It's just been an absolute roller coaster of a series. I couldn't tell you who's going to take it. And as we go into the bye, GamerLegion, they find that opening pick. Error, lovely bit of initiative there. Towards middle. Hits that opening shot. Is graded out by forZe. Zero can't do anything. Dorbo follows the same fate. And they do actually take a man disadvantage. And they lose this A bomb site. They've done a lot of damage. And this retake's certainly doable. Especially with the utility they have. They've got a couple of flashes, a smoke, and incendiary to work with. But they just fall away. They don't want anything to do with it. They go for the save. I'd have liked to have seen them wait out those smokes and see if they could find an avenue, an opening pick, maybe a chance to get back in. But no, they don't even want to risk losing what they have right now. If they carry across these 3 rifles, they should be able to drop something moving forward. They'll still have somewhat of an investment in the next. They're just trying to prevent Dignitas from steamrolling these early rounds. But right now, the scoreline leveled out 2-2. Big old buy comes out from Dignitas right now. They go for a little bit of a bonus, but considering they took a couple of casualties last round, they're going to play past the parcel, juggle around those weapons. AWP comes out on HONORIS. Still a couple of FAMASs to work with here for Dignitas as they face up against another full buy here from GamerLegion. Remember, they did save those 3 rifles across in the last, so that AWP, the M4, and the FAMAS didn't need to be purchased in this one. Instead, they just drop over those MP9s. Dobbo and Zero, they're the men to work with them, and there's the flash comes through. Dobbo swings, 1-for-1 trade onto Harry. Not a bad start here for either side, to be honest. And that aggression funnels Dignitas into Banana. Rusty hasn't spotted it out just yet. On the jump, he will do, though. He's going to fall right back. Dignitas either need to be quick with this one, or they need to take a step away. They've been spotted. The rotation's already coming through. In fact, they're second-guessing it. Adam back towards the A site, expecting them to wrap back to the other side. As the smoke starts to rain over, there we go, Adam. Caught in CT, has to just throw the smoke, throw the nade through the smoke. Kind of comes down to Rusty on this bomb site, and as he's flashed, he swings right out into the open, and that is not what you want to be going for. They were trying to go for some kind of coordinated swing, but Adam was fully blind and tagged up, and Rusty followed the same. GamerLegion, they've been completely locked out of this one. And it is going to go 3 to Dignitas. Another save call here from GamerLegion. This is something... I honestly hate casting Inferno for this one reason. Because of the way that the map works, the rotations are so long for the CTs that, especially in a game like this, where it's really all to play for, you see so many saves. The map seems to just take twice as long as any other, because every single time the CTs lose the bomb site, if they have a man disadvantage, or there's not enough time on the C4 and the rotations don't come in time or something like that, they just go and save. And it's the right play to go for, but it just means that it's a long map. It's definitely a long map. So far, we've seen a fair few of them, but Dignitas, they are able to take the lead. Despite losing the pistol, they go 2-0 down. They win the full eco, which is pretty mental. And they claw it back their way, 3-2. Despite the save coming through last round, Zero only actually saved an MP9, and Adam with that FAMAS. So they're going to choose not to invest around it. That's kind of interesting, considering they had the loss bonus. So they could actually justify going for somewhat of a buy in this one. Instead, they want to keep 2K in the bank on everybody. They want to make sure they've got enough money to go for a proper investment in the next. That's where they're going to have a 4-round loss bonus stacked up and actually have some money to work with. Error gets off to an unfortunate start. Flashed, burnt through the Molotov, forced right back. Harry with another to follow through. Nice 1D from Rusty. He's the man that I always talk about, finding them. AK in hand. Flashbang from HONORIS. Blinds his teammate. Heap's able to trade it. This isn't going terribly for GamerLegion, but they do still have this mad disadvantage. They've now lost the A site, and Adam is miles away from the action. So Dobbo, he's found himself an AK, but if he wants to go for this retake, he's got to wait for Adam to get into position. And by that point, Dignitas will have taken these post-plant positions, the utility's been deployed, and this retake becomes 10 times harder. Three versus 2. As this bomb beeps further and further, it's just going to be another save call from GamerLegion. They want nothing to do with this one. They only have one kit. They don't have any util to work with. Adam realistically looking for an exit frag right now. He doesn't really want to carry across this FAMAS into the next. He wants to try and do some damage with it. Ooh, this blast stays alive to the C4 there, and I think he's swinging out, wants to try and find a kill into pit. Instead, all snatches away the AWP. That's actually huge. That is really big. Error wouldn't have had enough money to necessarily buy one here. I mean, he would have, but no utility, no helmet. So that's big for Adam to just dart in like that at the end, save that AWP. A little bit of a mistake there from Dignitas to not keep track of where it was and make sure that it didn't fall into the enemy's hands. Dobbo. Early incendiary into mid. Lots of utility deployed here on Banana though, and Adam, oh, that is rough. Burns in the flames, somehow comes out on top though and goes for more. Despite being tagged down to 8 HP from the Molotov, he's able to go in for 2 kills. That is unbelievable. Not expecting a peak there at all with Dignitas. And Error, he's so versatile. He's already rotated round to long. There's no way Freiburg's expecting this AWP to be posted. Smoke goes over the top, but Error's not phased by it. He continues to peek around this corner, spots out the arm. There's a secondary shot. HONORIS looks to trade it. Luckily, just gets in the nick of time before that incendiary is deployed. That's unfortunate from Error. Maybe after the second shot, should have just fallen away. Nonetheless, still a man advantage here for GamerLegion. Still 2 players on this A site, and they're starting to get aggressive on B. They realize that Banana's clear. They're certain this is now going to be an A hit, and the flank's already in play. The rotation on its way. Even if the kills come through onto the site, as long as Dobbo and Zero can delay long enough, the flank will be in place. Heap watching it, though, and as Adam drops, Dignitas have actually got enough time to go back towards this B site if they want to. It's not looking like that's going to be the game plan. As the smokes rain over onto the A site, they do want to commit to this one. Zero, Molotov down in position, has to go into mini pit. They know exactly where he is right now, and they can try and isolate these gunfights. Crossfire in play. but they're too snappy to the trigger. Heap with 2 headshots, and Rusty. It's all gone horribly wrong. They had a man advantage. They had the positional advantage, and now they have nothing. Harry finishes off the job, and that pretty much all falls onto the shoulders of Heap right there. 3 snappy headshots to take that one over the top, and Dignitas right back into it. They trade round for round. GamerLegion, they have still got enough money to work with. They are going to pull out another full buy. Error with that AWP, but it's a real bottom-of-the-barrel investment. They actually have nothing to work with after this. 4 of the 5 players down to just pretty much 0 cash. Rusty with 1,200. He might be the man that's called upon to drop an AWP a little bit later when Error needs it. Rocky start though. Finally, HONORIS able to put himself on the board, and Error! I mean, this is just crazy. Oh no, he's actually gone into the second Molotov. That's really unfortunate. But that's actually the second time so far this game that we've seen him stand in a Molotov down to 4 HP and then find the kill. It seems ridiculous. It seems like a crazy risk that he doesn't need to take. But when he can consistently pull it off, it just gives his team an advantage. Unfortunately, he actually literally 1Gs himself into the second Molotov, but... Oh, with that kill coming on to 0, realistically, he's just trying to stay alive there, get a bit of an off angle going, and it just doesn't work out for him whatsoever. Would have been better off sticking onto the balcony, and in the meantime, they're just crumbling. Dignitas, they snatch away the site once again, and this will be another save call here from GamerLegion. They want nothing more to do with this. They are going to save those M4s. Unfortunately for them, though, that AWP is completely unretrievable this time. It's like halfway up short. It's in a similar position that it was in the last, I suppose, but Adam with 20 HP cannot justify trying to get in and snatch it away. So they will just have the rifles carried across into the next. A little bit of a loss bonus starting to rack up for them too. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if we see a half buy come around these 2 weapons. I don't think they're going to fully invest around it, but we'll see a half buy come out, and there we go. HONORIS actually aware that they could lose this AWP. They did last time, so just throws it into the corner. And there we go. 6 on the board for Dignitas. Much better start here on Inferno. Here's the replay. Error. Opening shot. Freiburg isn't even watching the window because the Molotov's in place. So he just knows there's no threat there. But there you go. Error looking the wrong way. Deploying the smoke. He runs right into the flames. He is 11-6 though, so as I said before, having a huge, huge impact. That aforementioned pistol buy coming in around those 2 saved rifles. 0 not actually investing anything more than just that 5.7 and smoke. Doesn't want to go for the Kevlar, wants to make sure he's staying above that $2,000 mark. Whilst they just have 2 rifles to work with, Dignitas, they should be able to comfortably take this one. GamerLegion have gone for a bit of a stack towards this A site though. Crossfire and bracket. Error there to support with the flashbang. Bombo needs to do the heavy lifting with this M4, and it's a perfect flash from Error. Gives them the man advantage. Harry swings to trade it. Rusty with the 1-dig in the back of the head. That is such a good start from GamerLegion, and the smoke grenade going down means that that rifle, I think there's at least 1 retrievable. There we go. Rusty's the man to pick it up. He's got Kevlar on him as well. What a good start from GamerLegion. 2-man advantage. 2 rifles over towards this B bomb site. This is essentially a buy round at this point. As the smokes, the mollies start to come over to this B site. Adam in the corner, unfazed by now. Does do a couple of damage towards the end of its life. He goes for the swing, trades 1-for-1. Gobbo there to do further damage, and the 1-for-1 trade, he'll be more than happy with it. Leaves Freiburg in a 1-on-3 situation. Does tap the bomb, baits out the man through the CT smoke. That gives him some time to work with, but I don't think he realizes it. The rotation's coming in for GamerLegion here. And Freiburg, I actually fancy his chances with this one. He's made a lot of noise in church, so he needs to clear hard left. Does so, there's the kill. 3 to his name in this round. And it all comes down to 0. He's the only man without Kevlar. And Freiburg, he's completely outmaneuvered him. 10 seconds on this clock. He entertained the idea of going back to A. Instead commits to the B site. 0 swinging around. He's made so much noise from Banana though. And as the flash comes over the top, Freiburg doesn't even need it. Swings out, hits the headshot. A 1v3 and 4 for him in the round. And Dignitas take their 7th. That's unbelievable. We saw a 1v3 from Freiburg over on Overpass. And it was mental. Maybe not the same kind of prestige in that one, but still a very, very nice round, and it's enough to force GamerLegion onto a timeout. They are not happy with that one whatsoever. We get to see it again on the replay. This was really where Rusty could have shut it down. He had the info. friberg was making so much noise. I just don't think he was expecting him to hard swing. And Zero in that final situation with no Kevlar, whilst he only needed to hit 1 or 2 bullets, still very tricky, especially against someone like friberg. He hasn't had a massive impact on this game so far, but that 4K gets up the numbers a little bit. Maybe gets the adrenaline flowing too. Burst right into Banana. This is good. Rusty, a little bit of aggression, pays off nicely. Lots of damage dealt. The first kill found. Harry down to 12 points of health, and it's completely untraded. Rusty tickled up, but that's it. And Adam here to try and pick up the pieces. Full HP. Kevlar on his back. The flash comes over. Doesn't really affect him at all. He's still here to fire through for more. Double kill. holZe trade. 4 versus 2. And they are actually going to commit to this B side. Forces Rusty right back. The rotation's coming in. This time around, GamerLegion aren't going to go for the save. They've got a 2-man advantage. A good opportunity to take this one. And there's no further util here for Dignitas. They are fully reliant on hitting these shots. They have got the right tools for the job, though. Smoke makes things trickier for forZe. If anything, though, it means that you can actually play around it. That Molotov, perfectly placed. Forces holZe right out, and he even burns alive in it. forZe all on his lonesome. This C4 ticking rather low, and Rusty, by process of elimination, knows that he has to be in the smoke and spams right through it. Hits the head, and GamerLegion, they will be able to get this defused, take no casualties on the retake, and make it 4. Zero didn't actually have a kit there. That was a dangerous game, but holds on to it. Carries it across. And here's that replay. Adam really the danger man in this one. Rusty had a massive impact at the start. Tagged up all of these players. Made this double kill a lot easier for Adam to find. But maintaining the composure in those situations. Making sure that you do actually get the kills. That's what's important. And there we go. Round number 12. Dignitas still lead. But not by loads. It's not been the same as the last 2 maps. It's not been a super one-sided affair on the first half. It's actually been quite close, quite contentious, very back and forth. GamerLegion this time around, early 3-man setup towards Banana. I don't think this will stick around for too long. Rusty, there we go, already rotating as Adam starts to press up for the control. A little gap in this smoke means it should be able to spot someone on the cross. In the meantime, Era gets tagged up though, and oh, that is a messed up Molotov. Those door frames, very, very jagged. Volvo, please fix geometry. That took a really funky bounce. In the meantime, though, banana control established here from GamerLegion, and as the smoke's dissipated, Adam's got this advanced position towards tree, and this can be very, very powerful. Dignitas, they're starting to default back towards banana. They should know that there's potential, that there's a man towards these logs, and they are actually going to clear it. This Molotov's going to do so, but Adam goes for the wide swing before it's deployed, and Dobbo's there to support him. holZe trades, but once again, it's just perfect. You think Dignitas have got the upper hand. You think they've got the knowledge, and as the smoke dissipates, they're going to throw a Molotov, they're going to force Adam out of position, and it would just be a 1-for-0 trade. And instead, as the smoke dissipates, Adam swings before the Molotov can be deployed, and they go 2-for-1. Absolutely flawless, gives them this man advantage, and Dignitas, they're running out of options right now. They've got 20 seconds left on the spot. They need to push into the A site. There's the first. They haven't spotted out the second man towards Graveyard, but forZe is on the angle, and Zero... well, he's good for 0. Doesn't get himself anything in this one. Bullet in the head is all he can find. Rusty knows that there's one on the site, sees the AWP drop on the floor, finds the kill. forZe in Graveyard in the meantime, though. Ready to just poke up when called upon. And off of his contact, Harry's going to swing. You wait for it. It works out perfectly. Harry's just fading out the man. But as forZe goes for the hard swing, it doesn't work out at all. Dobbo. That's perfect. 3 kills. And a little bit of a whiff there. I think when Harry swung from pit, forZe needed to swing with him, and instead, He waited it out, his teammate died, and he had to go for the hard clear onto Dobbo. That wall right there in Graveyard is pretty thin. Dobbo could have just spammed away as soon as he knew the position, and forZe had to go for the fight, and he just whiffed the shots. GamerLegion right back in this, and, well, Dignitas, I think they've probably got one buy left in the tank. I wouldn't have said so if Heap wasn't on $8,000, but considering the amount of money he's got, he's probably going to drop to Freiburg. Harry and holZe can buy. Maybe he even drops an AWP. He'll probably drop an AWP to holZe. holZe will drop an AK to Freiburg or forZe, and they will go for a full investment here. Okay, just the rifles. Just the rifles. holZe not really fancying himself on this AWP. Definitely could have had one. Instead opts against it. He's only on 4 kills. He's lacking a little bit on his side right now. Error. He's been the big AWPer that the spotlight's been on so far this map. He's been putting up the numbers, hitting the fancy flicky shots. And once again, GamerLegion pressing for this banana control, and they take it nicely. There's really 2 ways of playing this CT side on Inferno. You either play a passive B defense, or you play that hyper-aggressive B defense. You try and take banana control every round. That's what GamerLegion have been doing. It's working out nicely for them. This time, Dignitas, they funnel right into A. They push right through. They find the trades. Rusty's good for 2, but his teammates, they don't find anything, and Harry's there to pick up the pieces. 3 versus 2 situation. Dignitas, the bomb's down. GamerLegion going for this retake. Realistically, they could save and go for a buy in the next. Adam and Dobbo, the only players on his side that have no cash in the bank. This would certainly be a smart save call. But it's always just difficult. In a matchmaking, you'd always go for this. You'd just say, it's a 3v2. I'm going to push in. I'm going to try and see what I can do. Be the hero. A game like this, where it's all to play for, the rounds are far too important to throw away like that. GamerLegion, they would cause a major upset, a major ripple today if they beat Dignitas. It's only the Swiss stage, so it's not like it's elimination or anything like that. It's not like Dignitas would be packing their bags already. But it would be a big statement. It would be a big foot-down statement. And I think, frankly, they've already made a statement. They've already shown that these guys can contend with top 30 teams, take it to a 3rd map, keep it close. The win's still on the cards right now, though. GamerLegion, plenty of money to work with. Not the full investment. You see that contingency. A couple of FAMASs come out. Lack of utility on a couple of these guys. Dobbo's expended everything he has early on Banana. But saving those 2 rifles in the last does give them quite a lot to work with. Full buy here from Dignitas. They've re-established his banana control. This time round, Adam is not deployed a smoke and got super aggressive. Instead, it's Error posted at the top. Heap just needs to be very, very careful. If he goes for this peek, he almost certainly gets punished. He needs some support. He needs a flash to go over the top. Instead, it's the Molotov, but Freiburg peeks out before it's deployed, and Error still on the angle. We know that Error's no stranger to sitting in these Molotovs and waiting for the peek. Even in that scenario, I'm sure he would have sat in it for a good couple of seconds before falling away. With the man disadvantage, they're going to press further onto this B bomb site. Smokes are deployed. It cuts off Error's position. Secondary smoke eliminates the Molotov. Error, audacious peek towards the smoke in CT, but in the meantime, Rusty picking up the pieces beautifully on the site. And Error with the no-scope to finish off proceedings. forZe Gonzo, and what a hold. I mean, that is unbelievable from GamerLegion. It puts their 6th on the board. This is shaping up to be an 8-7 especially considering GamerLegion. They've got all the tools to work with and Dignitas. They have no money in the bank. Look at this hold once again from Rusty. Against the AKs and the AWP, the FAMAS just prevails. The Dinks followed up by a shot in the chest, and Dignitas, for the 15th round, they want to call a timeout. No point in saving, no point in half buying. It has to be a full investment. None of this money carries across into the next, so we will see pistols come out. We'll see a Galil on forZe. I think we'll probably see a Galil on Freiburg as well. No, instead he goes for that UMP. He wants to prioritize some of that util. Very, very important here on Inferno. In fact, just utility damage as a whole on Inferno, especially on that CT side, is something that is very, very important indeed and needs to be high. Off of the back of Rusty's heroic play in the last, he goes level pegging with Error, 13 kills apiece. They're both leading the charge on this server by quite the margin too. And as I said before, very much shaping up to be an 8-7 half. Error. AWP posted on mid. Oh, spots out the arm. I think he sees a foot on the jiggle there too. Doesn't quite see enough, doesn't quite have the reactions to pull the trigger. We've seen him incredibly snappy so far, but off the back of it, Harry's actually there and he knows that it's in place. Unfortunately, he doesn't go for the swing before the incendiary is deployed, so he can't do any damage. But I suppose they've got the information at the very least. Little do they know there's actually 4 players stacked up towards this A site. They could backtrack right now and hit B, and they'd only have to contend with Adam. But instead, they're guessing correctly, and they're going to walk straight into the blender. 0 with the first, the MP9. The UMP is just charging through and it just gets mown away. forZe, big impact with the Galil. Fires in for 2. Still alive to tell the tale as well, but 0 as he takes out his teammate. forZe's valiant attempt. It just comes to nothing. 0 with 3 kills in the round and GamerLegion on to 7. It's not a bad half and they've recovered it very, very nicely at the end too. These two teams on this third map, just inseparable. And as I say, after the performance that we saw from GamerLegion on Overpass, I don't think anyone would have expected this to go to a third map and to be so close. Alrighty, second half time. Dignitas on this CT side. I'm going to go and have a little check to see what side they favor here on Inferno. But to be honest with you, none of the stats have kind of played out in this one at all. It seems historically that Dignitas don't favor this CT side. They actually put the majority of the rounds on the board on that T half. They have a 52% T round win percentage, only 36 on that CT side. So if we're going off of that, then they've got an advantage. Then GamerLegion have actually got an advantage here, especially considering they actually favor their T side with that 53 to 45%. But as I said before, none of these statistics have come into play. They've been completely inaccurate. They've been completely irrelevant for this series. This one's been a complete roller coaster, and it's been just touch and go the whole way through. A completely clean pistol round here from Dignitas. 3 beautiful shots coming through. Heap just defending that site like a rock. No one can break past him. Rusty finally trades it, but in a 3-on-1, he has got the C4 on his back. Realistically looking to try and get it planted here. That gives his team some extra money. Has to be very careful, though. Realistically wants to try and find one more kill before he tries to, or at least gather a little bit of information on where these remaining players are. I've actually rotated a man back towards the A site. Off of the back of that contact, forZe will definitely make his way back to B. Rusty's got an avenue right now, though, that he could get this bomb planted if he plants it right now. Expecting someone to come in from Banana. HONORIS swings from CT. Instead, could have followed up with the double, but instead, friberg trades it. And Dignitas, I mean, that's a great pistol round. It came a little bit close for comfort at the end, but here's that 3K from Heap. Bang, bang, bang. 3 headshots. friberg there to follow up with a 4th. Absolutely flawless stuff. Puts Dignitas onto 9 and puts him off to a good start. As I said before, usually don't favor this CT side, so finding that opening round does give them a nice little advantage, nice little confidence booster moving forward. Rusty currently sitting 16 to 8. He's got a 2 KD in his side of losing right now. That's got to be tilting. And Dobbo He takes an early blow. Fast peek from Freiburg towards the apartments. That's the nade to finish him off. And remember, this is a buy here from GamerLegion. These pistols are accompanied by Kevlar with the lack of bomb plant. Didn't have these rifles come out, and instead it's just the pistols, and they're just being completely mowed down. No damage whatsoever through the smokes. Dignitas are firing through, and GamerLegion is looking like it's going to be a last limp attempt to try and get this C4 planted. The smoke comes through for Rusty, gives him a little sightline to work with this Tech 9, but look how stacked this A site is right now. The only saving grace is that Zero's got this C4 on his back. But unless they rotate back round to B, I see no opportunity for them to get it planted on A right now. Rusty's about to walk into a double man setup on short. And as soon as they peek right in, Freiburg, there's the first, the C4 down. Rusty, once again, left in an impossible situation. Tech 9 in hand, does find the first, but holds out the insurance policy from behind to make sure that he deals that final finishing blow. And Dignitas comfortably take the 10th. Really are looking to put an 11th on the board here as well. This is going to be a freebie, a full eco right now for GamerLegion. We will see a couple of pistols come out. A couple of these players have found a couple of kills, especially Rusty in these last few rounds. I think he's found 3. Or in fact, the last 2 rounds he's found 3. That gives him a little bit of extra cash to work with to go for that Deagle buy. And we've seen how crispy it can be with it. So realistically, looking to try and find 1 or 2 frags in this one too. He's had a lot of impact so far this game, but needs to do so when the rifles are out. It's all about damage control here for Dignitas. If they can take no casualties, this would be perfect, and that's exactly what they do. Flawless round, builds up the bank. I think they'll even go for a bonus in the next. These MP9s still in play, 2 FAMASs. No reinvestments here for Dignitas. They're going to face up against these AKs with what they have. Error, not going for the AWP either. We saw this on Nuke. Firing on all cylinders with the when he's on the defense. As soon as he moves over to the attacking side, just doesn't fancy it at all. Just says, nope, do you know what? I'm just going to drop down to a rifle. Gives Dignitas an opportunity, though. They can make this one work with just the half buy as they stack up towards B. Early utility damage here on Banana. Rusty's been tagged down so low, and he's not even spotted anyone yet. And off of the back of the early nade stat, they actually rotate 2 players back to Ace. They've got a 4-man setup on this A site, just the solo anchor on B, and they're hoping that GamerLegion are put off of going towards B, purely down to the fact there was so much utility at the start, they'll expect to stack. Instead, they seem to have read this play quite nicely. Dignitas, they've taken a big gamble. It's often what you do when you're on a bonus round like this, but it means that Heat is in a very difficult situation. Jiggle peek, spots out 2, deploys the smoke. That's going to keep the opponents at bay for a few seconds. Desperately calling for the rotations. I was actually expecting GamerLegion to flash through it and press harder, but instead, they stay in Banana. They allow Dignitas to pull over a man on the rotate, and they've got HONORIS watching the back lines. He's an imminent threat as soon as GamerLegion press onto this fight, and as the flashes come over, it's an absolute shutdown. Heap and Harry with the MP9 and the FAMAS completely shut it down. HONORIS from behind, finds himself 2. The C4 just about planted, but that is an incredibly successful round from Dignitas. That's a full buy there from GamerLegion. This is a bonus round from Dignitas, and it's flawless. Look at this, the MP9 just mowing through their opponents at that kind of range. That's just the damage they deal. This is looking a little bit more like the Dignitas that we saw on Overpass. They seem really in control of this situation. Off of the back of the bomb plant, GamerLegion will actually have enough cash to go for a full investment here. And remember, they have that 4-round loss bonus too. This was an 8-7 half. Dignitas have taken it 12-7. Realistically, they want to try and put some rounds on the board, though. They've got the utility, they've got the rifles, they've got the tools to work with. They just need to put them to good use. And there we go. Rusty opening things up with a nice early pick. HONORIS drops. The forest is close to trade it. And there we go. Right through the wall. Drops the bomb. Don't think he realizes it. But he wants to press further. Peeks into Rusty. Lands a second headshot. You'd almost always expect Forest to fall right back there. But with the support from Freiburg in the apartments, he doesn't need to. Freiburg's got his back. and they can press harder. That's a fantastic start from Dignitas after taking that man casualty. And Adam, he now needs to pick up the pieces. Takes the dink in the meantime, and he's good for both. The AK just does so much damage, and even the BM with the Tech 9 after. Fantastic stuff. Dignitas 5 in a row. They're on to 13, and they force GamerLegion into what will probably just be a pistol fight here. With no bomb plant and only 2 kills found, I believe. I'm not sure what more they can pull into this. Just a fantastic play there from forZe. And as I say, the support from Freiburg's just superb. He's only good for the 1, but it's certainly enough. Now GamerLegion down to these pistols. It's actually Tech 9s all round. The Tech 9s kind of come back into the game. I remember it used to be a really, really prominent pistol. Everyone would use it. It was super OP. Its running accuracy and things like that was just mental. Counter-Strike nerfed it. A lot of people switched over to the CZ. And now we're back. It's Tech 9 time. Unfortunate miss there from HONORIS. Takes a tickle of damage. Only 15 points of it. And he wants to fall away. Doesn't want to get overwhelmed by these Tech 9s, so isn't going to play too close to this smoke. Instead, plays a little bit of a deeper angle on short. He's got support right next to him in case it's needed. Starts away. No, that's forZe due to swing right out and completely shut it down. forZe, Freiburg, HONORIS, all find 1 apiece. Rusty with the Tech 9 does do a little bit of damage, but HONORIS in the back lines with the 5-7 deals the finishing blow. And Zero, what the hell was that? 2 quick headshots, brings it back into contention, picks up the M4, had an opportunity to just go back to the site and get that bomb planted, but wanted to find 1 more kill before doing so, and that was his demise. That looks scary for a split second there, and we do actually get to see it again. Swings right in, that's the spam ability. The running accuracy with that Tech 9 coming into full fruition, and it just doesn't quite do the job. Dignitas onto 14. They might be able to close this one out right here, right now. Against the buy, if they make this work, it's series point. And GamerLegion won't have tons of cash to work with in the next, especially if they don't get a bomb plant here. This is a must-win round for the European side. Not a great start from Adam. Already been tagged down very, very low. Incendiary comes over the top. Just keeps these T's at bay. They've taken this banana control, but they're all stacked up. The secondary nade lands. Gets Rusty down so low, and I have no idea how Adam's still alive. 6 points of health to his name, and it's looking like they're going to go for the push. He's fully blinded. Bams away. That's Harry's cue to swing. He's good for 3. Swaps to the Diesel. Tons of damage dealt. Can't quite finish off the job, but forZe is there to do so. The swing through the smoke. It's 15 for Dignitas. This has been a really, really close series. Exciting right up until the halfway point. The GamerLegion on this T side, they are just majorly lacking. And it's definitely something that they just need to go back to the drawing board with. Absolutely could be the beginning of the end here for GamerLegion. The final buy comes out. Adam demoted to the MAC 10. The Galil's on the rest. And on that AWP, HONORIS, he spotted out the head before. I think Error was praying. Adam's there to swap out. Upgrade to the Galil. But HONORIS still ready. Posted on the angle. The flash comes over. Flicks doesn't quite connect. Misses by a millimeter. That would have been awesome if it had hit that shot. Fully ready for the swing to come in from Boiler and Freiburg in the meantime. I think he might have just spotted out Adam. He's definitely relayed the information. HONORIS can't quite connect the shot. But Dignitas have still got this man advantage. Make it 2 as forZe finds 1 more. Freiburg with another. And this is looking like it's all over. The final man, it's Rusty to try and clutch this one up. A 1 versus 5. He's a superb player, but he's certainly not this good. And there we go. forZe finishes off the job. Dignitas 16-7. That was a very, very close and exciting series. But it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough from GamerLegion. I'm actually incredibly impressed with the performance that they put up. I'm pretty disappointed with Overpass, to be honest. That was just a really rough one. But to win Nuke and then to have that really close contentious first half on Inferno, there's definitely something there. And I think this roster, we've seen them develop. We've seen them have we've seen them have multiple really strong performances recently. And I think that if they continue, they stick together, they've got a really good chance of becoming a top 30 team very, very soon in the future. But for now, They're just not a contender with a side like Dignitas. Bags of confidence, bags of experience, and it all came into the server today. A fantastic 2-1. And I mean, that's pretty much a wrap. That's all from me here from the B stream. It's been a fantastic game. Of course, that was the opening matchup. So that puts Dignitas 1-0 and GamerLegion 0-1. So we will see more Counter-Strike coming up over the next few days. But for now, that's going to be all from me. Thank you so much for watching. And I will, I'll be with you back soon. Good night, everybody.
Damn, does it feel good to be back. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, I'm Ryan Retro Audiocaster for the final best of 3 series of the day. Wow, have we got a matchup ahead of us, and I cannot wait to jump into it. It is the first time we see ENCE on stream, live in the flesh, of course, with Alu, the only standing player from ENCE. The roster rehaul is well and truly underway, as we see on screen right now. This is a roster, statistically, it's looking good. It's not a bad roster. You've got Alu and, of course, Dota2, Snappy from Heroic, Dicha, of course, from Sprout, and Spinks, of course, the Israeli, to finish the job off nicely. The man, actually, the highest HLTV rating of the 5, as far as I can see, with a 1.12 HLTV rating. But we look over to the flip side to a team like Izako, Boars, and, well, depths, it seems to be that it's a very, very good team. You see the likes of Toao, Shane, Stomp, Mono, and of course Shui is the last man within the picture. This team, they've surprised me time and time again. The Polish 5-stack looking to deliver, of course, and this will be their first game, of course, as I mentioned, ENCE's first game, even playing as a 5 officially on HLTV. And so this is going to be a nasty game for them. But we look into the veto right now as we see a very sturdy Vertigo ban. So ENCE, perma-ban of Vertigo by the looks of things. Nuke going to be banned out, of course, by Izako, Boars. And then ENCE picking it over pass. And with that, Izako, Boars taking that CT side. On the flip side, we see the train pick, ENCE on that CT side to begin with. Inferno, Mirage both being banned out. And our decider is Dust2. Interesting, to say the least. I think that we go from very utility heavy to quite literally just the Dust2. I think Dust2 is one of those maps that it can be quite tedious at times. You know, you've got to throw your utility well. You've got to make sure it is on point. But at the same time, I mean, you know, you've got to throw utility more on Overpass and more on Train than you do on Dust2. And so I feel like Dust2 is just going to be an all-out war if it ever goes to map 3. Looking at it right now, I think it's very hard to score. For those of you that are trying to predict, you know, either fantasy or whatever it may be, this game, I couldn't tell you what's going to happen. ENCE, a completely new team. I don't think we've seen a single map from this 5-stack before. As far as I can see on HLTV, they have never played with this 5-man roster, as I said. Maybe there's some demos dug deep, you know, maybe there's some teams that have scrimmed them. I have no clue. But my point being, we have no clue how this game is going to go with ENCE. They could absolutely storm through the Izako Boars side, or they could struggle, because of course Izako Boars hugely disadvantaged. They don't know what maps ENCE are practicing and ENCE are not. They get one ban, and then out of the technically 6, of course, ENCE, they are going to ban one of their own, but out of the potential 6 maps that they could play, they have no clue. They have no clue. They had to learn all 6 basically to play against ENCE. So ENCE have really got it in the upper hand, I would say, for statistically speaking. But the question is, can the 5-man perform on the server? Because of course, if they can't, then they are going to struggle, especially against a team like Izako Boars, a team that can punish that, a team that can just absolutely deliver manpower, to say the least. It's I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, Izako Boars currently on a 5 winning streak. In general, not even just in Snow Sweet Snow, in general. I think all 5 matches are in Snow Sweet Snow. You've got the likes of Winstrike in there, Sinners, Trident, HONORIS. It's looking good for them. And of course, you can see on screen right now the predictions by Gandham. ENCE the favourites to win this one. And that's quite interesting. But without further ado, let's jump into the action. Overpass our first map. ENCE's map pick, excuse me. And of course, Izako Boars starting on that CT side. What can they get done? The one and only, of course, Toao opting for the kit and the smoke. Everyone else on the armor. Interesting to see. Izako Boars heavy con control to begin with. Already eyeing it up. But for the time being, ENCE look like they're going to go towards B. Standard B execute for the pistol. Smoke towards Heaven. There is going to be a smoke towards Monster as far as I can see. Or rather, I think it was meant to be for water, but it missed, and so now the pincer plate comes on, and Izako Boars flat out of connector. Dicha actually making his way up towards heaven. This could be huge. Mono caught out in the open. The boost nearly came in. Snappy going to take big damage in the get-go, and that will reduce the HP advantage that ENCE will have. Shane actually picking up the first kill. Ditched full, and Spink's going to now look for a trade. It's denied. Chewy with one more. Snappy with a quick trade, and it's now Doto and Alu. 2 versus 3. In fact, it's been spun on its head. Shui has to pull off the bomb. He's going to tap it a second time. Alu, patience. And he's done well because Shui's pulled off. And Alu, the veteran, he comes up with a 3k. A beautiful start. ENCE take the pistol on overpass. And of course, that's going to send Izako Boars quaking. Pistol in the bag. Izako Boars big damage, however, and so that will set them back, slightly as we do enter a technical pause. Izako Boars gonna have some problems as they converse within the chat. We'll have to wait and see. But the looks of things, it's fine now. Match is gonna be unpaused. A very brief one, maybe a monitor problem. I can only assume the best case scenario considering the length. So there's a couple of predictions in the chat. It is going quite wayward, I should say. I see a couple of people saying Izako Boars to take it 2-1. I see one person going for 2-0 ENCE. This is what I mean. Like in chat, you can send your predictions. I'll have a look. It's so hard to see and predict a game like ENCE when this is quite literally their first game to play. It's impossible. Near impossible. For the time being, though. Grenade on over. Doto gonna take around half health. Drop to 57 points of health. Luckily, it's only the MAC 10 that's gonna be damaged by the HEs. The UMP slightly tagged. Nothing too substantial for the time being. As for now. Izako Boars hold on. Minimal map control, but that's all they need. They just need the sights. But the question is, can ENCE sink in a map like Overpass? It is going to be smoke down towards B. That's going to buy them a fair chunk of time as well. Mono can deploy one towards short if he needs to. This could be scary. Smoke deployed, and that's going to hold them up even more. 25 seconds, they've got to pull the trigger because Shui's dropped not only a player, but also the bomb. The flashbang going to try and assist in his endeavors, but Spink's at least there to even things back up. The one and only lines up 2 with the MP9, looking for a third as well. Alu at least going to trade it back, in fact, doubles up. It's a good scenario to be in, but time is most certainly of the essence. Nice shot from Spinks. Mono, Desert Eagle in hand. Alu, 4 seconds. No time to plant the bomb. He has to go for the kill, and even then he has no time. Mono with a perfect 1 versus 2. Alu to pick up the pieces. But Izako Boars, they clinch the second rounds. Very well played. So we head into round 3. Izako Boars most certainly in the upper hand because ENCE with no buy and of course Alu with no money means that, or rather with no money, means that ENCE have to buy. And that puts them in a bit of a sticky situation, a predicament to say the least. Shane aggressive. That's relentless. That's brutal. Alu's already hit the deck. Snappy gonna try and level things out, but Shu with the MP9 once again delivering. Spinks found his way up short. He's going to be assisted by some of his teammates. The smoke going to be deployed as well. Shane going to try and at least protect the bomb. The remaining 3 players from ENCE need to come back though and find their way through in this round. Spots out the head, missed opportunity. Shane ducks back into cover. Doto at least going to put things a little bit less in the Izako Boars' favour, but they still have a mountain to climb. Beautiful from Dicha. Beautiful at that. He's able to find a quick kill, drop through the fence, and now things are back level. Shui Stomp and the one and only. With 50 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to hold towards B because ENCE have only just retrieved the bomb, and the aggression might just be caught out from Stomp Depending on the time that Spinks holds the angle, he might be decapitated, missed shot. The conspiracy, it's not just a theory, it's reality, because it has whittled past the head of Stomp. And now the Izako Boars side can play defensive. "25 seconds. ENCE are going to edge out towards B. We're yet to see them go towards the Alpha Bomb site, but third time's the charm for them. They aggress on out. Spinks with one. Shuey, no way. Caught out. Spinks, too smart for that. He knows the play. And the one and only 1 versus 3. 3 kills already in this game, in 2 rounds, but he's going to need to find 3 more. Does spam out the first, and future low HP. Spinks drop to the floor, but Dota, the Desert Eagle, reigns supreme. ENCE find a second. They score themselves highly in front now. 3 rounds played. It's been back and forth so far. As now, the Izako Boars side left to invest once again. The question is, though, can they continue? We saw Izako Boars pull up the upset. Or pull up with the upset, I should say. As now, Izako Boars look to regain their second. Their way back into this round. And oh, Shane. Nice first shot. Alu hits the deck once again. Molotov towards Spools. Shane needs to find a second, but Doto's MP9 overpowers that of the Desert Eagle. The $700 pistol cannot find the second. Snappy, gonna pump in those digits. And now, Izako Boars. They are level in terms of players. The weaponry not there. And by the looks of things, they have no kit. Shuey gonna swing wide, and Snappy into the jaws. Shuey falls. He finds himself a second. Spinks up close as well, waiting for the flashbang. It's perfect as he finds himself one more. Mono, same position. However, will Spinks expect it? He will not. And he'll even make it his second. Izako Boars 1, ENCE 3. Very good start. The Polish squad forced onto the eco, forced onto the pistols. 6,247 people currently on Twitch chat watching ENCE's debut within the scene. The new roster, of course. Eagerly waiting. What is their next step? And it looks like it's going to be B once again. They haven't tried A yet, and they've given Izako Boars no confidence on it, as Alu picks up the first. Oh, Alu! What a one-tap from the depths. He's going to continue to tap on down, try and find one more. In fact, he finds it through the wall. And with that, you blink and you miss it. Alu, snappy aim, but it's just Stomp remaining. 1 versus 5.
Bomb has been planted.
My word. A Stomp. The USPS. The Neo Noir. But he's sent into the Neo, into the shadow. Black out, because Doto's hit him through the wall, and with that, ENCE find 4. And let's get a replay. I'm hoping this is the one tap. Alu's first shot, nice. Entry. Second shot, bang. That is disgusting. That makes me grin watching Alu. Unreal. Back into the action we go. As for now, grade on 3 towards top middle. Shuey spamming down towards connector. Stomp. 15 points of health removed of so far. The question is, though, can he do it again? Can ENCE make a 5th? Snappy swings wide into the jaws of Shane. He's good for 1, but not good for 2. Sure, at least there, and Snappy finds one more. ENCE crumbling the B-bomb site once again. They've got it in their hands and they're squishing it to a pulp. Because my word, are they getting pummeled towards B? Shuey gonna spam and try his luck. Now, don't count Izako Boars out of this one just yet, because they're a mean, menacing machine, and you think that ENCE might have this in their pockets, because we've seen time and time again Izako Boars can pull things off. As I try to hype them up in the 2 versus 4, they will just run away towards the A bomb site. They want nothing to do with this round. And I see Virtuoso in the chat. One tap. Indeed. What a one tap that was last round. And it seems to be there are a lot of ENCE fans in the chat right now. But what a roster. While we have this moment, let's just talk about ENCE. Their entry. Their debut. And it's right here. Of course on Snow Sweet Snow. What a shot. Unreal. And ENCE make it 5. In 6 rounds, they 5-5. That is unreal. Beautiful performance. Molotov is going to deny ENCE of any form towards A, but fortunately for ENCE, it seems to be that they are going to hold towards their B default once again. Shots rattling off across the map. And Arlu, you best believe he's found the first. Into the 5 versus 4. ENCE transition more towards A now by the looks of things. Arlu going to fall away with the AWP. Shuey out towards top connector. Holding towards the short flank. But unfortunately, ENCE have already wriggled their way out towards long toilets. All the way through long already. As in fact, AK shots rattling off Deecher. Gonna try his luck once again. Shuey swings wide, finds the first decapitation towards long, but Deecher gonna sum things up nicely and tie it in a lovely bow for ENCE to try and deliver the package for their 6th. Molotov towards Bank, Mono, finding the first. Spinks at least with the trade, and now Doto gonna swing wide, the one and only 1 versus 3. Finds the first, AK in hand. Don't count him out of it just yet. Smoke gonna be deployed towards short. AK spam on down, and he's found the second. Through the smoke, he finds it. The Tracers give it away, and Arlu with the AWP left in the round. The veteran finds the shot, nearly as Izako Boars scrape their second, but once again, Arlu turns up. Unbelievable. Seven rounds in, and it's ENCE on T's side that have found 6 of them. Molotov deployed towards B. There will be a nade sunk in deep, but Arlu, tucked away, will not take much damage. And once again, nice shots, Deecher. Tagged up, and Shuey's positioning might actually compromise the default, but Arlu, too smart. Shuey, is he going to run into the crosshair or not? That's the real question. And I see a couple of you asking what the caster is. It's not DK Trim, it is EU_retro on Twitter. Hopefully we can get that changed in just 2 seconds. However, Shane, up close towards Monster. M4A4 in hand. Izako Boars on a buy once again. Steps being made. Hitch up. Spots out the man. ENCE, they're too smart. They realise. Shuey dropped to the floor. Izako Boars once again the man down. And by the looks of things, even with the man advantage, they play it slow. They play it smart. And this is where Izako Boars can actually pull things back. Doto's going to spam on through. Izako Boars double stack towards Monster could be detrimental. And they have to triple stack towards B because, of course, Mono sat towards Hell. And as Snappy aggresses, he might check one way, but he most certainly won't check the other. As ENCE now try and capitalise. Spots out, nice shot, Arlu. No way. Shane spots out 2. Guns are both down, and it's looking great for Izako Boars. 1 versus 3 as Shane triples up. It's Spinks alone now, and he has to do everything. And Mono's going to deny him of anything. Izako Boars make it 2. Very well played. as we jump back into the action now. Aggression. Dicha finds the first. Or Dika, excuse me. The trade, the swing wide, and Doto's found it. And now the B-bomb site exposed once again. Mono gonna rotate towards heaven. In fact, Ops against it is gonna go towards hell. Stomp. Gonna try and launch a nade towards the back of the bomb site. At least the bomb goes down. It's 3 versus 3. Grenade now landing, and that's done substantial damage to Alu. And the AWP of Stomp has claimed another soul. 2 versus 3. Needs to find it. Spinks, lightning fast reactions, does find the first. He's still got to find 2 more, but at least the AWP is still within this picture. As Alu picks up 1 more. Spinks with the other, and ENCE make it too easy. Diha, I do apologise. It's the British accent that deceives. I promise. 9 rounds played. And Izako Boars, they've only picked up 2. I do apologise about the Diha pronunciation. It will be fixed, don't you worry. Snappy. Flashbang out towards the middle, gonna try and flood off of the angle. Mono at least gonna continue to hold it. It's only a scout. As now. Door swings wide, connector opened. The peek coming in from Shui. And now, this could be detrimental. They might just know that it's going to be A. All 5 players flooded towards the long angle. They've got 1 player towards party, and that is it. Mono going to peek on up. Doesn't spot the man the first time. The question is, will he spot him the second? If he goes for this re-peek, he is going to spot the man, and that might cost them. Because Mono might not want to re-peek. Oh my goodness, Alu! Unreal shot, mid-air Mono. Needle in a haystack, and somehow the Finnish AWP still finds it. Izako Boars the man down. Deagle spam coming on through. Doto to half health. Will find 1. Shubi at least with a trade. And now Izako Boars with an opportunity. Diha there to shut it down once again. Shubi and Shane, the last 2 men remaining as Spinks finds 1. The AWP alone. 1 versus 4. Does find the first. Needs to find more, but Snappy there with the kill. Very well played. We're 10 rounds in and ENCE have secured themselves the half off of the back of it. It's 8-2. As now. It is Spinks to find the first. Shui dropped to the floor immediately. Aggression, Snappy does not find anything. Diha at least with a trade. Alu, AWP once again. His man is unbelievable. He might just be the Finnish meme, but when he turns up onto a server, he demolishes. Bomb gonna go down. Mono might just spam on through. Will not. Alu peeks. It forces Spinks to swing. And while he does find it, the AWP is finally removed from the round, but it's a 1 versus 2. Stomp alone. Everything to do in this round as the bomb continues to tick on down. Stomp, no time. ENCE find 9. And if I could sum this game up in 1 word so far, it would be convincing. Bomb detonates. And ENCE have extended their lead. Not only to 9, but they'd have 7 rounds over that of the Polish side. And on CT's side, that has got a sting for Izako Boars. And now, back into the action. Round 12 commences. Izako Boars not in a great place financially. And that will affect them. We'll be on, I guess, a half buy in this scenario. And Mono actually picking up the first kill. Drops the player towards party. And that's given them a little bit of a leeway, a passageway back into this game. At least into the round. Flashbang goes on through. The one and only will swing. Or Toal. For those that don't know, it is an acronym of the one and only. So if you hear me saying it a lot, it's the player within the server. I'm not trying to hype up the player particularly. For the time being though. 50 seconds on the clock. Izako Boars using the majority of their utility now. Stomp has got a smoke still, and that could cause a little bit of a flush out. The choke point, but the one and only has delivered. The Desert Eagle decapitation as he finds a second. No way is he going to find Alu as well. He decides against it. Opts against going for more. And Snappy is alongside his Orpa. And they've got 30 seconds to try and make the magic happen. The damage continuing to be done. Shane is going to swing. Unfortunately, nothing to be found. And with 20 seconds on the clock, ENCE make a difficult decision. And it will be that they have to save. ENCE drop their third. But does it really matter? Even if this goes 9-6 and ENCE win the pistol, I could see this game being done.
Counter-terrorists win.
As Izako Boars will win that round by time. Snappy has enough to drop. And so does Alu. Considering they obviously both have invested. That could go over to Dota and of course, well, I would say Dika, but at the same time, it's not exactly needed. And hence, I think this is a well thought out timeout. Izako Boars haven't called one out yet, and I do agree. I don't think they needed one. They had a streak of loss from rounds 3 to 7, but as soon as they hit round 8, they won, dropped a couple more, and that's their third round on the board just then. And of course, for ENCE now, they're in a bit of a tricky situation. The money isn't great. Their loss bonus isn't going to be good either. They're going to be on a 1-round loss bonus. And so that's $2,400 if I'm not mistaken. So realistically out of this round, best case scenario, if they do lose this round, is that they'd need a bomb plant. And even then, that is a big ask. Because Izako Boars have got a full buy. And that could cause problems. Different assortment of weapons in the mix. And now. It will be ENCE that go towards A majoritatively. Smoke going to be deployed, of course. Molotov towards Divider once again. As they look out towards A, but B actually has some sort of contestation to it. The default from ENCE working patiently but cleverly. Stomp. This angle timing. Alu, had he have gave it an extra 15 seconds, I think Alu would have peaked this. And now. As time winds down, ENCE have 47 seconds to pull the trigger and make their move. And by the looks of things, with that B kill, they could be looking towards B, quite honestly. As now, smoke going to be deployed, of course, re-smoking Monster. Shot out, Stomp and Shangfan want a piece, no way to Shangfan a second, he aggresses, and that's going to cost him his life. He falls through the smoke and fumbles it. At least Mono there to try and clean things up. He does find 2. Shubi, the step has made noise, but Azhalu picks up on it. I don't think he has, because Shubi swung, and I said best case scenario if they lost the round is that they get the bomb plant, and they get exactly that. Big damage done to the economy. But Izako Boars pick up their 4th in the penultimate round. Looking grand. And Izako Boars, I told you, don't sleep on this team. Because while ENCE took a huge lead, and while we were all on the ENCE train, Izako Boars, they have every opportunity to come back into this. You've got to realise, yes, ENCE had a good T-half, but there's no saying no to the fact that Izako Boars could have the exact same half themselves. No matter the scoreline, they could replicate that. Big swings wide, and Chewy wins the first duel. Snappy at least there with the trade. The 1-for-1 is perfect. And now it falls to a 4 versus 4, and that's heavily going to benefit the ENCE side. They needed that opener. Swings out. It's the one and only missed opportunity, and Doto's going to punish him for it. Izako Boars the man down. They are going to throw the smoke, deploy the flashbang on out as well, try and flood ENCE off of any opportunity. Shane is at least going to go for the peak, and in fact, Snappy is going to get taken down. Doto, oh, step. Shane, will he have heard this? He should have. He would have spotted that as well. Aggressing out towards B. Does spot out the man. The tap isn't going to convert. Both players low HP. The grenade is going to send him even lower, but he's still within the picture as Stomp picks up one. The AWP striking again. Doto and Alu. 2 versus 3. Shots continue to rattle the B bomb site. The question is, can they find it? Well, they found one. Doto, 1 versus 3. And while he did pick up one, the second is going to be too overwhelming. 9-5. Well, sorry, snow speaks snow, but the score is 9-5. As we now look into the last round of the first half. And ENCE, don't sleep on this team. This smoke, inventive. Of course, deep smoke. Try and flood the people, or rather anyone off the angle. When I say the people, I mean ENCE. Flashbang, Doto, would he have been spotted by the jump spot? Maybe just. The Molotov is going to be deployed, and so I can only guess that it did. Flashbang. Oh, the first lineup there. The one and only delivering. Shane with another. ENCE crumble. In a 3 versus 5, it will be decimated and down to 2. The one and only tag to low HP. Shane is going to drop one and Chewy with the other. The flawless 6th round for Izako Boars. Half time. This is looking good. Back in the action we go. ENCE now on the CT side. This is going to be the important round. ENCE win this, they get to double digits. And that is huge. To get it inside 16 as well would be monumental. Snappy gonna go for the peak, does spot out the man, but the question is, did he spot out the second that was within the angle? As now, Snappy turns away, finds the headshot though. That's huge, and he finds a second. There's no way that should be allowed as ENCE, they have a gateway, but at the same time, Izako Boars have swarmed on towards the B bomb site. The one and only is going to pump in those digits, get that bomb down. This is big. Izako Boars money in their pockets, but the question is, can they hold on? Mono spotted out, and he will be swiftly taken care of. At least they should be for the time being. Shot's going to continue to rattle on off. Every player swarming right now. Shane with one, Mono with the other. Alu going to pick up the pieces. 1 versus 3 has turned into 1 versus 2, but Snappy with the quadra kill. Very well played. ENCE find 10. But crucially, Izako Boars have found themselves a bomb plant.
Counter-terrorists win.
And that's going to put them in a great financial position. In fact, nearly equaling the economy of ENCE. As you look at the kills right now, Alu top fragging 17 and 7. man on screen right now on a mission. As he peeks on up, will he catch the man out towards A? I don't think he has. Dika gonna take some early nade damage. Same with Dota. The swing goes wide, and in fact, Insland tells the man down. Happy. He's gonna be quick to find the return, the response through the smoke, in fact. It's now grenade. Will be rattled on off again. ENCE the man, or rather, I would say the man down, but it was the trade from Snappy through the smoke. And so it is a 4 versus 4. HP actually slightly favouring that of the Izako Boars, and considering they have 2 AK-47s, be crucial. Guns down the first. It's Spinks that delivers the man advantage. The AK's out towards B. Shui is going to be spotted out in the position. Flashbang goes high over towards the angle of B. Shui going to continue to aggress. Spots the man out towards heaven. Izako Boars look to cower behind possible angles as Stomp will look for the kill towards A. Spinks lightning fast. 2 versus 3. Mono at least going to bounce back with one of his own. 30 seconds on the clock. Mono going to finally pump in those digits. It is going to be B. Of course. Does continue to rattle on off. Mono with one. Shui with the other. Dika, while he does find Shui, Mono silencing the ENCE side. It is going to be the second round of this half on the board, but it's for Izako Boars. As we head into round 18. Very slow start. Now, Izako Boars going to play passive to run boost. Dota going to get across to the other side. Izako Boars. I don't think they'd have spotted it out just yet. They are going to pull the trigger though. Flashbangs on out. Dota drops. Shui one. Dika. Nice shot. CZ finds 2. Stomp and Shade with 1 apiece though. And it will fall to a 3 versus 2. And the last 2 players on ENCE towards A. This is going to be a harsh retake. Bomb ticking down. Continuing. Shane finds 1. Spinks the last man remaining. The bomb is well and truly too far ticked. He will do some damage if he can find a second shot here. It could have ended his life, unfortunately. The bomb will not do that. As it detonates, Spinks will just be looking to try and do some damage, but nothing to be made of it. Izako Boars, at least in this half, are 2-1 up, but they've still got a monumental comeback ahead of them. For the time being, though, it's looking good. Talk about an intense game. And it's on ENCE's debut. On his first game. Rather, their first game. Flashbang on out. Stomp gonna try and nail the first, unfortunately. ENCE are gonna duck away from the angle. Bihar with 1. Stomp is gonna find 1 more within the Molotov, but it will not matter. And it's a slaughter. Izako Boars find 9. You blink and you miss it. As now, we're heading to round 20. The question is, can Izako Boars level things out, or will ENCE continue to take the lead? And Dika, lovely boost. Shane caught out. ENCE found themselves the early man advantage. Shui continues to gun down Dika. Unfortunately, they won't find a thing. Tara actually going to drop Dika. Mono going to find one more. Spinks with a quick trade. You blink and you miss it. There's already been 3 kills on the Izako Boars side, 2 of which are on the ENCE as well. Already after lobby decimated. And you look right now, the remaining 2 of the Izako Boars players will be looking towards A. One minute on the clock. Time continues to tick down. ENCE. Scary situation. If Snappy can find this kill, it could have been in the bag, but it isn't. Spinks with a trade, however, and that might just be good enough. Stomp's going to spin wide towards long. Missed opportunity because Spinks has nailed it. It's 11th for ENCE, and Spinks is the only man that could have done it. And he does so effortlessly. And there will be an Izako Boars timeout. And the usage of timeouts has been great so far. I think that both teams have only called one as of yet. As now. Head back into the action. 20 rounds played. ENCE, they're winning their map, but it's only just right now. The question is, can they continue to convince us? This is their opportunity to do so. ENCE up by 2. Spink's going to make his way actually towards party. Flashbang goes high. Shui, is he going to catch off Spinks? There's no one holding the angle. If he swings close, it could be a big kill. In fact, there is. I didn't even spot out the man, and of course, none other than Ali with the AWP. The flashbang is perfect. It flashes Shui to the right, and it's right into the crosshair of Spinks. ENCE the man up once again. And with 54 seconds on the clock, Izako Boars are going to have to go for their move quite quickly. Spinks swings wide. Toal spots him out. Does find the dink. No conversion. AWP missed shot. Spinks will get more than he deserves as he finds himself a second. Shane at least going to find D-Hut. And it's a 2 versus 2. Or rather, 3 versus 3, excuse me, because Mono's found Snappy. Was meant to say 2 for 2. As now. Nice shot, Doto, and he finds the second. Effortless as Spinks cleans up. ENCE make it 12. Izako Boars trailing with 9. And that's reset the Polish economy quite substantially. Get a replay, and I'm guessing it's the 2 M4 kills, and damn straight it is, because Doto on fire. Very well played. Question is, though, can they tip them over the finish line? ENCE have got every opportunity to. They've got all the right tools. Now the pistols are going to try and make work. At least some damage. Spinks has lined up the first. D-Hut knows that the door's swung wide open. He's going to try and do some damage. Grenade might do the job quite nicely. Players given time to back away. P9 does do some damage. It will not convert. Finally it does, and it's through the smoke. Toao drops to the floor. Dug 6 feet under. As it is Spinks that finds a headshot onto Stomp, and it's only Shane alone. 1 versus 5, and even then, he can't make it work. Will not make it happen, and with that, it looks to be 2 grand. As we now jump into the action once again. Round 23. Grenade landing. The question is, can ENCE find 14? Toao's found 1 through the smoke. Dota swiftly drops to the floor. The grenade isn't going to do much. Flashbang goes high. Alu forced away from the angle, holding the wrong place. Brewery peek spots out the man. Doesn't convert quite just yet as Shuey faces right into the jaws. And the Finnish AWP levels things out once again. Seconds on the clock. Spinks decapitates Mono towards Connector. Izako balls whittled down to just 3. Alu jump spots. And of course he hits the shot. What man would you know to hit the shot other than Alu? Stomp at least going to take him out of the equation, and it's given Izako balls a greater chance. The swings come out towards Stomp. The question is, will they spot out the man towards Carl? They will not. Spinks to find 1. Stomp running away, going to grab the bomb, but with 20 seconds in a 1 versus 3, it's going to be a daunting challenge ahead. A man with only 8 kills so far needs to make it at least 11. Unfortunately, he won't even make it 9. Round 23 falls in favour of ENCE. Of course, the game's not over until it is over. But this looks like it's going to sting. The penultimate round, quite arguably. Izako Boars on an eco. They're playing for overtime. And Spinks might just be able to catch out the man. Does spot out 1. UG in hand. And, oh, he isn't even able to find anything. The one and only has delivered. Flashbang goes high. Alu now with a daunting task ahead of him as he lines up 1. Backs away. Finds the second. No Alu. He's denied of the third, but he's done enough damage. Toao, the last man remaining within the picture. Org in hand, and he won't even be allowed 1. ENCE make it map point. 15-9. And while I have this moment, may I remind you, our partners at Gamdom. Where's a better place to get snowed in than our great partners over at Gamdom, with plenty of different games like Slots and Crash to keep you entertained? There is so much to offer. If you prefer watching the action, Gamdom also offers match betting to earn cash on all your favourite teams, with great rewards, cash back, rake back, periodical free coins with Gamdom's rain feature, and their new King of the Hill events. Gamdom is the place to be. Sign up with code TEB on Gamdom.com or go to Gamdom.com/r/TEB. Round 25, and it might just be our last. He's gone over past Shuey there to deny. Might be able to find another. Spinks at least going to find a trade. Toao edging on through. The bait and switch works perfectly. Snappy going to get caught out in the open, but he somehow finds the kill. 3 versus 3. And Izako Boars, they've got a daunting task ahead of them. As Shane does find Doto. 2 M4s. He gone out. Oh, Snappy. Not going to check behind him. He might have just heard him, though. And as Doto aggresses... Oh, sorry. As Toao aggresses towards A. It might just be suspected that they will go towards A, and Dika might have just read into this perfectly. But Shane is planting the bomb on B. Shots rattling off Shane to find the headshot. Dika dropped. Dug 6 feet under. Buried. Cremated. Sent goodbye. Whatever it may be. And Izako Boars aim for double digits, and they've done so with perfection. As the bomb continues to tick on down Izako Boars, they will find 10. Five rounds to go to even push map 1 to overtime. Hence, they should be able to close it out. And this might just be their first chance of a few. As they invest once again, Alu, AWP. Aggression comes on through. Dota might just lob a grenade. Might not. In fact, he's going to get aggressed upon. The one and only has found the first. Flashbang hits him right in the flesh, but the one and only has in fact found a second. Molotov going to be deployed as well, and that's going to cut off rotation as Izako Boars shaping up for 11. Alu is going to find one, and it's not over just yet. Izako Boars a glimmer of hope, but they're peeking one by one. Alu going to be taken down from behind. Moto with the AK-47. As the digits will be pumped into the bomb once again. Izako Boars are the man up. 2 M4A4s is all that they've got going for them. The question is, can they convert? Shots on. They spy out the man towards sight. They now know that they're both towards heaven. Izako Boars, there's no need to aggress. Spinks with a flash and a kit. D-Hot only with a kit. Flashbang being used. They have caught out the AWP. Now hold on a second, because D has got a smoke as well, and he's used it on the bomb. It's over. ENCE found 16, and it's in a great fashion, a spectacular one at that. They make a statement on overpass, but the question is, can they do the same again? Can they deliver on map 2 of Train? It's Izako Boars' map pick. We're going to jump to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're back with map 2 in just a second. Welcome back, everyone. Map 2 underway. ENCE versus Izako Boars. We're on train, of course. It's where things are getting spicy. ENCE took home their map pick of Overpass, but the question is, can they close this series out 2-0? They're starting on the CT side. Izako Boars are going to be looking towards B right now, as they anticipate the push. Arlo could just be the man, but the grenade could do big damage, and it does so. The one and only Stomp dropped to low HP, but the first blood falls in favor of Izako Boars. Spinks with the CZ75 once again chiming in with more. Mono gonna take some fall damage. Spinks up close. Shane and Mono gonna find one apiece, and it's crumbling. ENCE reduced to just one. It's Dota. 1 versus 3. Bomb going down. He's able to find the tag. Oh, Dota! That's a good start. Needs to find 2 more though. Spots out the second. Got the kit in hand. And this is winnable. Both players are going to be quite low. Toao 1 shot to the USP to the body, I do believe. Mono a little higher. But hold on a second. Because he's only gone and done it. It's Dota. It's 3. And it's ENCE to find the pistol. What a round. What a way to start things off. ENCE 1. Izako Boars 0. Dota is a beast, and you best believe we've got the replay for it. Spots out the first. That shot, ridiculous. This second shot, okay, fair enough. Not bad. This third shot, though. Hold your phones. Toe out, trying to outsmart Dota. You cannot outsmart the beast. Izako Boars, they're going to take a timeout on the pistol. As the second round commences. We jump into the action once more. Izako Boars have forced. Things have taken a very slow turn from the get-go. It's Arlu to find the first. The second by Spinks. And Arlu's found a third. And in fact, Dika with the fourth. Izako Boars crumbled again. Reduced to a pulp. As the scout shot rattles on off towards upper. Stomp. Only will try and claim 1 soul. He will in the end actually. Spinks fallen. That's a nasty shot. ENCE 2-0. The question is, can they pursue it? Can they continue? Can they uphold their unbeaten streak? 0-0 in the Swiss stage. And while they are the map up, there's still a hell of a way to go. Molotov towards Ivy. Snappy gonna get up close and personal. Flashbang unsuccessful. The second read into perfectly. Snappy's found 2. The MP9 towards Ivy. He's done his job. Dika gonna fight. Whoa, excuse me. What was that shot from Arlu? Unbelievable. Nails him through the smoke. Didn't even see him. And now Izako Boars can invest. This is going to be the true test. If ENCE win this round, it's 5-0. Because of course they're going to have to eco the next. They have no money to bring into the next round. Now delve into round 4. deployed. Aggression towards main. This is real. This could be really good. Dika dropping the smoke towards main, and it forces them away. Shuey has got control of Pop, and that molly is cheeky. Snuck behind the smoke. And it flushes the man out the angle, but Shuey has flushed the man out completely. Snappy dropped to the floor. Diha is going to find not even the second. It's Shuey to find the pieces. Try and pick up this round for Izako Boars. It's a 3-0, but they're enough 2 versus 4. Molotovs everywhere. Spinks holding the angle. But what a better man, or what a better duo to have in this scenario than Alu and Spinks. A god tier rifler alongside the AWP. I've hyped them up too much. Within a second of me explaining how good this duo could have been in that clutch scenario, they're eliminated from the round. The reinvestment, of course, will come through. Alu insta-buying the AWP once again. And of course, being Izako's map pick, they will be trying to cruise their way into map 3. At the same time, ENCE have looked very strong, and Alu's picked up the first. The AWP has found its mark once again. Shuey dropped in the early stages. And Shane, he's going to find a trade. It's a late one, but Doto dropped dead. The grenade from Alu has found himself his second. All the kills so far lining up with the AWP. Snappy swings wide. It's 3 players towards Ivy here. Despite the 2 close, and he didn't get shot by either of them because both of them were turned away. And ENCE quickly realised this. All 3 are towards Ivy. The information is critical. Dika holding the angle. Molotov going to be dropped out towards Hell. That allows the one and only to swing. Will he go for seconds? He will. Dika there to pick up the pieces. The second denied of the third. The one and only to deny. But the AWP on Alu has made ENCE find their fourth. And it's reset the Izako Boars side. Majoritively speaking, they do have money to invest. They have the AKs under their grasp if they so wish to. It's after this round is going to be the concern. It's after this round that the money on the Izako Boars side is going to sting. And obviously we run the prediction, or rather I run the prediction at the start of the game. You could have betted your channel points, your TB points, on who was going to take home map 2. 65% of the points lied in favour of ENCE. 57 people reckon ENCE, 18 of which reckon Izako Boars. And right now it seems like the majority of the predictors have guessed correctly. But of course there's a way for Izako Boars to sneak in rounds. As we come to a grinding halt, Izako Boars playing this smart, playing this slow, but in fact ENCE found themselves pop control. Now this is crucial. It could be the start of their entryway back into this round. And Spinks, while he's found the dink, it's going to force Izako Boars to look elsewhere. Doto's going to hear the noise. They might just drop in towards Pop. If they do, caught out the spams there, either side doing damage, but Izako Boars have pushed out more than they've taken. Smoke going to be deployed towards Pop Dog. Now, oh, the positioning. Shane, look at his angle. Oh, it's too smart. Dika spots it. Snappy with a quick kill. The double up setups work well so far. Doto going to try and raffle off a couple of shots. Snappy with one spin. Going to hold the man. We'll find the kill. Mono's found his way back into the round, though. And this duo I was hyping up seconds ago are in the same situation, but the odds are even. 2 versus 2. Ollie sneaking his way on forward. Tags up. Big shot. Finds the flick. Big kill to start off. Mono alone, but both players low HP. Alu going to try and sink a nade in. And it's done at least 4/10 of the health. 2/5. He's dropped to 60. Mono swings. Alu up top, and Alu's sunk in the kill from downtown. ENCE have found 5.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
And if only we could hear the MVP music. The easy for ENCE once again. Gone but never forgotten. The dream run to be finalists in a major. But they're back. A new roster, new beginning, new founding. All in the hands of Arlu. And it's worked so well so far. They're up 5-1. But the question is, can they continue that? Can they pursue that victory? And while we have this moment, of course, to realise the strength that ENCE have. Arlu, 6 rounds, 9 kills. Yet again, top fragging for the ENCE side. On map 1, I do believe it was Spinks actually to take the top spot though. So we'll have to wait and see. Molotov out towards back green. Will flush Arlu momentarily off the back green angle, but already ENCE, they're going to patch up the holes that Izako Boars are trying to create. Mono towards Ivy. Slow start again. Izako Boars taking their time. Explosion towards B. At least some damage is going to be made, but the Alpha Bomb site is going to be the one under threat. As the one and only aggresses on forward once again. But they now know that he's in the sandwich area. They're going to hear the grenade pin being pulled. Molotov's being deployed. And oh, the one and only opening things up. But it's Snappy with the AWP. Dika falls. But at least the ex-heroic player to try and deliver the goods, at least as he continues to try and tap on down some of these players. Arlu just going to take a ridiculous Desert Eagle shot to the head and hold the phone. Hold out a second. Izako Boars have found themselves the man up. Norp and an M4. Spinks again. The B anchor rotating in from connector. Snappy, will he hold towards Ivy though? As they aggress on forward, I don't even think they're going to go for it. And they won't. They're going to back away. ENCE are willing to give up a second. And in fact, nice shot, Snappy. He's going to pick up one. He's going to try and cross on over, but Izako Boars wipe them out. Second round, but more importantly, the economy is not too great. ENCE. They are in a bit of a pickle. They will invest in this round, of course. And now. 1 minute and 20. Izako Boars once again playing things slow. No need for them to take this aggressively. Chewy gonna blast out the windows. And now they look to set up possibly towards A. The triple stack towards Ivy, so the A wrap most certainly will be in full effect. Passive. Very slow approach. Shots rattle on out. In fact, Snappy finds 2. That's huge with the Desert Eagle. Will re-aggressively find the 3rd. He will not. That could have been amazing. Doto with a quick kill, and Izako Boars turned on its head. Unbelievable double with the Desert Eagle. And it's led to success time and time again. Dika through the smoke, and Spinks with another. ENCE make it work. They trade force by rounds. Get a load of this replay. Snappy, holding patiently. The lineup, it's so effective. They walk right into the guillotine. Unfortunately, he won't find the third, but the kill towards Pop Dog really sunk in that round. ENCE 6, Izako Boars 2. And this is becoming very ropey for Izako Boars. Spam on through, Spinks finds the first, wants out the second, will not convert, Stomp with a quick kill, and now the aggression towards B will come on through, Stomp with the second however, and he might even be able to find the third, it's Mono to find it, Arlu with the AWP will quickly try and pull back the numbers, but ENCE scramble desperately, grenade, oh my god, Stomp, how is he alive? That time it connects and it's Snappy to deliver, bomb dropped, I realise this, Toao gonna gun down Alu from the back, and Snappy 1 versus 2. Will he expect both players to be flanking though? He's gonna try and check the angle. Oh my god, it's all about timing. Spots out the man, and Izako Boars find it. Back and forth round again. As right now, adrenaline will be kicking in for both of these teams. If it wasn't already, after the 16-10 on overpass, it most certainly will be now. Stomp opening things up. Nice shot, Shane to find it. And of course, it's a 3 versus 5. Big predicament. Well, they're whittled down to just 3. They can still make it work. 2 Desert Eagles and a Scout could be an unstoppable force. Desert Eagle gonna try and rattle off a couple of shots. The Scout again gonna try and connect. He's gonna be jiggling between lower heaven and heaven. Shane gonna drop him. And Stomp finds one. From behind. 1 versus 5. We'll find the first, but I think it's only going to be only the one, excuse me, of the 5 that he'd need to get. Auto shotgun. Ooh, he might just eat it. But the one and only will deliver. Izako Boars find 4. As we head into round 11. ENCE 6, Izako Boars 4. ENCE have done a good job, but of course being on the CT side, it is statistically the easier side to play. Aggression. Shane to find 1. Pop Dog caught out as well as Shane finds the second. Snappy. Pop will drop right into the crosshair. They will find 3, and Shui has just lined them all up. Izako Boars make 5. Molotov. Will be deployed. Stomp gonna rattle off a shot towards Ivy. Will be unsuccessful. Should be to find the first, but it's at the cost of 98 health. One and only down 8 HP as well. Arlu M4 A4 in hand. We'll spot out the first. Our observer doing a brilliant job at showing us the X-rays at the perfect times, or rather the lack of them. Now things are level. Oh, that dink. Eat the bullet to the face as Toao drops a half. Doto finding himself a kill, actually pushing Pop Dog, and that's warranted a rotation of some sort. Izako Boars have to go B because they have no control. And Spinks will gun him down. The aggression capitalized upon. 2 versus 4. ENCE looking sharp for 7. As time continues to tick on down, Dika will find one more. Stomp. Drop to the floor as well. It's Alu to pick up the pieces as ENCE finds 7. Jump into the action. Round 13. Dota spots out the man. Damage done, no conversion just yet. Shots rattle on out. Either way, substantial damage done. Double stack towards Pop, and it might just work out. My question is, are they going to throw Pop control on? They are. They'll block right on in. Shane does find one. No trade either. Dika. Unfortunate. Unfortunate to say the least. 5 versus 4. Izako balls the man up. And they will aggress towards B. They're going to hit the steps. Spink's going to swing. Does find the first. We'll need to find more. Shane to deny. And Alu, back of B. Back to back. Needs to find something. As he will leg. Oh, he won't even find the leg. Excuse me. It looked like he did, but missed shot. Unsuccessful attempt. Flashbangs will go out. Alu. Great movement. The flashbang goes high. Snappy with one. Alu still on the top of the bomb site. Gonna make the jump ball. Stomp. It warrants a swing. 27 points of health is all that's left remaining. Snappy found himself 3. Dika will find himself the first. And with that, ENCE find themselves the half at least.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
8 to 5. And thank you to all the people that are saying that I'm a good caster. I do appreciate the kind words. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about how good I shout at games. It's about how both teams play. And right now, ENCE, they seem to be outclassing the Polish side. The question is, though, can they continue to do it? Can they uphold this? Now. Once again, the Izako Boars side looking to try and find their way back in. Alu, big tag, grenade might finish the job, and it will do so. No, it won't. Oh, in fact, Alu's just shot his teammate in the back. The teammate, though, Shane gonna drop his teammate. This round is messy, but it's worked out at least for the time being. ENCE have found themselves the man up. They've still got the double orb. Dota ready to deploy the Molotov. He will be tagged up and he will run away. A minute left, he'll drop the Molotov to avoid the rush. And that slowed the pace down to a grinding halt. Smoke on out. It will be Alu that finds one. Mono, quick reaction. Will find the trade. 2 versus 3. Low HP on 2 players. Mono's done very well on 1 HP to find himself another. Grenade on in, and it's sunk in deep, and it's perfect. Dink is there, and Spinks finds the kill. Very well played. ENCE find 9. I apologize spoilers in the chat. Remember, you do get banned. And gladly, I get the pleasure of doing it. You're here to spoil games. Shut up. Don't spoil it for others. We're all here to watch the game. As now. It will be the cut to find the first. Again, ENCE finding themselves the man advantage. Rushing on down, Shui. While he tries to not make noise, it's Dota that picks up the pieces. Desert Eagle will connect at least a body shot to Dika, but even then it won't do much. Nothing substantial. Dota holding towards Pop, the double drop. He spots out the man. Ooh, big damage done. Flashbang won't do anything either. He's just going to continue to face the angle. He's playing the vertical game, something that players don't enjoy doing usually. And Dota seems to have just done it effortlessly. Big damage done, and he's only taken a quarter of his HP either. Smoke going to be deployed towards lower B. And it will warrant a rotate. Dota finds one while blind. Toal drops to the floor. And it's Mono, the only man within the picture. And it will be Mono to try and pick up the pieces. He does find Dota. And unfortunately, it will be the half ended at 10-5. ENCE made light work. But the question is, can they continue the streak on their T side? We'll find out shortly. As we jump into the action very, very shortly, of course. As we mentioned, the pre-game, where you got to see my ugly face for about 5 minutes. We did mention the fact that, of course, this is a new side of ENCE. We've never seen this team play before. Izako Boars had no clue what ENCE were going to play into them. And they've done so effortlessly. It seems to be that ENCE, they seem to have been thought out. Maybe they've got the maps that they wanted. As we jump into the pistol now. Good cast the next major. Oh, I wish, man. ENCE 10, Izako Boars 5. The pistol round in play. The one and only, the only man without armor. He's opted for the smoke and the kit, similarly to that on, of course, Overpass. As once again, 5 versus 5, but this is a crucial one. ENCE, if they win this round, they've secured themselves 12, and that is going to be a hard comeback for Izako Boars. Shui lines up one, will try and line up the second. Dika with the trade, silencing the USP, but Stomp gonna rattle on loud as he's found himself 2. It's a 2 versus 4. Dika, unbelievable movement, has just found himself 1. Mono dinked as well. Now hold the phone. ENCE are in a 2 versus 4, but they might be able to do it. Dika's lined up one more. No way is he gonna find it. He's in a 1 versus 2. He's gonna need the ace, and it's designed, or rather denied by Shane. Izako Boars finds 6.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
We jump into the action once again. Grenade deep. Will not land. Doesn't connect. ENCE have invested, of course, once again. Alu sticking to the snipers, but this time it's a scout. land on Shuey. Takes him down to around half. And the Tech-9 drop will try and flush out the Izako Boars players to try and be a little more careful, but they've all gone towards upper. Toao, when he spots one, he's going to spot them all. And this is unreal. Look at the stack. Toao finds one, Stomp with another, Toao with his second, and they just tap on down. They tried to be brutal, they tried to be concise with the damage. And Spinks dropped to 12. Does he find the bomb? Shuey from behind. "17 rounds of Counter-Strike have been played. Izako Boars mounting a little comeback. But the question is, can they close out this game? Can ENCE make it 2-0? They've got a 3-round lead on the Izako Boars side. Double nade doesn't land deep. It's quite a shallow set. And Shuey actually going to take a bullet to his side. Going to continue to tap on down. Shane will find one. The aggression towards Ivy might actually just grab a bomb, and it will do so because Spinks has dropped, and hence they will have no opportunities. Dika, nice shot, great opportunity. Will tap out the man, spots out Dota with a nice shot. Now hold the phone, because while ENCE, well, I was going to say they had a great chance until Mono delivers the disgusting headshot towards Ivy. And with 55 seconds, ENCE still have a great chance. Dika has got an M4A4 in his hand. And Snappy's found his way down Pop Dog. The pincer play could come in. And Dika doing a great job, not making any noise. And he does so as well down the train. Will make his way onto bomb site. Now, once spotted this out, this could be a bomb plant in ENCE's hand. And that's going to grant them mega cash, but it will not, because he peeks up into the crosshair of Shuey. 25 seconds on the clock, and the Tech-9's got a monumental 1 versus 3. At least he's retrieved the M4. Spots out the first, will gun him down. He's going to have to reload. 15 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to get the bomb as well. Does retrieve it. Shuey swings wide, and Shuey delivers. An 8 on the board for Izako Boars. And as we head into the 19th round, Izako Boars might just have it in them. They might just be sending us to a map 3. And oh, Spinks, hold the phone. He's just rushed on out. The Molotov will connect, and he's going to have to move on up the ladder. It's going to cost him considerable HP. Stomp's just nailed him through the smoke. And already they're the man down. And now, got a bit of a comeback. Shuey's found one more. Flashbang goes wide. Snappy caught blind. And still, they've got a slight chance. A very slight chance. In a 3 versus 5, Dika low HP. It's going to cost them. Snappy's found a swift headshot. It's a 4 versus 3. And as he aggresses towards Ivy, he might be able to catch out a second. If he predicts that, of course, Shane will be on top green, it could be a monumental frag and really could swift ENCE's favours. Well, their favourability to win this round drastically. And oh, while they try the boost, Dika decapitated. Shuey to find one more. Snappy 1 versus 4. Flashbang goes wide. And he's caught blind in the angle. It'll be a 9th for Izako Boars. And they might just have it in them. They might be able to mount just a slight comeback. As we kick things off in round 20. ENCE on a half bite. They are going to stay above $2,000 to try and get the money flowing for the next. Snappy flashed out, and Shane wins the Angel. Izako pulls up the man once again as Mono lines up two. I think that was even a 2-for-1 at that, as Shane lines up yet another. Alu with the Desert Eagle is unsuccessful, and things are tied level. ENCE fans, ENCE predictors, ENCE bettors, whoever you may be, you best be careful. Because Izako Boars, they might have just trailed their way into map 3. Now, once again, oh, Alu might have just spied out the man. Big shot, but he's got to run away. Caught lacking, at least in terms of players. He will need assistance, but he's actually found his way away. Oh, no! The block! Stomp got in his way. At least he's able to find the man that killed him. But that could have been bad. Spinks with one more. It's a 3 versus 3. This game is heating up for all the right reasons. Flashbang goes out. Stomp caught blind. Will have to back away from the angle. This is getting entertaining. This is a game you want to watch. As we head into a 3 versus 3, Spinks caught in the open. On top of the train as Dika swings wide. Alu, AWP 1 versus 3 and doesn't even hit the first. It's Izako Boars that take the lead, and it might just be that we head to map 3.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
As ENCE are yet to pick up a T round. They need to find this one. Or at least one, but they've got to do it quick. Because Izako Boars are starting to build a large economy. And that could cost ENCE more rounds. If they win the next 2, that's ENCE, of course. They should have a great chance. As we take a slow turn. Molotov deployed towards Ivy will cut off the push Dika anticipated to gain. Will be unsuccessful, no damage done. Flashbang goes high. And Snappy found his way out. Will he try and swing the smoke though? Stomp holding the boost. And Snappy actually just working his way in the smoke. Stomp realizes, oh, the flick. In fact, Dota with a quick trade. Will they catch out the man towards heaven? Dika with a quick kill. And it's Shane to at least try and pick up the pieces. They do try and look towards heaven. And yes, Alu, he has found it. But they've got to be careful of Shuey. And in fact, Dota finds the kill. The one and only 1 versus 3 has found the first. Bomb going to get planted. I think he did spot out the man towards top side. But he's got everything to do. He's got a full belt of utility. And he spots out the high HP. Man, oh my god, Spinks. What a flick. What a frag. And I saw someone in chat said I was jinxing ENCE. But that is proof that jinxing does not exist. Because finally they find themselves the round. And it's such a good round to find it in. As the smoke will be deployed towards Sandwich, they'll look towards an A execute. Snappy. He's got to throw some utility with it because Shuey's found his way all the way in. They will throw the Molotov, of course, to deny. Smokes to try and counteract that. Shuey might even try and launch a grenade up, but in fact he's caught a nade to the face. Dropped to half health. Warp shot actually clipping Alu. And that will take him down. 5 versus 4. Shubi gonna try and aggress. The question is, though, will he aggress into Sarah Snappy? This man, the flashbang's there, and Snappy's found the kill. Beautiful flashbang. Shubi did not know where to aim. He didn't know if he was gonna go back up or if he was gonna go down. And unfortunately, he predicted incorrectly. ENCE with a minute on the clock. We strike the minute mark. And it's a 4 versus 4. Will be noise made towards that. Molotov will be deployed. Spinks quick shot. This man is unreal with rifles. Orb shot from Mono doesn't connect. It's a 3 versus 4 and they've got the double orb retake. This could be crucial to ENCE's success. 30 seconds. Time ticking down. Spinks finally going to pump those digits in. And the bomb goes down. And it sets in the nerves. Izako Boars. They've got 35 seconds to tap E on the bomb. And I don't even think they're going to go for it. They've backed away already. The one and only towards CT in back B. And this is over. ENCE have found themselves the lead once again. It's going to be 12. And this is a great save from Izako Boars. A very good one. Because, admittedly, the money isn't too bad. Storm's got enough money to drop an M4. Toel will have enough money to probably drop a FAMAS.
Terrorists win.
And then that could be a full buy for Izako Boars. But the problem is, I think they should eco here. I think they should call a tactical pause first off. And then they should look at ecoing. But they won't. They're going to invest. And I mean, it's a ballsy decision to make. But it might just work out. ENCE might be caught off guard. And ENCE's money isn't looking too grand either. Because of course, if ENCE lose this round, they will have money to reinvest, but it's the same boat as Izako Boars. They lose the next, they're reset completely. As we head into the 1 minute 30 mark, early door, Snappy, gonna regress through the Molotov, will try and pick up the kill, and what are ENCE doing? They run right into the guillotine of the one and only. He shoves down all 3 players. ENCE, they tried something fast-paced, and it just will not work out. 2 versus 5. It's shocking. ENCE have just ran into death, certain death. And now they've got to try and pick up the pieces. Fundamentally using those building blocks to build themselves back up into this round. Alu's made his way out towards Ivy. And look, it might just warrant them a kill because Shubi might not expect this. Alu spotted out and he misses the shot. Shubi to drop, Spinks drops. And a flawless round from Izako Boars. That's what they needed because money floods their pockets. And ENCE, they're going to need a timeout and they call it. And of course, we're going to get the replay of that 3K. Snappy aggressive. Fair enough. Pika tried to get the trade. Goto. There is no smoke to counteract that Molotov. And that's going to sting them financially. And they will need to eco. And of course, this is a great time to talk about our sponsors over at Gandam. Plenty of different game modes, of course. Crash, Roulette, all of that to keep you entertained. And of course, on top of that, they have the match betting feature that you can go and spend your money in if you enjoy betting on these games. And of course, they've got awesome rewards. You know, you can use their code TEB. You can use the King of the Hill feature, periodical rain, cashback, rate back, all of the juice to keep you entertained. Make sure to go to gandam.com/TEB or /r/TEB, excuse me. Or use code TEB. Grenade? It's a cool one. I've never seen that line up before. But it has been counteracted quickly by the ventilation system outside Pop Dog. Flashbang on out. Should we going to be caught blind? In fact, Snappy is going to be in the same boat. The swing on wide. Now hold the phone because Doto and Dicha have found one apiece. Or Dika, excuse me. 2 versus 3 though. It's the one and only. He's gunning down more and more. He's ripping heads from the ENCE side, and he might find a quadra denied by Dika. But it's a 1 versus 3. He found the first, but he'll be denied of any more. Izako Boars take 13. And ENCE are forced to eco. And they might just take another timeout for it. "26 rounds. ENCE down by 1. Izako Boars, they need to come back into this. And they've done so brilliantly, but can they close this out? ENCE have actually invested fully into this round. Well, I say fully, they've bought a lot more than I'd expected. The one and only making a drop sound. Oh no, this could be costly. If someone swings right now, it could have been warranting a kill, but they are going to shift on down. And the peak is there. Dota catches out the man. The AK-47 going to try and rifle off a couple of shots. The one and only lines up 1. He is going to drop down off of the angle, but the bomb goes down, and that's huge money. All shot rattles. Spinks finds 1. The Desert Eagle has claimed a soul, but it's going to need to do more than just 1. Grenade on over. Molotov towards Sandwich. Flashbang goes high. Spinks finds another. And hold the phone. He nearly finds a third. Denied. It's the AWP. Stomp is going to find it. Shane with 1 more. And it's the pistols to try and work things out. Try and make things work as Dika finds 1 more. Snappy 1 versus 2. This could be the one. Taps the bomb. Snappy jiggles. Spots the man. In fact, oh no! Snappy. Oh, he's won it! How have ENCE done that? It should not be allowed. Stomp's not got enough time. Bomb detonated. ENCE back in it. 13 all. What on earth just happened? That 1 versus 2. You'll never see that again. Get in. You'll never see this again. A game like this. As we wait. Round 27 underway. Oh, Stomp's found the first. Detrimental. ENCE is a push, as it will be Shooty that delivers the goods on the second and the third. Dika with a trade. The spam, the tap at least, the tag on Dika as he spots the man towards heaven. Alu 1 versus 3. And he misses the first shot. Had he have hit that, he had a great opportunity, but that's just cost him quite possibly the round as he has to rethink his strategy. As he edges on out. We'll spot the man towards connection. This opportunity once again. Pop dog swing. And ENCE, they are unable to deliver 14. Izako Boars find themselves another. And there will be a timeout, of course. "28 rounds will be played. Izako Boars up by 1, but the question is, can they tip this over the line? Flashes on in. Spinks finds the first. Shooty tries the aggression, and what a crucial round to lose that duel, because now ENCE are on the front foot. Grenade deep. Won't do much. Spinks dropped by 7. And in fact, he's found a tag onto Shane. And he might be able to catch up the man as well as he edges up the ladder. And Spinks, I talked about him being a god-tier rifler, and while Toel's found one, Snappy's found another. It's back and forth, and ENCE might find their way back into this game because Dika's found one more. Mono 1 versus 3. And the AWP has to be Izako Boars' savior. Because the money on Izako Boars is poor. Horrifically great for ENCE's knowledge. Because they've secured and locked in 14. And ENCE have called another timeout. The IGL, Snappy, using this time to think. Using this time to relax. Tell his team, guys, no need to push. Izako Boars, they take Jules. Yeah, it's not great. But it didn't work out that round, and that was crucial. And ENCE are going to ride off that high, and they're going to try and find themselves map point. And in fact, series point if they do win this round. And meanwhile, Izako Boars, that time is used to think. No way are they going to eco for overtime. They are going to eco for overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, it might just go the full 30. It might just go the full distance. And ENCE are going to bomb out towards A. And it's Spinks the man to hold the key. The W key to be precise. As he tries to find his way on out. It is actually ENCE that just make their way on forward. Shane up close to the smoke. Spinks, he will watch the player drop to the floor. Snappy and Spinks find one apiece. Spinks has doubled up. And Dika with the last. You blink and you miss it because ENCE are at map point and series point. And there will be a technical pause. It's not tactical, it's technical. And I'm wondering what the problems are. We'll get some information soon. It's ENCE with a technical pause. That's all we know so far. What an unreal series this has been. And it's going the full distance. It's going the full 30. ENCE 15, Izako Boars 14. Can they tip this over the line? Grenades on out. Spinks finds the first. Stomp with a trade. Mono's found headshots round the board. But it's Snappy that silenced the tongue of one more. 3 versus 3. Low HP on ENCE players. This might just go to overtime. Dika holding the angle, patiently waiting. Spots the man up towards heaven, and that's gifted them an opportunity. A FAMAS and a scout are the only 2 weapons to stop ENCE taking it to 16. And Dika's found the scout, the one and only. He's got to live up to his name. In a 1 versus 3, he's going to look towards Pop. He's going to drop on down, and Doto's found him. ENCE 16, Izako 14. And you thought it could have gone the distance. At any point in that game, you could have sworn Izako Boars were going to take that to map 3. And ENCE pipped them at the post. In a dramatic series, it had everything. It had drama, suspense, kills, individual ability. But it came down to teamwork. And you best believe, statistically, what looked to be one of the best teams in the world right now have just delivered it on a silver platter. 16-14 in the last map. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous best of 3s I've casted. And it only went to 2 maps. ENCE, unreal. But Izako Boars, while I was doing it for the hype, you've got to realise that team is strong. To knock 14 rounds, well, it was their map pick, 88% win rate. You know, it doesn't matter. ENCE, looking in that individual skill, that lineup, unbelievable. Chat. That's all we got time for today. I'll say my goodbyes in chat as well, don't you worry. But thank you everyone so much for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure casting the last game today. Tune back in tomorrow, 9 a.m. CET. We're back live with our second round of the Swiss system. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We're going to throw it to the ad break. We're going to throw it to the end of the stream. Thank you, everyone, once again, and we'll see you all very, very soon. Take care and goodbye.
One 1.01 to 11 or 12. It's 1 point. Routes going for the 5 AKs, just default at this point. And on the other side, Kyiv, they have the AWP in the hands of S4, but still lacking utility. This is a reset round for both teams. Pretty slow one. Oh, this molly. Oh, it's perfect. Faven. This might work out perfectly. Sashka, you have no idea. There's a flash and surely he doesn't check for it, but he's ready. Goes for the second, shutting down the entire play from the side of Sprout, and Sashka, he continues. This is massive. This is such a huge individual play there on the back of just one flashbang. But Slags, though, gets the first. Does he find a second? Well, he doesn't. As crazy, he's left in the 1 versus 4. Everything to find. They spot him. They hear him, and Kyiv, they managed to complete a pretty decent shutdown in the first buy round of the T's, which is ideally what they're looking forward to. As Sashka, he'll find his fourth in the round, single-handedly just demolishing the push from Sprout. And yet again, the half buy is coming through. There's the replay. Look at that nasty kills from Sashka with the MP9. Even follows up with the AK. This man just can't be stopped at this point. So do Kyiv. Still haven't dropped a single round on the CT side. Won the pistol, won the EQ, won first by a round. As now on the other side, there's another half buy with pistols coming in. Amster, not wanting to take any chances, just falls back, uses his grenades, and this is perfect for them. They want to use this one to build up economy even more. Zamster, he will take down Cressy. Oh, and Sashka, he's completely blinded, but in the end, he'll manage to find a kill. Speedy and Slacks in the 2 versus 5. As Slacks, he will find one. Gets taken down immediately though, and now it's only left to Speedy. Nothing will go his way, but as I say that, he'll take the head off Armster, which is not that bad. Now 10-9. As the AWP will come for the side of the T's. Slacks will have it. They have full utility as well. At this point, I want to see a full commitment coming in from Sprout. They've been playing the defaults, and that's maybe the worst thing about this matchup so far. Both teams on the T side have been playing so many of these defaults. Every single time playing a default. Not a single full commitment, and this is perfect from Sprout. This is exactly what I want to see here. Just a full commitment towards one of the bomb sides. full execution, efficient refragging, and getting the bomb down playing the after plant. This is perfect from Sprout. There's the flash. They're just gonna run through this, or are they? Just the bait. They're gonna go for the double fake, but do they eventually go back to forZe? Well, looks like they do. Look at that. There's no way that they're ready for that position. Beria, what is that angle? Who plays that? Who plays that? There's no way that they're ready. And Beria, he will take down Cressy. Man advantage in favor of Kyiv as yet again going into the default Sprout. They outplay themselves. Man disadvantage. Again, grouping up towards B, but to what avail? Being command down at this point. Yes, you still have utility, but if you don't find the openings here, you're pretty much screwed over. And there's the molly from Smash. They need to run through this one. They have no time. Speedy though with an instant headshot. Sashka on the refrag. Still man advantage for the CTs as bomb will go down, but there's the flash. And Sashka, he's just gonna run through the smoke, but it's so awkward. Gets the kill, denying the bomb plant. Manages to make his way back. There's the miss shot. Going in from S4, it will cost him his life. And Favin, he's found a second. Bomb will go down now, the 2 versus 2. As they continue to push in. And Dennis in the 1 versus 2 doesn't manage to connect the shots. That's gonna be 10. Each side. And Kyiv, they make the retake work. It was messy, but in the end, it does work.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, that's... what a day has been. Like, the first match, I would never guess it. Look at the odds from Gamdome. They're so close. Oh, they're even. They are even. 10 to 10 on third map. Both teams from full buy. It is even odds, but at this point, actually, if I was controlling the odds, I would say that Kyiv have a bigger chance of winning because their economy is in a way better state. Like, it's not that much, but if they lose around, they can afford to rebuy into the upcoming. And Favin, he might be thinking that it is time for them to lose one. And for Sprout, they continue over-aggressing without a reason. And this is what has been costing them so far. Favin, okay, you got the first one. Just fall back. You can play the 5v4. Just hold. Why do you need to peek into this? And this is exactly what they've been doing. Just over-committing, but Smash, he's doing the same. Sprout, they're aware that Kyiv don't have anything to work with in terms of information. So they're just waiting for the pushes in. Kyiv, they're just walking into their crosshairs. And at this point, what can you do if you're S4? In spite of saving, this is a perfect round for Sprout. And Favin, his team saves him. Of course, he gets the first, so it's okay because 1-for-1 trades always favor the CTs. But after you get traded, it's kind of a fair thing. Like, if you can play a 5 versus 4, it's better. It is better. Hopefully, of course, Sprout, they're gonna continue just playing how they are supposed to. The thing is that Kyiv, they're playing really well as well, but Sprout have been doing some really questionable things, especially on the past map. This time, though, I think that both teams are really composed. Both teams are full focused here, train. And I'm really enjoying this game so far. I really hope that you guys are enjoying it as well. I really hope that you're enjoying the cast. We're having such an interesting matchup right here. And we've been having interesting matchups all over the place today. Every single game has been interesting as hell to watch. A lot of things to talk about. And, well, Kyiv, they go for their final tactical timeout, realizing that they're pretty much buying to a potential reset. Let's see how they fare after the tactical timeout. They decide to go for the double op, which is kind of a go-to for me when I'm watching teams play. I really love to see the double op, just the aggression coming in, maybe towards Ivy, towards B ramps, towards main. You could be really proactive on the CT side with the AWP, and Amster, he's been doing exactly that, getting a fast opening towards Ivy, but Sprout, they're grouping up towards B. Still though, playing the default, 2 players towards Ivy with the bump, and this is just gonna be the B fake and the split towards A by the looks of it. And the double AWP, it could work wonders for them. But let's see, is the fake gonna work? Oh, when Amster, he's gonna be more than happy to welcome a dry peek into his AWP. Let's see though, they might decide to cancel their plans to go Ivy. Still Sprout, not so sure what to do, and this indecisiveness at this point, this is what has been costing them. Crazy now, going for the fight, deploys the flash, he will try and play from CT. Reunite with his teammates. Have went towards B, manages to bait the shot, but needs to be careful as there's a USP picked up by Sashka. He will find a kill, but 3v5 could be less dangerous considering they have the B side completely open, but S4, he doesn't think like that. Goes for the P, there's the miss shot from Speedy, and there should be no way that Sprout get a say into this round. Because there's still 1 player towards side, they have no idea, and Amster and Smash with double open the M4, they're gonna shut down everything. This is a clean round from Kyiv. And oh, this has been looking scary right now for Sprout. I think the odds need to change at this point. Sprout, they're in a pretty tough position. Look at that. Kyiv, they have won 6 out of the last 7 rounds, and it was about time to see a tactical timeout come in for Sprout. They were 10-5 up. Now it's an entirely different scenario. Kyiv leveling things up, 11-11 to the lower ramp, upper ramp, IV, main, wherever they want. We see them being aggressive all the time, and if you play the default, you're just risking to get picked apart by every single part of the map, and Amster, he's doing exactly the aggression play. And both opers, actually they're going for the triple op. They did that on Mirage as well. This is insane. They go for the triple op setup. Slacks though, he will shut down the first. Was the second up close. That's the main reason that fires the shots through the smoke. Smash though, he will push and he will get 1 in return, but still 1-for-1 trades, always favoring the T's. They could just regroup, refrag efficiently, and the decision to go for the 3 ops here is really questionable by Kyiv. They did it on Mirage, but when they did it on Mirage, it was pretty much GG when they went for the 4-op buy, so I was thinking that it's kind of a troll buy, but here, oh, Smash, he spotted the feed. He knows he'll call for 1 more rotation. 2 players from Kyiv towards that B-bomb side. There's the smokes coming in. And there's a 3rd player in a fast rotation. Smash gets the flash, goes for the peek, falls back. That's perfect. There's the 3rd player coming in from Z. And this is just disastrous for the side of Sprout. They need openings, but the molly is gonna slow them even more. This is so bad for the T's right now. There's yet another molly. This is heartbreaking. Only 20 seconds. They might consider saving at this point. And Sprout, they are gonna save. They have nothing to work with. They have no time. They got completely denied. On 30 seconds left, there's 3 mollies, 1 after the other, just deployed towards lower ramp.
Counter-terrorists win.
Sprout, they go for yet again another tactical timeout as they will be able to reinvest into this one, but realizing that from 10-5 up, now they're down 12-11 and Kyiv need only 2 more to win the series. This is not gonna be an easy one for the Germans. On the other side, Kyiv, they're doing such a great job so far at reading what Sprout are going to do, and it's not that much just reading, is being able to win the initial fights, and when you win the initial fights, just fall back. This is something that Sprout haven't been doing when they were on the CT side. And something that Sprout are doing right now is just providing 1v1s, continuing to play this default. Looks like they're afraid to go for a full commitment at this point, because they're afraid that they'll throw it away, but now as they go for the full investment, they have no utility whatsoever. Only 2 smokes and 1 flash, which means that they need to play together. Flax, yes, has the ult, but where's the util as they try and make their way towards Ivy? There's the flash period. Oh, yet again on this position. Amster support Dennis will find one in return in the meantime. As Amster, though, he's not missing anytime soon with the AWP. And down to the 2 versus 4 they go. Bomb will be planted, which of course will ground a full buy coming into the next from Sprout, considering they have the max loss bonus. But at this point, what do you do if you're Sprout? You're just getting completely annihilated by Kyiv. And Dennis into the 1 versus 4. That will be one for the books. Does he have the power to do it? Does he? And the answer is no. Smash is gonna take him down. Kyiv, they win number 13, and this is so scary for the side of Sprout. Yes, they have money for the AKs, but they'll be lacking utility again, and these defaults, they're just not working. Just going for a split like that when you don't have grenades whatsoever to clear anything, and look at the odds. The odds are now in favor of Kyiv, and, well, at this point, if someone in the chat has put, for example, $100 or more on Kyiv in the beginning, before the beginning of this match, he's a guru. Like, genius. Fair enough. Because the odds were like 12 or 13 back then, but of course, Sprout going as the heavy overdogs into this one. Faven will find the man advantage in what could potentially be the last decent buy round of Sprout, but still, they have a chance at it. There's the full commitment, there's the split towards A, the grenades come in, the kills come in, and this is exactly what Sprout wanted. Amster, though, he's gonna find one in return, S4 as well, and yet again, they're just getting completely shut down after getting the initial peaks. There's the flash, bomb will go down. It's so awkward with the smokes fading. Can Smash getting the kill. Crazy with one in return. S4 one on the AWP, and now the 1 versus 2 Crazy. 2 players extremely tagged to find knows where Bullfire and Amster. He's gonna take him down. Kyiv, somehow they managed to win it. Somehow on the back of Sprout getting the double entry, going for the full commitment, playing it to perfection. They managed to choke it, and Kyiv, they're just absolutely phenomenal. The AWPs, they're just not missing. They're so impactful. Look at that. 20 bomb for Amster, 20 for Sashka, Burial on 12, 17 for S4, 14 for Smash. Every single one of these Ukrainians is hitting, and they're in for an upset. They're in for a massive upset. 14-11. Only 2 more for Kyiv to win their best of 3 against Sprout here in the Snow Sweet Snow round 1. Again, the early default, just to make sure that there's no further regression, but look at that. Look at that from Kyiv. They're just going in ham. Faven will take down 1 in return. Of course, 1-for-1 trades always favoring the T side, as the grenades will come through towards that A bomb side. Smokes towards Electrico and Sandwich. There's the initial flash as well, but still they're not committing. They're taking their time, having 1 minute on the clock. Kyiv, they seem like they have a perfect read of the situation. Look at that. There's 3 players ready to fight for Ivy here. 3 players ready to fight. One will make his way back, but that's a perfect bait. And Crazy, he buys the bait. Then they go back. Sashka with 1. Slacks gets the first. Will he get the second? Manages to bait out the shot. Slacks with a second. And this is actually looking really dangerous right now for the likes of Kyiv, as Slacks single-handedly manages to find a double, and he will need to make it a 4K here. He needs the 4K clutch, knows where one of the players is, but the thing is that there's 2 different players, but he thinks that there's only one towards Ivy because it was the AWP for both kills. Doesn't matter that S4 took the second, and now Slacks, can he find both? Timing is everything. He's played that perfectly. His position is so strong. He won't be ready. Goes for the first. Will he find a second? Yes, he will. And Slacks single-handedly giving Sprout a chance to fight for this one. But look at the money on the CTs. This is just not looking good for them. What a phenomenal clutch. He played it so well. 12-14, ladies and gents. This can't possibly get closer. This is such a decent game so far. But the money on the T side is anything but ideal. Again, lacking utility, having the Galileo speed, having only the Desert Eagle and Cressy. But Slacks, he continues pushing towards Ivy, getting the first. Will he have a second? Slacks continues. Can somebody stop this man? Gets a second, not quite a third as Birek. He will shut him down finally, but look at that. This is so awkward for Smash. He just goes out on H, he wants to throw it, and he sees one player just shifting out lower. Gets the first kill in the end. Now the 3 versus 3, but the bomb will go down towards that B side. And this could be everything for Sprout. Smash dropping Crazy. Biro will take down Dennis, and now Speedy needs to take the initiative, needs to clutch it. Good for 1, not for more though. And at this point, you could just ask yourself, what more could Slacks do? He gets a 4K into the last one, the 1 versus 2 clutch, saves them, goes for a double opening on his zone towards Ivy in this one with the AWP. And they still lose it. On the back of the 2 initial opening kills, they lose it. And this is just poor gameplay by Sprout, poor decision making in the mid rounds. They're just not ready. They're just not hitting their shots. And on the other side, Kyiv, they're hot on their heels. These guys, let me tell you what, they are extremely talented aimers. Extremely talented aimers. They're just not letting Sprout have a chance to shoot, and out-aiming these players here. Odds in the beginning were 1.01 to 13 for Kyiv. 13 or 12, something like that. That's a massive difference. I don't know if you realize, but this has been just a beautiful performance by the young Ukrainians. They're just making a statement for themselves, but let's see, can they close it out? 40 seconds to work with. Sprout making their way towards that B side, but still the bomb is in front of A, which of course suggests a potential fake towards B in the split that will end towards outside. There's smokes coming in. The bomb, it starts making its way towards B. It is gonna be the big commitment, but Smash, he is there, deploys the molly, gets the down. The first, S4 with 1 as well. Speedy on the refrag onto Sashka. Now the 4 versus 3. Bomb could go down here, but every single player has rotated. Bira, he will take down the first. And now the 2 versus 4, the bomb will get cancelled. And there is no time. Slacks, no matter what he does, he can't win this for his team. And ladies and gents, there you have it. Kyiv, they are your winners. They managed to complete the comeback after losing their map pick on Mirage. In the end, of course, they managed to close things out here on Train after winning converting as well. What a game, what a game. I think that no one expected that. No one expected HONORIS to get a map of EXTREMUM as well, but this one, that just goes off the charts. Kyiv having 33% win rate on Vertigo, have not played Train in an official game on HOTV in the past 3 months, just managed to dismantle Sprout, somehow upset them, and that was one hell of a game, and they made quite the statement about their names. I'll be looking forward to seeing how they perform in the Snow Sweet Snow, of course, coming in to the later stages, as you can see after the first day of the main stage. Well, there has been some really interesting results. Sangal, PACT, GODSENT, Sprout, Izako, Boars, Sinners, HONORIS, and GamerLegion losing their first games as Endpoint, Winstrike, Kyiv, Lyngby, ENCE, forZe, EXTREMUM, and Dignitas are in the 1-0 bracket. And ladies and gents, that will conclude the day. Thank you so much for being with us. I was your caster, Ted. And of course, we'll be back yet again tomorrow with another dose of interesting Counter-Strike to watch here in the Snow Sweet Snow. Stay tuned.
Dire team's turn to ban.
Ethos build, but it just doesn't sure our mid laner doesn't lose the lane, but then you're already playing it in this mindset that like if you don't
I think, in every series so far.
I'm not sure I like this for Min. Well, he can eat. Draft. Necessarily.
Quap. So, oh man, this is scary. Quap is one of those mids that I've thrown out there a couple times, and every time I've said it, you guys do that little grimace of like, yeah, but then you got a Quap on your team. What does she do? So I Lotus Orbit back at you. What does she do in this game?
She fights with Viper. She plays Viper's game.
Yeah, she's high tempo. She creates space for the Wraith King, but you are picking Quap into a Nature's Prophet, which is always a little scary. He actually, even if he's played in the offlane, he might farm the Orchid faster than you, and then that kind of forces you into this Zeusceptor build, which is not, it doesn't really scale that well. So it definitely puts a lot of pressure on the Wraith King.
Yeah, don't get blown up. And it's not even like an incredible matchup mid or anything like that, because it is versus the Lina, so Lina just does her thing.
I mean, they must be very confident in this Queen of Pain to see it picked like this. That's one thing I will say, but I like the Incubus draft a lot more. Very conventional. I like the Monkey King into Wraith King matchup as well. All that tips the scales for me.
It's very low team fight all around across like the whole game. Like we have Wukong's commands and like reincarnation. Has like big AoE abilities, you know.
Their only long range stun is the Earth Spirit here. The only other stun is Wraith Fire Blast, and that Wraith King will take some time to be in the fights. So it definitely feels kind of hard to do anything when you have Phoenix, when you have Tusk, when you have Nature's Prophet. It just feels like they can disengage on the side of Incubus whenever you want.
I didn't count Egg either. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, I think the supports are the keys this game. That's what I'm looking for sure. I would agree that The Incubus looks a little bit favored, but if they're going to pull it off from Inverse, let the supports do the work.
Well, at least we're stepping up the cosmetics game here. We've got a Queen of Pain Arcana to grace our eyes. How quickly we forget, Trent. Just a year ago, this thing was the talk of the town, and now Queen of Pain is ancient history. So at least Inverse is doing us that pleasure here of bringing back the Quap Arcana. Gareth, it's time for you to shine, buddy. Bring us some of that ginger love into our only series today.
Yeah, good morning, Zari, and welcome. Here we are, game one of this best of three, as I'm joined by Theban to get ourselves into the first game of this series. Trent saying if we want team fights, we have to look towards the supports and let them do all the work. Theban, this game with all these core heroes really requiring some good laning stages. What are you looking at?
I'm mainly looking at Lina. I think it's going to be up to her whether Incubus is going to have a good game or a really, really hard game, because their draft looks very simple. You know, you got that Tusk, you got the Phoenix. These two can move around together, get kills with the Lina or the Monkey King. I think Incubus just have a pretty overall well-sound built lineup here. On the side of Inverse, it's a bit finicky. You know, you got the Viper and the Quap. If Tusk starts bottom, tri-lanes the Viper, gets a kill or two on him, and then decides to go and play with the Nature's Prophet, I think Incubus would be in an amazing position in the game. It's something.
Whereas Inverse, I like your use of the word finicky there. It really is. They need the Earth Spirit roll to land. They need Inkswell to land. All of these abilities, and then Queen of Pain is that real kind of linchpin hero in their lineup that offers you pretty much all of the mid-game damage. Is that Queen of Pain with her skill set? So Noah God's going to have a pretty good time coming out of that mid lane. And Lina versus Queen of Pain, something that's definitely going to be interesting to watch. Mini up against Noah. Yeah, I think we've seen this quite a bit, and the matchup is kind of like, I want to say 65-35 for the Lina. It's all about that range, right? You have much higher range than Quap. Every time the Quap walks in to try and shadow strike you, it's well telegraphed, so you can just throw out the stun when that happens, and then the Queen of Pain just loses like half her health just trying to shadow strike you. And she can't even attack you back all the time, like she coming in to shadow strike, right click, or anything like that. So the trades are always much better for the Lina. I'd be really surprised if she loses the lane. And the Earth Spirit, if he leaves the Viper bottom all by himself to go mid to gank the Lina for the Quap, then the Viper is going to be in a lot of danger. This is a Phoenix Monkey lane. They're going to have a lot of damage. I really want to see a Tusk tri lane though to start. Yeah, that'd be cool to see. Yeah, that's a good point though, right? This Earth Spirit with potentially a lot on his shoulders could struggle to guard the runes. Obviously very important against Lina, Queen of Pain. And try and get into that mid lane. It is indeed. Inverse, 5 heroes strong, walking past a Treant. Under 3 jungle. They're not going to find anyone though, because 5 heroes of Inverse are over on the other side of the map. Who's Jaws? Nah, there's nothing here. Oh man.
30 seconds to battle.
You find nothing but a Roshan. That's a bigger shark than you are.
Yep.
Oh no.
No stabbing violins anywhere. Yeah, it's interesting, these Lina matchups. Thinking about like Lina, Lina versus TA, thinking about Queen of Pain versus SF. You go back to Dota 1 days and there were complete reversals. You know, they used to be heavily favored the other way. And now we've got Mangoes being spammed out, individual couriers bringing salves. And a lot of these mid laners have kind of figured out how to balance the scales of a lot of these disadvantageous matchups and even tip them in their favor.
You're gonna have to, I mean, the way you tip them in your favor is by just abusing more region and knowledge of the game to your opponents. So sometimes if your enemy mid laner is not thinking about the game or doesn't have as much Dota IQ on their lane as you do, that's the time that you're really gonna outplay them.
Well, the one melee creep sent forward. The block from Noah. That's one slip. So Mini gets his first CS. Down in that bottom lane, the Phoenix and the Monkey, Nuage and Benny, does have the addition of the Tusk. The tri-lane that you wanted is there, as the Earth Spirit is still lurking top lane, so Viper incredibly defensive. A single point of experience.
Yeah, I like this much better. You just give the Monkey the entire first wave, he gets all the assets. They're going to be able to control the pulls up as well. I'm shook that the lane pushed though.
that can't be good. Like they could easily deny the first 4 creeps if this lane did not push. But we're back top, 3 heroes.
Yeah, still keeping that Earth Spirit up there, stunning onto the Prophet. But they've missed out on some of their spells here. Wraith King can't follow forward. And Ma was the one that started us off with the tag team. Now body blocking the Treants in front of Slaw. That's a lot of damage. Still not dead just yet. Maybe if the Tusk can get there, they can cancel the salve. But it's going to be tag team towards the Earth Spirit now. They are a 3 versus 2 lane that is losing out. But maybe the turn with Sweeten finally getting back away from that creep wave. They'll get first blood. Ma down, and Jupiter's going to follow him. That's a great ink swell on that Earth Spirit, thanks to Slaw. And the Troy lane, it comes out in the end.
Yeah, a little too much coming out from Incubus there. I mean, as soon as you brought that Earth Spirit so low, don't chase them into the trees. You can just back off. They're all going to be super low HP and just win the lane through the fact that they can't really walk up anymore.
Theban, mid lane.
What is it?
12-3 Lina and 4 CS on the Queen of Pain. You said 65-35, and it's going that way and more.
Yeah, Mini is giving him the beatdown. It's like, you pick Queen of Pain into me? What kind of joke do you think I am? And
they're jumping bottom.
Hands it up.
Monkey King he's broken, so the Jingu stacks, they aren't building up, and now the roll from Earth Spirit connecting on Phoenix, but a boundless strike and Monkey's ability to chase forces the Fairy Fire. He's got the stacks of Jingu going. Phoenix is dropping lower, and the final touch there from the Earth Spirit will finish him, while the Monkey under the tier 1, he's going to get this kill. The Fairy Fire's needed, and he's going to die to tower in the end.
Very nice from Melee there, at least to give all that experience for his Earth Spirit and get the kill onto the Monkey. Definitely not worth it for Incubus.
And then back in that top lane, Sweeten, he's got Inkswell on him, but the Sprout not really working out there for Jupiter and Ma. Put a lot of pressure on him though. Slow down that radiance.
He's got that chainmail now. As soon as he gets that level 2 Vampiric Spirit on the Wraith King and starts healing up with these crits, he's gonna be okay. That chainmail is pretty much everything he really needs in this lane to sustain himself. That big armor buff.
Yeah, and a casual ring of protection, right, against Nature's Prophet with Blightstone and Treants. Makes a lot of sense.
A very good idea. Oh, Queen of Pain, it must be lagging, right? Oh wait, hold your horses, guys. This is game 1. This must be Peru server. Am I right?
I have.
First game we play, yeah. There's no reason. I mean, Mini is from Brazil. This man, I think he's like one of the better players out of Brazil as well. Like we watched him play a few games, and he's just incredible. And not only that, I think his English is very good too. From when he was having like conversations with some of the people in the lobbies, yeah.
Yeah, lobby chats are always super interesting. Oh, Bowie's back. Bloody Bowie and his pinging. Yeah, it is double null Lina while the Queen of Pain is trying to rush towards bottle. I wonder what Bowie's trying to point out there.
I don't know. I think Bowie just wants to annoy the other productions from the other regions. Did I ever tell you the story about how I pinged one time and apparently the Russian casters or something wanted to lynch me for it? I have no idea. Dude. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to point something out. I didn't know everybody else was gonna see it, and then I had like someone from the RU hub message and be like, "Hey, don't do that. Don't ping anything. It ruins the focus of the other casters." I'm like, "Oh, okay, sorry."
A lot of bullshit.
Sorry.
Ping whatever you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. It might have not been them, but it was someone. Someone messaged me right after like the game.
I mean, genuinely, what's the point in broadcast slots if you can just see everybody's pings anyway, right? Like that's something Valve should get onto. Let us ping. Let us ping these items so Bowie can ping an individual, singular null talisman. Not both of the ones that Lina has, but only one of them. Oh, now the Monkey King's gone. I thought it was the Dire team paused, right? Because they had a couple of players disconnect. Yeah, Monkey King's gone out for a bit of a break. A couple of deaths in that bottom lane, though, Theban. Phoenix and Monkey King. Yeah, that one Earth Spirit rotation, you can see the strength of him.
I mean, if you don't respect the Nether Toxin and you go in when it's up, it's a big mistake. You definitely want to only jump after the Viper uses the Nether Toxin, pretty much.
That spell is incredibly powerful. I don't know why it's so strong on level 1. Definitely feel like that should be rescaled in some way to make this hero more balanced. But then again, like, it's not, Viper's not a hero that people generally pick.
Yeah, and he's always been like an early focused hero, hasn't he?
You remember the days when Nether Toxin used to give you damage based on how much HP the enemy has lost? So the lower their health was, the more damage your Nether Toxin did. It was just like a passive. And it was so good at last hitting creeps.
Yes.
And it worked on like denies too, I think.
Yep.
I can't really remember, and it was insane, yeah. You just rock lanes by just out CSing your opponent, and then you just threw poison attacks on your enemy.
Yeah, like 5 minutes in, your mid lane Viper has 30 CS, 30 denies, and you're like, oh, cool. There's nothing to stop that, is there?
Yeah.
What was
it? Was a pretty bad hero later on.
Did he have any other different? I remember in Dota 1 days he had Frenzy as his Q, like he had the attack speed buff.
Yeah, okay, we know you're a boomer.
I'm just sorry. Okay, yeah, I am a boomer. No, he's had a lot of changes though. Like they've tried to rebalance him a few times.
Nah,
seems like it's been a bit of a struggle.
I mean, Dota 2 was always the same spells. It's up for the Nether Toxin change. He always had the Corrosive Skin, the Poison Attack, and the Viper Strike used to have much higher cast range than what it does now. It's like much higher cast range. The build before used to be like mech into Aghanim's. It's like treads, mech, you become unkillable, then you buy Ags and you just run around and shoot people, and then you just kill them.
Yeah, thanks, Fata. Fata with those mid lane mech builds. DK mech, Invoker mech, Shadow Fiend mech.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
Those are some days as well.
Yeah, he was a pretty good mid laner back in the day, was Fata. And just run around with his team.
Damn, this pause is very long. Interesting.
Yeah, with usually they give like a little reason.
Yeah, I hope he didn't click the leave button instead of the reconnect. Yeah, that's happened a few times in competitive Dota.
I've had to catch myself recently from doing it as well, because like sometimes, you know, something bugs out or you have to change hotkeys or whatever, and you know, you leave game, you close the game, and you come back. Very weird playing Lina. Ha! But like you come back in, and sometimes like your cursor in the Dota 2 main menu doesn't act like it should. So even if you have it hovering over the like reconnect button, sometimes it clicks the leave button. I swear to God, there's like gremlins in the UI. Just accidentally abandon the game.
Definitely lost some MMR doing that before. Ouch. I think it happened to me like once in my entire like whatever 10k games I must have or something. So not that bad, but you know, it's definitely happened. They're literally right on top of each other as well. Did you see what Mini wrote?
Yeah, I'm wondering which direction to go with. Like, how is he being philosophical? Is he being a memer? Which direction's he going? Who's he talking to? I guess is the primary question. Is he talking to the viewers?
I don't know. I think he's just talking. Doesn't have much else to do. I mean, we're paused in the middle of a Dota game. Imagine you're at war and you're like, guys, give us a second. Hold on, I gotta go pee.
Gotta go pee. I need a pee break real quick. Just stop shooting us for a sec, yeah? Stop dropping that artillery.
Benny, by the way, is from Argentina.
Oh yeah.
So maybe he's playing from home and he's got some lag issues. Let's just hope that it's nothing serious.
Oh yeah, definitely hope so.
That he will be able to come back into this game, because this does look like it's going to be a very interesting game. I mean, Inverse is 4-1. They got some nice kills so far. Their lanes are not going too hot in terms of last hits, but you know, kills are kills.
They sure are. I mean, they can alleviate any kind of pressure you've got on you. And right now, Inverse, you know, feeling pretty pressured down at the bottom of the group stage, right? 2 series losses. They need a win desperately just to try and, you know, levitate back up there. While Incubus probably feeling pretty good about themselves. 2-1 so far in this Div 2 group stage. And their loss was up against Hokori, who looked pretty hot in, you know, the first game of the season, and you're up against one of the kind of top teams.
some of these teams it's desperate. It's desperation. You know, they want to stay in this Division 2 because I'm pretty sure majority of these people have not gotten like a single dollar from playing, you know, Dota. Like not a single dollar, but as much money as they can get from this tournament, pretty much, right? If you get 6th place in Division 2, you got $7,000. That's a lot of money in South America to split between your team. They're gonna be very happy about that, and all they're really playing is 7 series over the course of like 45 days. So, very good money for them.
Fine with rating and all.
They do not want to get last 2.
Oh, they absolutely don't. And there's some good value going. And we are back in. No God, ready to resume the game and get back into that laning stage. It's been a crippling one so far, and forced to bring another salve just to stick around in that mid lane. 19-6 Lina and Mini just going to try and keep that pressure on with the light strike arrays. It looks like the Phoenix down bottom, that pull through, going to be contested by the Earth Spirit, and that leaves the Viper in a straight 1v1 against the Monkey King, which Benny isn't too happy about. Would you think that Inverse here were aiming to get, you know, a really good laning stage start? Like, so just looking in isolation, without looking at Incubus as heroes, the 5-man draft of Inverse seems like a very lane-dominant, lane-heavy setup.
Yeah, they definitely were thinking something along those lines. I think they got like good dual lanes, pretty much. Viper, Earth Spirit, very classic. Grimstroke, Wraith King, same thing. They would just want to get. No one just want to draft into like synergy and some decent amount of disables, but I think Incubus just did a really good job at like countering that draft with the kind of heroes that they got. And this Lina probably made it very hard for Inverse to try and draft something that can beat the Lina. You want to go TA? You don't really want to go TA, right? With like a Wraith and a Viper on your team. And most of the other heroes don't really beat Lina either. She can make it a 50-50 almost against every single hero in Dota.
Yeah, it's what the panel was saying about that Viper pick, right? Being able to flex it is good in one way, but then that Lina pick made it awkward for them as the Earth Spirit rolls away from Mars rotation. Tusk comes down here to play with the bounty runes. One of them at least should be gathered up here by the supports of Incubus. Prophet scanning deep. 2 for 2 across the board. Mid lane's being eyed up though. Earth Spirit's there on the low ground, aiming for Mini, and they've collapsed on him with both dire supports. The Prophet TP's in, the 2-man light strike array. Mini doesn't have mana for the Laguna Blade though, and Ma, he is coming in here trying to take down Slaw's Grimstroke. He'll find it, or maybe not. The stick pop and the fairy fire gets him back to the tier 1 tower. And Jupiter, still being whacked around by the Earth Spirit, has to back himself up. So Inverse with a good rotation into mid lane, giving Queen of Pain a new lease of life. She's got some CS.
They definitely need that. I mean, the bounty runes into the rotation onto mid with the catapults coming out, that was really good move from Inverse there. Incubus though, they will be able to reduce the loss, not really take any tower damage. Lina's back alive. But this did give a lot of space for the Wraith King top side. And it's going for an armlet first item. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty decent item, but I do feel like maybe Radiant's rush could have still been better, considering your team wants to just like fight and let you farm, and then you gotta carry over once you get that Radiance.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the hardest question they have to answer right now, is like how late do we want to take this game? You know, you've got Viper, Queen of Pain, Wraith King. I guess you want to try and aim for the mid-game real big power spike. But then, is it Armored or is it Radiance that gives you that? Do you want to try and fight a little bit earlier? Are you expecting to be battling this Monkey King before he gets his first item? Because Benny has a Battle Fury queued up, but he has been struck by a rolling boulder. Mars tag team though, a lot of damage from that Boundless Strike and just the right clicks. And now Phoenix arriving with a dive and the Fiery Spirits. They'll find his Viper, and Earth Spirit should be okay to roll away. Benny, he wants to close that one out, and yeah, you're right. Grimstroke and Quap find the Lina mid, while Earth Spirit makes a hasty retreat.
That's another big kill onto the Lina. I mean, Mini was having a pretty good game, but after this pause, it looks like Inverse have really planned some nice movements to try and shut this Lina down, or at least give a little bit more space for the Queen of Pain.
Prophet
has been just getting dominated in the lane.
TP's onto the Earth Spirit. They've been tracking him and his wander across the map, wasting a lot of time. Phoenix, Tusk, and Prophet all expending a good 30 seconds to a minute, honestly, just chasing an Earth Spirit from that bottom tier 1 all the way through to mid tier 1 of the Dire team. And they got some good wards down inverse. I spot the Lina jungling away. They've got a ward down bottom watching for Monkey King.
I want to see them maybe just rotate this Tusk and the Phoenix top with the Nature's Prophet and try to pressure up this Wraith King. This Wraith King has just been able to just sit in the lane with his phase boots, push that out, farm jungle. You can get your Lina to walk up there too. Inverse doesn't have their Sonic Wave right now. That's a pretty big team fighting spell. Just, you know, get some kind of pressure going.
Hey, go make a move.
Looks like they're gonna do that, yeah, right now.
Because Wraith King's farming.
Moving.
He's farming stacks in the jungle. Someone's got to come and stop this man. And he's saving up his money, Theban, so that question is still unanswered, whether he does go for the armlet.
Yeah, he might just transition into it depending on whether his team wins the next fight or not. And they're actually gonna just give up this top tower because the Wraith King is jungling. Like, that's one of the dangerous part about, you know, taking stacks early on is your tower gonna take damage while you're doing this? And how much is it gonna take? So, Incubus, right place, right time. You're gonna be able to take this tower without, you know, any reaction coming up from inverse.
It is a trade though. Bottom tier 1 gonna be taken by the Queen of Pain. Just a little bit earlier than that top one. And Wraith King.
That bottom tower was... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Wraith King's not particularly fast at clearing stacks, is he? Even with like maxed out skeletons, these big large camp stacks with, you know, stomps and claps and all that stuff, they can actually clear the skellies pretty quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Benny's Monkey going to be sitting mid now. Bottom lane completely opens up for inverse. We should see the pretty regular. Roll in from Earth Spirit. A little ballsy there.
Are those cracks and
yeah, they don't see anybody else though on the side of Incubus to just back off there. They don't know if Viper is there or Queen of Pain is going to jump in with a Sonic Wave, so they don't really want to turn around on that Earth Spirit.
And this is where we probably see the pretty regular thing of Monkey King taking that top third corner of the map, pushing out the top wave, Prophet the unsafe farm down bottom, and you can TP into fights when need be. And Lina's actually going to be the one sitting in the pocket, hiding and farming jungle. Yule Scepter is nearly done, and once she has that, could start roaming around the map with that Tusk and the Prophet to look for kills. Sweetum still saving up 3,000 gold towards a relic potentially, as the Queen of Pain spots Jupiter. Nothing to cancel TPs.
It's looking a lot more and more like a relic than a armlet.
Yeah.
He would have already had it by now if he wanted armlet, and he would have used it to increase his farming speed.
They've caught the Lina again. Mini for the third time in a row. You're going to get sliced and diced here. The Sonic Wave takes her out. The Soulbind holds the Tusk and Phoenix in place, and that Stroke of Fate slows them down below enough. The dagger, the snowball comes, trying to save them up, but that Viper has already struck them with the real heavy toxin, and a killing spree from Noah comes out, looking for Mar. The final touch is the Queen of Pain for a double kill. Noah recovering from the laning stage, going from like 6th in net worth to 2nd place now at nearly 5k.
And the Wraith King is here too. Very nice TP from him, TPing out of bottom to mid as soon as the team wins a fight to drop the skellies and take this tier 1 tower. But it's a bit too slow, I think. Lina's already alive, yeah.
Yeah, Lina playing that left-hand side. Clear through all the skellies and the creeps that are here. Doesn't even need the Prophet to TP in. So you can.
You don't want to lose this tier 1. You're gonna have Inverse just smoking up all the time and just running straight into your jungle without you being able to really TP and cover your heroes fast enough. It is that tier 1.
And pretty much every move that Incubus is making is spotted by Inverse. Like they know exactly what's happening. And that's why Sweetum's been able to find these really great positions just to keep on farming. All of that early dire vision, giving them the intel they need. And Mini, you said it, he had like a perfect laning stage the first 5-6 minutes. Now 0-3-0 and Lina, not really a kill score you'd expect from a dominating lane stage performance.
Yeah, I mean, Inverse, they sure lost lanes in terms of creep kills, but they made some really good rotations on this map to bring themselves back into the game. And we talked about, or you talked about how the Earth Spirit, you know, there's a lot that he's got to do, and he's doing a lot. He's landing his spells, and he's making it happen for his team.
And now, with that Earth Spirit and Queen of Pain thinking about diving, still trying to take control of that mid tier 1 tower area. And if the Quap can push the bottom lane and transfer in towards mid, get a bit more damage on it. A farming battle of Monkey King and this Wraith King up top. The two kings fighting for farm. Looks like it's going to be Radiance before Battle Fury, though.
It is. That's pretty huge for the Wraith King here. The Monkey is going to still need a whole lot more time before he can be fight ready.
They've found the Prophet. Sonic Wave and a Scream. Not quite enough. Needs that one final right-click attack to hit. The smoke from Incubus, it was trying to connect down here. They might find the Queen of Pain on her way out. Arcane runed up, Mini with the Yules. Tusk at the ready here, so Light Strike Array dodged.
Oh, wow.
Mistimed by Mini.
Yikes, that's a big bad miss.
They'll find the Grimstroke, but my goodness, the double daggers now from the Queen of Pain and the Viper Strike. Oh, the body blocks from the tree and make sure that the Soulbind Viper Strike doesn't come into play. But Mini destroyed the Queen of Pain in lane. Beautiful start, 3 kills in a row, and I mean, you get your Yule Scepter, but your first use of the Yules doesn't get you anything. Top lane, they do jump the Earth Spirit. The Sprout, not going to hold him in, he just rolls away.
Gary?
It's got to feel pretty demoralizing, though, as this Mini Lina. That was your way back in, that was your window.
Oh, okay, all right. I think Discord just had like a seizure from me or something.
Excellent. I was just saying, it's a little bit sad for Mini. First Yule's showing, gets nothing. Now working on the BKB, so potentially could turn herself into that artillery turret, cast some spells, and launch the right-click attacks. There's the high ground in this Radiant Triangle. Oh, Earth Spirit, he's still up there. Gets a Silencer kick. Supernova comes, focusing the Earth Spirit with the Laguna Blade. That's Mini now saying, my high ground, not yours. They'll find Slaw's Grimstroke. And Inverse making that move up there. Sure, they do get the tier 1 tower mid, but losing a couple of supports for a sneaky little move, giving Mini a way back in.
I think they were just trying to take too much of the map at the same time there. Just going for the 4 banner in place and getting completely punished by the heroes already set up from Incubus. That's going to give a little bit of life to them. They got the Battle Fury now finished up. He's going for the BKB next. Nature's Prophet also has the Orchid going for BKB next, and Lina also going for the BKB. So you're going to have this triple BKB timing from Incubus that's going to be very, very hard for Inverse to fight into. They don't have anything through BKB.
I really don't. Nice to see Queen of Pain finishing off the Orchid, going into BKB. You talked about the difficulty she might have and maybe thinking about the Yule Scepter she actually had queued up for quite a while. But after, what, like a 5-0 Queen of Pain now you're looking at. Being dumpstered in lane, but coming back through kills. Feels good for Noah.
Yeah, and look at her farm too. She's getting ahead of the Quap as well. On the Lina, I mean.
TPing top, Boundless, Snowball, Orchid. And there's the jump on, the streak, Queen of Pain. They do move with Slaw's Inkswell, Soulbind with a run of Atos. Wukong's command comes though and zones them out. As Wraith King, he arrives with a Radiance. One slice, big crit, takes down Jupiter. They have extracted the Monkey. A 1-for-1 profit for Quap. Still feels pretty good as long as the Tusk can survive.
Yeah, no stun.
2 seconds left on that run of Atos. It was getting close.
Yeah, Wraith King was also on cooldown. Okay, good stuff coming up from Incubus once again. I mean, you get the Q on the Quap, you rotate like 3 heroes top. Now those heroes have to push the tier 1 top lane, and you got a bunch of space around mid and bottom to get your items. Because right now, all they care about is just quick kills and out, wait for your BKBs on Incubus. I think Inverse's slow movements are starting to show now. In terms of like their heroes, they're not really mobile.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, they are a battle tank.
Radiant
They're on tracks. They're trying to slowly just wiggle their way forward. Queen of Pain. Oh, that's a jump on a Phoenix that she might regret making. They will get the kill, but Minnie's there with a Laguna Blade. Oh, the damage from the right click's just about enough. Well placed, and now Jupiter TPing out from the top lane gets caught up in the run of Atos. Trapped in the Nether Toxin, and Jupiter, he gets removed.
Alright, Jupiter, buddy. I don't know what you're doing there, but you should have been bottom with your monkey, taking that tier 1.
Oh, Ma. Stuck around in that top lane. He tries to get the trade with that Earth Spirit, but it wasn't to be. A double kill now for your Wraith King. And after the Radiance, he is well on his way to BKB.
I mean, Incubus just putting themselves right in front of that tank. Like you said, Gary.
Getting rolled over.
That's what happened to Jupiter over there. Just chilling in the jungle while the tank is on its way.
You got to see it coming. And they'll jump on him again. Jupiter gets rolled, kicks back into the Atos. Minnie's going to try and save the day here with a Light Strike Array on the Viper. A Laguna Blade takes him low. That Viper nearly dead. They do find Jupiter, but the trade bank's going to be big here for Incubus. Getting the 2 kills for Minnie really helps their efforts, because that's a BKB done now for your Lina.
That is indeed. I think Monkey King also, no, he's got like another 1600 to go. NP's BKB is like completely off right now because he just died 3 times. He like died once, revived, died again, revived, died again. You know, teleportation is a cool spell, but sometimes it can get you killed if you just go to the wrong place.
Yeah, it sure can. He's probably going to be a bit more tentative with this one. Where's he going? He's sitting in Fountain. He's thinking. He's animation cancelling. Oh, he goes mid lane.
You see?
Sure, they've got eyes on the river.
They just kind of want to split the map and finish these big items first before they get any aggressive vision on the map. Because once you've got your items, that's when you want to smoke up. Got a blink on the Tusk also, Gary. That's going to be a nice save.
They sure do, and they might need it already. Lina, she gets hit by the Rod of Atos, but Viper's the one to try and run away. Now, Yule's into the air. Why strike array when he hits the ground? And the Wukong's command from Benny, a little aggressive. They're a little eager to be in the battle, but Slaw just punched into oblivion by this Mark Tusk. And Roshan opens its pit to the Radiant team now, as there's 2 Dire Heroes dead. Wraith King, Quap, and Earth Spirit all sprinting to the eastern side of the map. Do Incubus want to go in there?
Are those cracks and Dire's
No,
do you think they're too slow?
BKB. They want to finish your BKB. I don't think they're too slow. I think they actually can do it, but it's always going to be a gamble, right? The Earth Spirit can easily just smoke up the Wraith King, go into the pit. The Viper and the Grimstroke would have been reviving, and then it could have been a really messy fight. So
And I
think it's much better if they wait for the BKBs.
Yeah, you're kind of trading that 30-45 seconds of killing Roshan for 30 or 45 seconds of farming, of killing this tier 2 tower top. And it is a smoke from Inverse. They've got the Rod of Atos, catch with a Blink Wraith King, but Lina has a BKB. Shiny Golden Goddess with a Supernova behind her, and that punch from the Tusk, it shreds through the Viper. They can't focus the egg now. Laguna bladed down, and Incubus, they move into this dire jungle, finding 2 kills, as Inverse's smoke does not pay off. Missing the Light Strike Array on the Earth Spirit there, not too hot, but they get the kill regardless. And now it's Roshan time, right, Theban?
Monkey got the BKB. He's got his Wukongs up in 20, and there's no Earth Spirit to smoke up a Wraith King and try to contest this fight as well.
An easy one at
Incubus, I mean, they're ahead on kills on Inverse, but their ability to push lanes out and command team fights is just not there for them. They're constantly having to put off these fires on the map that Incubus is setting with like Nature's Prophet split pushing, Monkey split pushing. You're never going to really be able to fix all the lanes against these heroes. On Inverse, you just kind of have to like brute force yourself into the enemy tower and try to force Incubus to come back and defend.
Yeah, battle tank mode.
Yep, battle tank.
Just go. I mean, it does come back to that that point I think Trent made about the lack of AoE teamfight They don't have a great reset tool. They don't have a great way to set up team fights because it's primarily single target. So Grimstroke, that Soulbind, incredibly important here for Incubus to actually land Soulbind onto one of these core heroes. But now that the BKB's up, it becomes infinitely more difficult. As Queen of Pain is going to be happy that she actually blinked away from that. Gets the Orchid onto the Prophet first. The Boundless Strike and the roll in. Now the Soulbind. The BKB from Lina though turns the tide of the fight. Kills off the Earth Spirit as the Wraith King. He's inside the Wukong's command. Sonic Wave is a massive amount of damage. Amar takes the brunt of it. But Lina self-fuels into the air she goes. One hit here from the Wraith King. Will clear him up though. As Sweetum, after reincarnation, pops his BKB and slices the Monkey. Aegis removed. Prophet's in trouble now. Under the Nether Toxin, the Wraith King and the Earth Spirit take him out, and Monkey is the last one standing in this fight. He's going to supernova to back him up a little bit there, but I don't know, all the life steal in the world is not going to get you out of that one. Phoenix, unfortunately, trying to save his buddy, but a massive team fight for Inverse.
Battle tank mode, nice. I mean, you just gotta put the Wraith King right in the front there, going on to the 2 cores. I mean, they try to fight off the Wraith King. I think their job was to just use the Wraith King and go for everybody else. Forget about this guy. Like, he has a BKB. I think they didn't even notice that he had a BKB because the fight started too quickly, maybe. But now they win that engagement, take the tier 2, can take the outpost back. It must feel really good for Inverse. And Incubus, they gotta just change their battle plan.
Change the battle plan. Dodge the tank. Split push. Go around the side. Find the weakness in its armor. Come in from the back lines. Look for the Grimstroke.
It's like a cow. You gotta tip the tank.
Tipping. Oh yeah, fancy bit of cow tipping. Just push them over. They can't get back up again. Invisor.
So it's like one of the meanest things, man.
Yeah, it's very
Can't
stupid.
believe people thought that's a fun thing to do. Actually, I've never really seen a cow in my life. Have you?
You've never seen like a real life cow?
Yeah. Like, I've never been able to like touch a cow, you know?
Okay.
Like, I think I've seen it maybe like driving by some farm or something like that, but I've never actually got to like touch a cow, see it face to face.
I'm in a privileged position then. So, some of my family, like Irish family, they're milk farmers, so I've seen plenty of cows in my time. All those Irish people making butter and cream. Would you like to see a cow, Theban? You sounded so sad when you're like, you know, I've never seen a cow before.
Yeah, of course. I mean, these are like experiences of life.
They're like big dogs.
Oh, that's awesome then. What the hell?
They're friendly,
Society has
loyal,
been
happy.
keeping me away from big dogs. I love dogs, you know. It's my favorite pets.
They're a bunch of cuties.
I have a husky myself. Absolute beauty. All right, back to the game. Okay, you're like
we had
taking me somewhere where I can talk for like hours.
We had a lap.
Yeah. So Inverse, I mean, Incubus try to split up the map a little bit, but it doesn't really feel like they're applying enough pressure. This NP should be top, not defending his damn tier 2 tower, that's for sure. And on the side of Inverse, I mean, they're doing the right thing, just trying to brute force, stay in front of your opponent's buildings, try to make some mistakes. Oh, Slaw though, he's misstepping a bit here.
Yeah, he went forward for the D-Ward, pays dearly for it, and over towards the Tusk, he makes a jump on the Viper, trying to get the rest of his team in here. The 2-man Boundless Strike, it hits from the Monkey with the DD rune going. Viper shredded, and the Wraith King, he's got the help of the Sonic Wave and the Earth Spirit behind her, but the Wukongs is on top of the Wraith King with his BKB, and the damage is substantial. The DD's huge, but Wraith King gets out of there. BKB'd up, they can't stop him from walking away.
I mean, that was a 5 versus 4 to begin with when the Grimstroke died. In those positions, when you want a D-ward, you gotta ask your core to lead the way for you, so that so you're like in between your enemy and the ward there. So they can't actually come in and kill your support.
Protect me, please, big Wraith King. Just let me ward. Yeah, he was miles ahead of his teammate there.
Yeah, just gotta, you know, take the small little correct steps to win the game. Because you see how the chain reaction occurred. The Grim dies, now Incubus can take a fight because 5 versus 4. They kill off your They kill off your Viper. Was it your Viper?
Yeah.
Because of it, it doesn't really feel that good when you're the one who's supposed to be a tank and not getting tipped.
Oh, another smoke. Inverse. Are they ready? They are. Clear out that creep camp. And the tracks, they are returning again. Get them up the high ground. All-terrain vehicle, tank, incoming, inverse. Who do they find? It's Monkey King and the Earth Spirit. Oh, the Tusk, sorry, but the BKB from Monkey. It comes out just in time. He's trying to stand his ground and fight with the Boundless Strike, and the heal back from the Jingu is wonderful, but the Viper slides away into the waiting arms of the Tusk still, and this Wraith King's isolated. Lina, with the help of the Supernova, zoned out and killed the Earth Spirit, and the Wraith King this time, even with BKB, cutting through the trees of the Sprout, Shard trapped up. He's got nowhere to run. Lina's going to chase him down, hound him, and get a triple for Mini. This time the tank falls short, the tracks come off. Incubus, they found the weakness.
Very unfortunate for Inverse there. They just smoked into all of Incubus heroes. Like typically you have this NP like either split pushing bottom or playing somewhere else, and you would run into like maybe 3 heroes, but they ran into all 5 of the heroes. And the Lina in the back just pew sniping off the supports. The Viper is actually so bad against Lina when she's this far ahead.
Yeah.
Just right clicks them down, doesn't care. Gotta pop that BKB.
Now with a Daedalus.
Yep. I mean, she's competing for Monkey King in top 1 net worth on the Radiant team.
Powerful. And Incubus onto the tier 3. 25 seconds without Wraith King. It's just going to be a lane of barracks here. Doesn't seem like defense is an option for the Inverse squad. Atos flies out. Monkey's like, nice.
This Wraith King is everything for Inverse. If he dies, they all collapse. If he's isolated and going for all their targets and not protecting his team, they all lose on Inverse. So, and you hate that because single core lineups like this, and when I mean by single core, I don't mean like the other heroes are not cores. I just mean that only one of your hero has actual farm that can contest your opponent.
Yeah, actually stand in a team fight and battle with them. Ooh, a DD rune. Roshan in 3 minutes though. It is long spawn Roshan. So more time here for Inverse to hold on to their high ground and maybe contest it.
2 more minutes though, so I think that's a long Roshan. The DD won't really matter. Yeah. I guess the Lina can bottle it though. That's gonna be okay. Never mind. That's gonna matter a lot. Forget about Roshan. This Lina is just gonna wipe them out in the team fight.
So the Monkey's making the jump. With a DD, they feel so strong. They're just running straight into them. The reincarnation is already gone, and the Wraith King fully isolated. Doesn't even bother to BKB. He's stunned up, and there's not a trace left of him. Slaw.
What do we say if the Wraith King dies?
Run away. Get home.
Got nothing.
Get back to Fountain. Grimstroke with that nice little glimmer cape will get himself out, but the Earth Spirit, he's rolled right into the Monkey King. A double for Benny. And now you've got all 3 lanes trending towards the Dire base. Prophet can go bottom if he wants to shove it a little more, but they are all ready to go either top tier 3, force a fight, or back into Roshan whenever he respawns. It's still a long one though. Lina just straight up onto high ground. She knows she's got the damage. Monkey, where are you? Come here and hit buildings. I need your orb of corrosion.
Top tower is gone.
Actually, no, I don't. I'm so powerful.
Say goodbye to their top barracks.
Easy range racks. Tier 3's gone. Melee down. And it's deja vu. 25 seconds without Wraith King. 2nd time in a row now. Team fight win into full lane capitulation. Inverse on the brink. Now this game going south.
Yeah, I mean, this game just goes to show like how bad Queen of Pain must be, I think. I mean, maybe it's just Noah, you know, he didn't really know what to do after his nice 5-0 start, but it just feels like this hero doesn't really do much watching this game.
Yeah. I was struggling there to think of like, you know, rationalizations of how maybe things could have been different, but Queen of Pain really in a struggling position right now as a hero.
Yeah, the way that you can utilize your lead is like you got to get your teammates to go in front and tank for you, soak damage, and then like constantly force fights. But Inverse didn't really have that plan. You know, this Viper, surprisingly not that tanky of a hero.
High ground hold onto Wraith King. First life immediately gone. BKB Wukong's from Benny, not getting pushed out of that circle of his. Still soulbound with a tusk, but they found Sweeten with no buyback yet again. And Earth Spirit just being pummeled by the Lina, the Prophet. Tries to earn and roll away, but the damage is too great. And Viper trapped over near the Roshan pit. Melee. Just gonna get swiped by the Benny Monkey King.
I mean, it's got to the point in the game where the Wraith King cannot tank through the damage of Incubus anymore. So early on, mid game, it's hard to burst him 2 times, but now they got the damage. They can just focus him down. Inverse get their hand forced, you know, join the fight to just help the Wraith King out and just get completely wiped. I mean, you're playing against tri-core versus a single core. Look at the networks of the 3 heroes on Incubus. All 3 of these cores are actually doing crazy amount of DPS.
And
on Inverse, that's not the case.
Yeah, I just want to ask you if I understood that correctly. With Queen of Pain, the way to like make her work in this game, I guess you're talking about, to get everyone to play in front of her and you know, front line for the Queen of Pain, set things up.
Yeah,
because it then feels like she's, you know, complete opposite of a self-sustaining hero. She's someone who needs the resources of, you know, 2 to 3 other heroes in the game to actually make the hero work.